I was just like, I'm not coming on Friday, so if you want me to show up to class, just send me a Zoom link.
I was like, no, I don't want to do it.
It is
I'm
like,
ready to go.
all right, well, the stream's already up. It is like $40. It is
$40 there
40.
and back, or
It is
$40 just there.
it is $40 a week. So it's 2 trips, but I have to get gas after the second trip. So I am paying a total of $160 a month just to go to college, which would be fine if I had more than one day of work.
$160 a month times like 5
No,
or 6 months. Like, damn, that's almost the price of like a semester in some areas.
it is. I'm basically paying for a local full-time semester.
Eisen still stomps. Let's not be disingenuous, boys. What version of Eisen? Because you
Josh
clearly did not
Groban.
understand. You clearly we've got the best response. You clearly didn't understand my problems with Clyde's video, or you probably were not paying attention enough to what Clyde said.
So what exactly? But before I start explaining to you why Eisen shit stops, what exactly was Clyde's video talking about?
So he explained why he tried to say like Eisen's versus Zero Squad is not close at all, and then he starts bringing up examples of Yamamoto versus Eisen and starts explaining how Eisen could have pretty easily taken Yamamoto. And I'm like, hold up,
Hang
hold
on,
up a minute.
hang on.
What?
Is this before
What?
or before or after the anime?
This is after the anime, and
I can kind of understand
so
a
even
little bit.
no. So even understanding the Squad Zero part, all of them, yeah, no, you're full of shit. Then you're full of
No,
shit, Smarter.
because like they okay, so what were your contentions with the video before I go into it? Because
So a lot of them. So he jumped. I'll get to the spiritual pressure part in a problem. Kyle had a lot of issues with it too. But first one was Yamamoto. He basically said that Aizen could have pretty easily taken Yamamoto in a fight to the death, and I'm like, Aizen concedes in Spirits Are Forever with You that he needed contingency plans for Yamamoto, so that's objectively wrong. Even when Yamamoto has all of Ryujin Jaka's flames and his spirit energy completely sealed away, he still beats the shit out of Wonder Weiss. And he directly says the reason why I am the head captain for the last 1,000 years is because no Soul Reaper in the last 1,000 years that has been born is stronger than me. That is it. And Aizen admits that his Zanpakuto is the strongest one of all. So if we're going to use actual statements...
But wouldn't that be wrong with the new Zero Squad information? Because they would have been born after Yamamoto, wouldn't they?
So here's where I can explain this, right? Certain statements have context because a lot of them are related to history. Yamamoto specifically is the dude that is like the face of the Soul Society's history, as Aizen clearly puts it. He's a representative of that. So a lot of those statements are related to his position of power, but also the position that he holds as the 13 Core Guard Squad members. He's held in high regard. Yes, it's true many of the Squad Zeros could be stronger than him, but keep in mind, when those statements were made, no information about Squad Zero existed. We knew nothing about Squad Zero.
Zero, but you would have to reconcile statements with previous information.
So I understand that. I'm just saying that when we talk about Aizen versus Zero Squad, you have to understand Zero Squad wasn't written at that time. All we knew is that there was a person called...
Guys, make no mistake. Aizen stomped Zero Squad. I'm just starting to let Mangler explain himself before I destroy.
Well, so the reason I have an issue with this is because of what we see the Hogoku transformations actually act like. So even when Aizen starts transforming, we can see that his body can directly be pierced by Benihime from Kisuke's base Shikai. Yeah. Kisuke, even when he gets blitzed by Aizen, can still react to his arms and can put stuff on his arms to booby trap his the Soul Reaper wrist things that he has, even after Aizen has transformed. Yeah. As the Mist transforming into the Chrysalis. Even after he goes into the Chrysalis, they are literally able to break open his face with a Getsuga.
Yes, but wouldn't they be stronger than Zero Squad in base form?
No.
Zero
Why?
Squad,
Why? Why would they be?
Zero Squad and base in the anime literally says we're not even
So
exerting
yeah,
one
okay, yeah, but
full.
that's not Zero Squad's actual base though. Their
Yes, it
actual base
is.
is with the Blood Seal.
No, because they have to kill
Yeah,
themselves to activate the
yes,
blood seal.
but you understand that they can just call their names back. They could literally kill. So you know that the Squad Zero can just resurrect themselves if you call their names, right?
Yes, but what
Oh,
I'm
okay, so
saying
that would
is
be their
that
normal base.
in outside of them killing themselves in order to give one of them Bomb
No,
Kai,
I'm not
they'd be
talking. I'm
weaker
not
than those
talking about like
characters.
normal. I'm not. I'm not
Well, it's
talking about like
comparable.
normal Zero Squad. Like I'm talking about Zero Squad with the Blood Seals activated because that's their actual true power, not the
Okay, but
disingenuous one
so
with the
then,
basement.
okay, so my issue with that a little bit is that if we're talking Aizen versus Zero Squad, they probably never would even get that far.
I disagree
Well, so
because
the
they would never
problem
have
the
a reason to
problem is
activate
that
the Blood Seals.
the second they start giving Aizen trouble, which I think they could for a little bit, he'll just put them under Kogyo Sugetsu, and then they would just see themselves beating
So
Aizen.
this depends entirely on what version of Isaac we're talking about. If we're talking about the one that doesn't have to activate any telegraph, that just you look at him and you get put under Kyogosugetsu, that's
Correct
a
me
little
if
bit
I'm
fairer.
wrong, but wouldn't any version of Aizen after the Hogyoku be able to do that for free?
No, he still has to activate the constant timing release. The only one that demonstrates specifically that looking at him that he becomes one with the Zanpakuto is the final version.
Mm, I'm pretty
So
sure he doesn't
you can't.
specify that there needs to, I'm pretty sure he just says you have to look at his sword in order for it to take effect.
No, he specifically says in the Soul Society that you have to look at his constant signing release, which means you need to look at his sword when he says "Shatter Kyogosuigetsu." It's not enough to look at the
That would
sword. You need
honestly,
to look at it
I'm
and
gonna say that would not be hard. Zero Squad can't shut the fuck up to save their life.
well, Zero Squad knows how his abilities activate after the events of the Soul Society. They have data on his Zanpakuto, so they wouldn't make that mistake.
Does Aizen reveal how Zanpakuto works in the Soul Society arc?
Yes, he tells Unohana how it works. The reason he does is because they're already under the Zanpakuto. If the entire 13 core guard squads got replaced with people that had the exact same powers and abilities but weren't under his Zanpakuto, half of his plans wouldn't have even worked. The entire reason they
To be
worked
fair,
was
they
because
probably
he
still
had them
would
under
have because the Soul
illusion.
Society is incompetent.
Well, okay, I mean, if we're talking about the Soul Society arc, maybe that's true because their laws are kind of bullshit.
So Aizen beat Squad Zero. Kurobe made statements that Aizen would have accomplished his goal if Ichigo didn't stop him. Yeah, because again,
Yeah,
even with the
so
Squad Zero retcon, the only guy who stands in his way is Ichibei. But by the time Aizen would
so
have gone up there, he would have already bonded with the Zanpakuto.
So my issue isn't that in the hypothetical the Mugetsu wouldn't have been strong enough to like kill him, so we wouldn't have assumed he would have evolved again. He'd be at the fourth one, not the fifth one.
He doesn't really evolve though, because he
He
loses the
does.
power.
He does because he says after Ichigo hits him with a Mugetsu, he specifically says the Hogyoku has my Zanpakuto is fading away. Do you know what that means? That means the Hogyoku has determined that I have no need for a Zanpakuto. And then the next time we see him, he is one with Kyoga Suigetsu.
Yes,
You can just look at him.
but he was
Now, okay, so that was an evolution then.
I mean, yeah, but that's when it takes fucking time. But he would still be stronger than them, and he probably could do Kyogo Sugetsu a lot better.
So here's where I go into explaining Yamamoto's power. Yamamoto
just has raw
definitively stronger than base Aizen. Definitively, that's not even debatable.
But so this is where it gets a little complicated if you want to go off guidebook statements.
No, I do not. I go off of what's shown.
Because I was gonna say, because if you go off guidebook statements, he's stronger than Unohana. Because according to the guidebook, he's the
I mean, if you want to go by
Society.
Aizen's statements, Aizen in the 1,000-Year Blood War arc in his final form states that a weaker Yamamoto's spiritual pressure is considered very unpleasant to him.
Yeah,
he says that directly.
But so correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't Unohana like be stronger than most of the people who fought during the actual Aizen war?
No, because Unohana put down the sword. It's established that she's not nearly as strong as she was before. Because she put down the sword to take up the art of healing.
Her
Pretty
power
much
would still stay the
everybody
same,
is not
wouldn't it?
stronger. No, because she's not. She's literally not. Well, so my
I like that's the
that was
Hitman
one
stream,
problem.
and the first 10 minutes have no Hitman gameplay.
I know. Hang on. My initial problem was with a lot of statements that were made about like Yuha as well, because it gave Yuha the benefit of the doubt when it came to his knowledge, and I can understand that in some respects. But you can't say that Yuha would know everything about Squad Zero when he didn't even know the powers and abilities of like several of the Bankais of the Soul Reaper captains, and they were in the Vonderreich watching them from the shadows for 900 years, technically 1,000 if you want to be specific.
Irregardless of that fact, each may be like the only real
Yeah,
issue. So it really depends on how you want to take each
let's be
matchup.
clear. Let's be clear here, though. Is that not a fact that he did not know everything about their abilities?
Yes, but that's partially
Okay,
because he wouldn't need to. They weren't.
No, that's objectively untrue because the Sternritters.
He literally labels 5 people as worth fucking knowing about, and
yes, and
everybody else who's not on that special
list. And when Sunsui releases his Bankai, the only person that can actually sense his spirit energy is the final version of Ichigo. So if we're going to go by this logic, especially with how bullshit that ability was, there is no reason for us to take his position as like this like definitive statement. Like how I take this is that Yuha gathered research, he did his job, and whatever he didn't know about, he probably assumed he would try and find a contingency plan for. I think that's the best that you can give him.
I think the fact that this man has looked at everybody, planned out over.
He hasn't looked at everybody. That's the point.
Okay.
He didn't.
Okay. What does Shishuri's Bankai do again? Just for clarity's sake, because that you're referring to the flower
huge
captain,
reality warping, damage transfer.
Okay.
Basically gives him immortality type 2.
Okay, you're referring to the flower captain, right? His Bankai?
Yeah.
What's the restriction on it?
What restriction?
Well, what's its drawback?
There is no drawback.
Oh, then I guess it just wasn't enough for Yuha.
Neither was Kisuke's. So let me point this out. When they show up in the Varvel,
he was not on that list because of his powers in combat. He was not on that list for his fighting.
So I don't care. The point is that His Majesty's Daten was given to the Sternritters to win the war. Okay, it was literally meant to give them information on the scenario so that they could fight.
I mean, to be fair, they should have won. The fucking Soul Reapers got a bullshit ass power amp.
I don't. I'll get to that in a second, but like the point is, stop derailing and just listen. The point is, if you're going to give someone information on a subject, I am assuming that is the total knowledge that you have applicable at the time that would be relevant to the situation. I think you can agree to that.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so why the fuck does he not know what the Bankais of the captains are? Especially when they... Well, let me tell you what they actually say. So Quoge specifically says, or Lily said, no, I keep saying Quoge. Lily says, we have information on all your battles. Which already seals it. Okay, so the statement is in reference to what they've seen and witnessed. So I just assumed they would know about the Soul Reaper captain's training and doing things in secret. But apparently they don't. They only paid attention to their battles because Lily specifically points out, I know what your Shikai does. It turns children's games into reality. This must be another one of those games, right? And I'm like, oh. So you don't know what his Bankai does? And then as soon as he Bankais, he's like, we have no information on your Bankai, but I do know that, like, if the Bankai Wilder dies, the Bankai disappears. I'm like, okay, so that's you basically conceding. I don't know what this does, but I'm going to kill you before it does anything. Because I don't want it to do anything to me. And Askin says the same thing about Kisuke. He says, "What? His Majesty's dad didn't give us any information on your Bankai." And Kisuke says, "That's because it's the first time I've used it in front of anyone here." He's like, "Oh, well, what does it do?" He's like, "Well, I'm not going to tell you, but I'm sure you'll find out soon enough."
That's not how Bleach works. You have to explain your power.
Well, he does explain it later after it hits Askin, because Askin's freaking the fuck out. Yeah, it's kind of like that. So like I can understand
in regards
why
to
we.
that one. I think he would have just assumed that if they're not using their Bankais to stop Aizen after Yamamoto's been fucking nuked, that it probably has some sort of restriction on it, so they're not.
Listen. The restriction or the assumption doesn't matter. I'm trying to say that he doesn't know, so he wouldn't know how to prepare for it.
What do you mean? He would just walk up to an Almighty like he does always.
The Almighty was sealed according to the 1,000-Year Blood War arc, so yeah.
And yet, then you know what? He would have just gotten the balance to do it.
And Kubo made many statements that Aizen would have accomplished his goal to this. So yeah, Aizen would have been to go there. Someone type out the connections for Itachi and Toki. I'm going to make a TN for them, and I need to know what's going to work.
I'm already planning to do an Itachi versus Toki video, but I just need to get through my Itachi research.
The reason why I haven't started yet is actually because I'm trying to find what things I need for this, because this is not a normal mission. They required me to pacify a couple dudes. And then like
steal the Bankai. That is true as well. He could just steal it.
That really wouldn't matter though.
Yeah, it fucking would.
Because
if the Bankai
because then they'd lose access to Volständig.
Okay, to be fair, again, before that bullshit power boost training arc, that wouldn't have mattered.
So, according to Yuha, he literally predicted that they would become strong enough to fight without their Bankais. So, by that logic, yes. By that logic, the Sanka altar is
again how Aizen was able to just fucking flounderize these people. Excuse me. What data did you have?
So, like, that literally just tells me he made a prediction. He's like, well, I'm going to take away their Bankais, and they'll probably find a way to get them back, or they'll probably find a way to get stronger to not have to fight with them. I'm like, okay, so then the Sanka altar is like, its purpose is like diminished now. No, I mean, granted, it's still useful,
its
but
purpose was to remove the hack stand from the battlefield. But that doesn't make sense then, because then he goes on to literally say when they lose the amulet or whatever, I'm not gonna pronounce it. He literally says, now you'll know true terror, because now the Quincy's a lot of my Quincy's can use their Volständig. So it's like, did you really think your power-up was that fucking good?
No, because the Volständig is supposed to be like their equivalent of a Bankai. Yes, it makes them just as strong, and it enhances their Quincy abilities, but it also enhances their trips.
Yes, but like, so you really believe that against people who have been able to close the gap without their 10 times boost, that your 10 times boost is just that much better?
Well, so to be fair, I think in most cases he was just expecting them to get stronger without getting the actual Bankai back. So he'd just be dealing with their Shikais, something which he prepared data for.
Right, because if I remember correctly, the reason they got their Bankais back was because Kisuke was like, here.
They're literally like, hey, holify this candy.
I'm gonna be honest, that makes no real sense to me. That would still work on the Bankai that's already been captured. If like I get like they make themselves hollowish, but like they're not supplying power constantly to the medallion.
I think it's because the Bankai still like the Bankai holds the soul of their Zanpakuto, so it holds parts of their spirit energy. So if you holify themselves, you holify anything that's like them. It's like if you take a Bankai from the Soul Reaper, you're taking a part of their soul away from them. Or something inside of their soul. So it's just their spirit energy on someone else's body. I'm assuming that's the logic behind why it's holified. Because they do establish that it is like the Bankai is like a sort of Bankais are like they are fucking inert or something like that.
What Aizen says, according to the manga, is that the spell is activated when the victim sees the released Kyoga Suigetsu.
Yes.
So there's no ritual here. He just has to release it.
And then
What does
yes,
releasing
but
mean?
you know how you release a Zanpakuto?
How?
It's Kanzen Saimin release,
And how long does that take?
which is the incantation for the Shikai.
I'm sure
So you
there's a
have to
short-
hold
I'm
the
sure
sword.
There's a
You have
shortcut for it.
you have to hold the sword downwards and say Shatter Kyogosugetsu or whatever your incantation is, which is a highly telegraphed attack.
Yeah, but
Everybody sees what it is in.
We're talking about Bleach here, though. These fuckers can't dodge a highly telegraphed attack to save their fucking life. Quite literally.
Well, in most cases in Bleach, if you'll pay attention, it's just usually that most characters don't know what the ability does before they're fighting it, which wouldn't be the case in this scenario.
I mean, in that case, Aizen still has advantage here because he can just keep his
No, he
sword
doesn't.
down,
How?
keep saying Kyogoi Sugetsu, and they're gonna keep trying to fight blind. As far as I know, Zero Squad never demonstrated the ability to fight blind, have they?
They just don't have to look at his sword.
Yes, in a high-speed fight where he can basically move around, and I'm pretty sure you only have to catch a glimpse of like a part of it. I doubt you have to look at the whole blade.
While he's doing the Kanzen Saimin release.
Which you just said is Kyogoi Sugetsu!
Well, first of all, he has to point it downwards and hold the hilt upside down.
I guarantee you, if I looked at this, you could probably do it in battle in like a split second.
He never demonstrates that. That'd be an assumption.
So, okay. The way this works is I point my sword downward and I just say my catchphrase. Is that correct?
You don't pull it downwards. Well, I guess you don't pull it downwards. You flip it upside down. So you take the hilt, you flip it upside down, and aim it towards the ground, and then say "Shatter Kyogosugetsu."
Are you sure that's absolutely necessary?
Did you not watch the anime or read the manga? That's how
he doesn't. No, he's never seen. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't watch it. He's literally going into this like an ignorant bastard.
Give me some credit here. I did watch.
No, it's alright. It's alright.
I did watch from the start to the Soul Society arc. It's just been a couple years.
No, it's fine. No, it's. You mean when no one ever brings up their Shikai?
I've actually watched it. It's just been like 7 years.
So you haven't even seen the Soul Society. So you mean you haven't even seen the Soul Society arc?
So
bringing out their Shikai.
I got to the end when Aizen betrays them and leaves. After that, I haven't watched every single episode or read every chapter.
Hey Mangler, do you remember whenever? Do you remember Renji ever quietly bringing out Zabimaru and not screaming out how?
Hang on. Renji shouldn't count. Renji's trash.
So there's only one time that is established that a character can release their Zanpakuto specifically without calling its name, but it's not like how can I say this? It's not technically the full release because they're not calling their name, as indicated by like what's it fucking called? Zangetsu.
I can't wait for 1,000-Year Blood War arc to reveal that Zero Squad was under Aizen's fucking Kyogoi Sugetsu the entire time.
Hey, you know, if they give those statements, that'll be great. But if they come by and actually establish that they were stronger than Yamamoto, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that W. Actually, no, I don't even need to do that because they already asserted they were stronger than Yamamoto. They have superior feats to him. Yeah, so get the fuck out of here. First form Aizen. Hang on. First form Hogyoku Aizen, second form Hogyoku Aizen, and Aizen all fucking lose.
No.
Because even Yamamoto could have fought all those versions. Now, granted, you'd probably be like, well, how would they take him out? Like, well, Ichibei would just seal him. Ichibei sealed the Almighty.
For like 2 seconds.
No, he sealed it for 900 fucking years.
That's because Yuha died immediately afterwards.
No, Yuha didn't die. And he didn't die until Ichibei killed him in the 1,000-Year Blood War arc.
Yuha literally was like, you know what? I'm glad he closed my eyes. Now I'm gonna go fight the Society.
Zim, you don't understand. He died during the events of the new anime.
When I say died, I mean he got his ass beat into a coma. Can we let me be a little more clear?
He got his
literally
ass beat
says
into a
in the
coma,
anime,
which technically
I'm
isn't
glad
dead.
he sealed my eyes away first because I guess he wants to be more like fucking humans or Quincy's or whatever. Then he got fucking clapped like a dumbass. Except apparently one of the girls who was with him survives until the events of the Camp Fear Your Own World novel. Apparently she's in Camp Fear Your Own World. Whatever. And then he comes back.
Not the full 1,000 years. You mean the one? You mean
According
at
to
the
what
end
I've
of the
seen,
anime?
according to what, yeah, in the anime, according to what I've seen, the girl with the gun who like people like fell head over heels for is in Camp Fear Your Own World. So I guess she survived 4,000 years.
I don't know if that's Gigook or whatever her name is. Like, I don't think that's the Sternritter with the glutton. I think that's somebody else.
Can't wait for 1,000-Year Blood War Arc Core 3. Have Yuha say that Yamamoto and his prime superior to Squad Zero?
Dude, they literally already made a statement where, like, beating Yin Ryusai must have gone to Yuha's head. That must be why he thinks he can show up here. So they literally already made a statement that establishes Squad Zero is superior to him. Even if you think it's with the Blood Seal, they already basically made you concede your position on Aizen. You're just coping now.
I haven't conceded shit. What the fuck are you smoking?
Yeah, no, because you're delusional.
No.
But like my problem with this is multiple fold. It's not just that issue. Clyde also made a lot of fucking assertions with how like powers and abilities worked in Bleach by saying strongest spirit in the V.
Okay, so hang on. To be clear,
No. That's not what he did. What he did is he contradicted himself multiple times when he was talking about how powers work in the verse.
Okay, so before we get into that, let's just be clear here before we go further. So we can all agree at least that Chair Aizen would beat Squad Zero.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I'm talking about the first couple versions of Aizen.
Backwards then.
Okay, so let's be clear here. Wait, hang on. Let's be clear here. There are different versions of Aizen. Yes.
Okay. So where are you drawing the line of where?
Hang on. Can you agree? Can you agree to that premise that there are different versions of Aizen? And then I'll explain where I scaled.
Aizen has keys. Yes, I can concede this. Yes.
Okay. So where I draw the line is like the third form-ish. Somewhere in that range. That's where I think it can maybe be debated.
We're talking the form after he fights Kisuke then? We're talking after Chrysalid?
The butterfly, not the chrysalis. Or the silver surfer, as people call it.
We're talking first butterfly form Aizen, where he looks like a god. Second form demon version. And then I guess third form technically is right after he gets fucking
I think... So... No, well, the demon form is like the fourth one.
Okay, correct me.
And
then
decides
to get the statement for being above all Shinigami, which I feel still silly to use given how powerful they got in 1,000-Year Blood War arc. But when
so he says that in the butterfly form. But the funny thing is that the butterfly form actually has two stages. There's the first stage when Gin tries to kill him. Then he comes back again and gets the butterfly wings. So he's technically got 5 stages if you want to be like really super specific. If that helps.
Now I think about it for a minute, freaking okay, so to be clear, do we agree that Ichigo with his final form in that fight against Aizen, not the Mugetsu, but the one with the sort of like sword hand, is probably stronger than the versions of Ichigo up until he comes back from the Soul Palace? Or
yes. I would probably agree that he's stronger than that, but that would not matter for the points.
Well, couldn't Aizen in his like final butterfly form keep up with that Ichigo to some extent? Because I know his first butterfly form, he's not able to really fight him, but isn't he like comparable in the second butterfly form?
I mean, yes and no, because Ichigo is sparring with him.
He just has to be comparable enough.
All right. So how do you take a character that's allowing a fight to happen, and then when they decide to get serious, just start speed blitzing the other character?
Well, that's why I know he's superior to the first butterfly form, even without going into his like fucking Mugenshi shit.
He's
But what about the
superior to the
second one?
second. He's superior to the second one. So he like when they start having their
Let
conversation,
me watch this.
Ichigo's like, hey, I don't want to fight here. Too many people are going to get hurt. And he's like, a meaningless suggestion. Only someone with the power to actually challenge me has the right to make a statement like that. But don't worry, there will be no need to destroy Katakura Town. And he just grabs his face mid sentence from across the street and runs him outside of Katakura Town.
That's why I would consider the first butterfly form in that fight. And yes, I know he's superior to that one.
No. That's well, okay. There's no first or second butterfly form.
Because he gets a second form because he loses like his face.
No. That's the black face one. That's a different one.
Oh, I just consider them the same form. Do you want?
Okay, so when you say the first butterfly form, I'm thinking of the one that Gene tried to kill.
Okay.
Because that one doesn't have That one doesn't have wings.
Okay, yeah. When I say butterfly form, in this case, I'm referring to the one that already has the wings and is fighting Ichigo.
Okay, yeah. So that one gets speed blitzed by Ichigo like at least twice. So I would say he's at the similar level of evolution, but he's not really in the same range of power that Ichigo is, because Ichigo is just kind of, well, throwing him around.
Yes.
For lack of a better term. How do you guys keep seeing me? Oh! Somebody needs to nerf these guards and their flashlights.
Yes, and then he evolves further, and the evolved form can keep up with that Ichigo to some extent.
The butterfly after Gene attempts is when he truly is transcendent. Aizen makes the most claims in that form. Yeah, no, so that's what I'm saying. So people don't seem to understand that when Clyde made the claims about Aizen, what he would do is that he would go to pictures of base Aizen in Katakura, then would keep coming back to transcendent statements from the fourth form, and then would be like, well, what about Squad Zero with the new anime feats? Well, as soon as they look at him, and then he shows a picture of fifth form Aizen, and I'm like, which version of Aizen? Which version of Aizen are we talking about?
If you were when me and Mangler watched the video yesterday, if you were blind to anything in Bleach, you'd be under the assumption it would literally be the Aizen who literally walks into the start of the fake Katakura Town arc.
I will be able to fully take his power, which transcends both Hollow and Shinigami. Okay, so I would just I know Aizen makes that statement. He doesn't say Quincy. All joking aside, I don't think
the transcendence stuff really
apply because. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't the Soul Reapers when they come back for round 2 against the Quincy's be stronger than most of them? They would be stronger
than even like the weakest versions of Hogyoku Aizen.
Would they be?
Because when Kenpachi comes back, Unohana literally looks at him and is like, you finally become strong enough now. You have allies that rival you. And we literally see a picture of the true Shikai Ichigo, Renji, and Byakuya as an example.
Aizen who fought Ichigo on Ronka arc is fodder to Squad Zero. Okay, so this is where I'm a little confused on regards to this on the statement here, but regarding this one, this butterfly form should. Well, actually, no. This butterfly form would beat Squad Zero in a fight if they don't release their seal, because again, Squad Zero with their seals, I don't even know if they're stronger.
I would agree, except for maybe Ichibei. I would agree that they don't have enough power or speed to fight Butterfly Aizen, but I am talking about the Blood Seal versions. Because unlike Clyde, and unlike most people, I will actually explain.
Right now. So are you basically saying like Aizen versus Mrs. Thousand?
I mean, I technically don't, because all of them would still be around the same power and speed. I just wouldn't be arguing what the Bankais do.
So Zim, if you were to actually watch the video, you would also be under the impression. Because, like, regardless of what Clyde thinks, he's also basically arguing that the top 4 of Sparta would be able to fight the sealed forms of the Zero Squad.
Okay. So this is where I have a bit of a conundrum with this one, because I can kind of understand where he's coming from, but this begs the question on how Zero Squad's statement works. But I'm pretty sure the Royal Guard would at least be captain level, right?
They would, but the thing is that they killed the Royal Guard to begin with. They had to be brought back with Osh Fallen.
Yeah, but
and they're able to fight.
Okay, that's right. Yeah,
But
because the
they
swordsman,
fight. They don't just but they don't just fight base Oshwallen ones that have the power. They fight them in their Volstandigs. They have the wings.
You should. But
that's the weakest version of Zero Squad, and they fight the strongest versions of the Schutzstaffel.
Okay, first off,
I mean, granted,
I don't necessarily agree with who was chosen to be a member of the Schutzstaffel. I'm pretty sure Grammy over there should have probably been in that list, but whatever.
That might have been because of the Visionary.
Hang on. The elites are high tier captain. All elite members in base should be above Grammy. Raymond, you are new here, but it seems you are a Bleach fan. How'd you end up here?
Wait a minute. Does it count as being spotted if they... No, it doesn't, because they have to find the body.
Wouldn't all of the actual Sternritters be at least comparable to the captains before their boosts? Because don't they
So you would think that, but like we never actually see them fight most of them.
Because like Weaken Kenpachi would still be stronger than anyone. Like I'm assuming in his actual squad.
Yeah, but then she also kind of loses to characters in the novel. Like I don't know if I would.
To be fair, she took an Oshwalden to the face and survived. I don't expect her to be at the same level of power after that.
That really wouldn't matter in this case.
The Oshwalden absorbing your power and killing you. People surviving it. Oh yeah, bro, you should be at the same level of strength.
That's not what I'm saying.
A small fragment of Ichigo's power stomps Arrancar, Arc Aizen, and Squad Zero somewhat scaled to fully realize power base Ichigo. Bullshit.
Well, so the problem also is how they scaled Yuha, because they basically said Yuha would have knowledge of all their abilities and Yuha would be able to go in there and sleep, and it's like, okay, but like if we go by what the anime says,
yes, Jay.
The anime fully establishes that the Ichigo that goes in there to gain the power of the Soul King is Fullbringer Arc Ichigo. And that Ichigo basically gets stomped by Yuha. He's still weaker than Yamamoto. Like, you know where Fullbringer Ichigo are? Like, you know how he actually got his powers back? Just out of curiosity? The guy that was basically the Soul Society's only hope, that version of Ichigo, that came back to save all of them during the first part of the Failure of the Lord?
Because the Soul Society got lazy.
Okay, but do you know where he got his powers from? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, he got them from fragments of the captains.
Yes. So basically, a small amount of powers from the captains and assistant captains, a very small amount of each of their spiritual pressures, is what restored his spirit energy. So that by that logic, Squad Zero and their Blood Seals would already be stronger than Fullbringer Arc Ichigo.
Okay,
because they're stronger than their full powers.
I don't think anyone here, unless Clyde does say that even with the Blood Seal release.
He does. He thinks even with the Blood Seal, Aizen would be stronger than his base.
Okay, when you say base, are we talking Aizen at the start of the series, or what are we talking base here?
He talking Aizen before the Hogyoku. Regular base Aizen.
Does Yamamoto have any feats of shaking the world?
No. No.
Does Unohana Kenpachi have that?
Well, hang on a sec. That's how he treated. That's literally how he treated the entire video. He's like, no matter what Squad Zero does, it just upscales Aizen. And I'm like, which version of Aizen? And he would just keep saying Aizen.
Did anyone ask the author about how Yamamoto works in reference to Squad Zero?
The other thing he would do is he would also claim that Aizen would just be flat out stronger than Yuha without proving why.
Okay. Well,
he also argued for Butterfly Aizen. That kind of doesn't matter because he also conceded that characters have transcendental spirit energy. So I would just argue they'd be stronger than Soul Reapers in the same way that Ichigo or Aizen would be.
Okay, because I would say, what version of Yuha are we talking about? Because I'm pretty sure Chair Aizen would be base form Yuha at the start.
Well, that's what he also believes, but based on his statements, he might have been willing to assert that Aizen would have beat him even with his prior forms, which is really
Well, doesn't Yuha say that Ichigo regained the power he had when he fought Aizen? When he fights Ichigo?
Yes, but the Yuha that says that is after he absorbed the Mimihage and the rest of the Smoking. That's like the final form of Yuha.
Wait. So final form Yuha is saying that basically the Ichigo that squared up to Aizen is the same one he's fighting now.
Yes.
Okay, well, see, now I'm understanding the confusion then. Yeah, so the reason Clive is saying that is because it took Ichigo's most powerful form and most powerful form to fight Aizen with the butterfly.
I can understand that logic, but that's assuming Butterfly Aizen is even comparable. He gets his ass handed to him by that Ichigo. He gets destroyed.
Hang on. Before I respond to that, let me check here. Squad Zero seals on has always been insane to me after that episode. I think they should be above base Aizen while they're sealed. How easily Tenjiro and Senjimaru bullied Jurgen and base Uryu. But to be fair, Uryu just wasn't going hard. He should have used his antithesis, but apparently he decided I'm just not going to, like a pussy. Okay, so he was okay. So according to Sparta, he was arguing for Butterfly Aizen. I asked him about that on stream.
So I think Butterfly Aizen was where you can start making arguments about whether or not Squad Zero might start losing. But like this is kind of where I would just point out Yamamoto, because we can actually quantify the difference in power that Yamamoto has between his forms. We're just kind of assuming a strong Aizen is when he comes with the Hogyoku.
Say as a Butterfly that Yamamoto would give him trouble, or just that
that doesn't matter.
Well,
no, but that doesn't matter.
A scaling chain, you're gonna tell me to go fuck myself on. So
yeah,
I would argue that Yamamoto is probably significantly stronger than Zero Squad with their seals on. Would you agree to that? With the exception of Ichibei. Don't include Ichibei. Ichibei's not even a part of seals discussion.
So why are we including Ichibei when Squad Zero has better feats than he does? The rest of Squad Zero is like objectively better feats than he do. They have better statements.
Ichibei is the only threat until their seals are removed, in terms of power.
So
unless
I'm just going to go with the logic
the Royal Guard would have been able to beat Yamamoto with both of his hands.
No, so here's what I don't think you're understanding. This is that why are we assuming? So you're just throwing in like a bunch of conjectures in your hypothetical.
It's not conjecture. The Zero Squad specifically state that they are not exerting even one squad's worth of power when they're fighting without their seal. Yamamoto, I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong here, one of you two, he would scale above all the squads, more or less.
More or less.
Okay.
Well, at least their bases and stuff. Yeah.
That if you can fuck with Yamamoto, you would be able to tango with relative ease any member of Zero Squad on their own without the seals unlocked.
Okay, now I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, I think that'd be a little bit more reasonable.
So then I would say that unless Butterfly Aizen has statements of Yamamoto that would give him trouble, actually, fuck it, even if Yamamoto would give him trouble, if he could fight Yamamoto and potentially even beat him in Butterfly form, he would slap around Zero Squad until
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to explain where Squad Zero's power is. That's where I disagree with them. That's the main conundrum.
What's the disagreement here specifically? Because I know Squad Zero scales above the captains when they show up.
He's asserting... Wait, hang on. I need a batch again.
Alright, well, Mangler's doing that.
There it is.
Yuha's talking about true Shikai Ichigo being on Mugetsu level, because Yuha mentions the same power used to defeat Aizen, which Mugetsu is the power that defeated Aizen. So what I would say in reference to that one specifically, is that's probably correct, but if it still takes Mugetsu to fight, that would still mean that would still make Aizen comparable to that form power, or at least not comparable. Well, so he would be able to survive those attacks, and he would just get stronger.
So the thing about those examples, I got the batch again now.
Whoa,
is that it is.
Oh, so let me because you might want to respond to something else as well. Because Nello says Aizen says he transcends all Shinigami when he gains butterfly form. I think Bankai Yamamoto is stronger as Sealed Squad Zero. I think Shikai Yamamoto is around equal or weaker to the sealed members of squad members. Okay, so go ahead. Now you may respond.
Well, he says, bro, true Shikai Ichigo is far surpassed Mugetsu. So it is established that he has the power, like the Shikai version of Ichigo in the Thousand Year Blood War arc has the power that he had when he fought Aizen. So that already means like the end of series versions of Ichigo can be argued to be as strong as the previous strongest versions of him.
So to be clear, I don't think we're ever told if he's stronger. It's just that Shikai Ichigo, when he fights Yuha, would not be on a time limit the way Mugetsu was when he fought Aizen.
But the point is that if he's even comparable at all, like this is where I kind of have issues with how people are putting the data book statements, because they keep using the data book statements by saying things like this Mugetsu, this is the strongest attack in existence. And I'm like, yeah, at the time that data book was written, because sometimes. I mean that was included after the data book, so there you go. You don't have to worry about that. The thing is that continuity will sometimes introduce something stronger than what was initially presented at the time. You can have stronger versions of Ichigo. So Mugetsu being stated to be the strongest thing doesn't really matter if we have a scaling gene that puts things above it. This also wouldn't matter for the first form, because the first form, based on what they said about True Shikai, about Ichigo, like, yeah, because the True Shikai Ichigo is...
No one would be above that Mugetsu power except for Yuha.
Well, I guess the final version of Aizen, probably. Probably the final version of Aizen, and then maybe a Bankai version of Kenpachi. Because Kenpachi is directly compared to them, as is Byakuya, as is Renji.
Well, so this is... Stop saying that.
I know. It's like when Unohana in the midst of dying is like, man, you finally have friends that rival you. And I see True Shikai Ichigo, I'm like, oh, that's kind of crazy. And then I see Byakuya, I'm like, okay, that might be possible. Then I see Renji, I'm like, what is he doing now?
You showed the wrong person! Whoa, what the hell's going on with Mangler's stream? There we go.
Well, currently I'm running around in a Halloween outfit.
Hang on.
But
Kyle, go ahead.
Do you think, like, Kenpachi just heard her mother under her breath before she died, Reggie, and he's just like, no, you've lost blood?
No, just go ahead and die now.
Just
my respect for you is gone.
She's clearly delirious blood loss. Listen, I'm just gonna explain.
Okay, so I was doing this challenge wrong. Okay. I have to kill them with a bat shuriken. So, I can't kill them with a normal shuriken.
What I would say specifically is if Clyde is arguing for just Butterfly Aizen being able to beat Zero Squad, I would agree with that assertion. Because the level of power that not only it took to... Well, actually, okay, depends on what the Bankais do, because, maybe he'll get turned to a...
Well, that's the problem with the video, and that's what me and Mangle were confused about. We couldn't tell what form he was arguing for, because he kept jumping between Chair Aizen and all the way back to the start of Karakura Town Aizen.
We already agreed the final version of Aizen would beat him, and I think you can debatably argue the black form could beat Aizen. You could debatably argue the what is it, the fifth, fourth, whichever one, the one with the wings.
I will meet you guys halfway here. I'll meet you guys halfway here. Okay.
Like I only had two big contentions for the video. My two big contentions were he kept flip flopping about how he wants power nullification to work in Bleach, and second, he wouldn't clearly establish which Aizen he thinks would be able to beat Zero Squad, because he shows basically every single form of Aizen.
Yeah, and then he would show, like, he'd be like, yeah, Aizen could do this, and it's like, well, if you think they're strong enough, just remember the moment they look at Aizen's body, and then he would show a version of, like, the Muken Aizen. Like, those are two different Aizens. And they're, like, there are so many characters.
I personally think Butterfly Aizen would have some trouble with Unsealed Squad Zero, but he would just adapt and surpass them due to Hogyoku. So, Okay, so again, for now, we're not discussing Ichibei. I think Ichibei is a bit of a different beast we'll talk about, but for sure, Aizen in Butterfly, or I'll just say the Aizens that fight Ichigo at the end of the Katakuri Town arc would beat the shit out of Squad Zero in base,
In Mangler.
would Blood Seal unlocked. And to be clear, I'm not done yet. I'm not saying that Aizen wouldn't beat base Squad Zero in general.
Hang
I'm
on.
specifically
Hang on.
Go ahead.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Mangler, have you ever heard of a town in Bleach called Katakuri?
Oh my god, get off my ass. Look,
Yes.
look, fuck you. Fuck you. The point I'm trying to make, you cocksucker, is that Butterfly Aizen forward only really has trouble with Ichibei. And again, I'm being very generous here because I'm still assuming that he can't just put him under Kogo Sugetsu until the chair form. Regular versions of Aizen.
More like you don't have evidence to assert that, because we assert our claims based off of evidence.
Aizen just goes bonk.
Stop the benefit of the doubt bullshit here.
You know what? I'm going to use the translation that says Aizen's
No,
bonkai are his illusions. Aizen just goes bonkai.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. So Clyde thinks that it's not acceptable to use the Bankais of the Squad Zero because we haven't seen them. I'm like, all right, but he thinks it's acceptable to use Aizen's Bankai.
What? What does he think Aizen's bonkai is?
He says we haven't seen Aizen's Bankai yet, but like. And I'm like,
we should just assume he'll use. No. What he says is, we've never seen Aizen's Bankai, but we should just assume he has it and give it to him.
Okay, to be clear.
And then when he goes to the Zero Squad, no, and then he says to the Zero Squad, we've never seen their Bankai, so we can't give them that increase.
What? But they all have Bankai.
That's literally what he does.
It. What?
Well, okay, he includes Shinjumaru, but the other four members, he's like, no, that's not fair.
What the fuck do you mean that's not fair? They can all bonkai! Weren't they all captains? No, they weren't captains at one point, were they?
Some of them were.
Okay, I feel like that's kind of fucking stupid. If you're gonna give Aizen bonkai, you have to give that to Zero Squad.
Also, several of them aren't even, Nimai is not even using his Zanbato.
I get bothered with Clyde and others never using colored images when they have been available for years by this point, but that's a pet peeve. I think it's because they just take scanlations and they don't actually pay for the content they're using. Yeah, I went there.
Do they actually have colored images of the manga? I've never been able to find a colored image of that.
Let me look it up.
I know there are colored images out there. I'm just saying, is there like an official print version of it, or is it just something like an artist did?
You know what? No. I retract my original snarkiness. The colored pages are fan made, so they might be using the official scans, and that's why they're black and white. I might retract my snarkiness there. I will.
What is this game? This is Hitman 3.
Yeah, but going back to that, okay, so if that's really how he takes it, he can fuck right the hell off there. That's completely ridiculous.
Well, so when it came to the Yamamoto thing that I was trying to propose earlier, I'm just trying to say that we can definitively confirm how strong Yamamoto is based on his multipliers. We can't really assert that for like Hogyoku transformations of Aizen's. We're just kind of assuming he's stronger based on the people he fights. So if I can already demonstrate that characters can fight the Chrysalis Aizen, which is like the second version, and Kisuke and Ishin are not using their Bankais and they can still crack open his face, I would easily argue that Shikai Yamamoto would be able to do a lot better. And that his Bankai versions would easily be able to fight the other Hogyoku versions, because we can actually quantify how strong he would be, as opposed to Aizen, who we're just kind of assuming how strong he is.
So for context, when I was referring to Aizen's Bankai, I forgot what novel this is from. This is a Japanese-only novel.
Spirits Are Forever With You.
Spirits Are Forever With You. Yes, every strong Bankai comes at a price. Like Aizen not being able to use it if someone hasn't seen a Shikai. Like Ichigo Kurosaki losing his Soul Reaper powers in exchange for his trump card. So, That is why I jokingly, but also kind of low-key believe that Aizen's Bankai is just his illusions. Because it's the only thing we've seen that has a prerequisite of needing to see a Shikai, and we've already seen what they're talking about with Ichigo. So I would find it really...
No. Just wait until the Hell arc, where he fights a Hellgame, and he says, "You know what? I never had a Bankai to begin with."
I was faking it the entire time!
Well, so that's also the second part, is that you could either believe two things right now. Either A, Aizen does not have a Bankai because the Shikai's powers that he has are exchanged in exchange for him not having a Bankai, or two, he just doesn't have a Bankai at all because his Kyoga Suigetsu fooled everyone into believing he did have one, and he never had the ability. He never had a reason to.
I'm gonna cook right now. And you're gonna find out 1,000-year blood war. You're gonna find out during the fight with Yuha. Yuha's gonna be like, "You need to use your Bankai to fight me, Aizen. You still don't stand a chance." Aizen's like, "I sacrificed my Bankai long ago to use my Shikai at its full power because my Bankai couldn't understand me and I couldn't use it, so I just buffed my Shikai instead."
No, even better. It's like, you need your Bankai to defeat me. It's like, I would use that, but I left it somewhere.
No. You know what he says? What if I told you?
Stuff.
What if he says that, like, I've never been calling my Bankai its true name? Shatter Josh Groban.
You're gonna find out that Aizen's Bankai is just infinite. He just has Gojo's power.
I am the Enlightened One.
Otsu Nimaya will defeat Butterfly Aizen because he scales little to true Shikai Ichigo and his sword will cut Butterfly Aizen. Is that the guy who makes the Bankai?
That's the guy who makes all Zanbakuto. The sword that he carries with him, which is not his actual Zanbakuto, can basically one-shot you.
Laughs in Aizen.
So they could just hit Aizen with it once and then seal him while he's down. Not to mention, I completely believe that if you can seal the Almighty, you'd be able to seal the Hogoku. Because the Hogoku is not comparable to, like, as parts of a Soul King.
Hang on.
The Hogoku is not comparable to, like, the Shredder.
I think we need to wait for season 3 before we talk about that. Because there's
no. See, that's fine.
Isn't going to try and seal it again. And if he does, and Yuha's just like, yeah, I can just break it out with the same ability because I just chose not to last time, which was a mistake on my part, to be fair, but I didn't expect that ass whooping.
I mean, what if he makes this statement and he's like, you know what? I tried to last time, but it wasn't strong enough. However, after these 1,000 years, I've become powerful enough to break your seals.
No. You know how he gives himself voice by stabbing his like throat to gain it back? Ichibe's gonna seal his eyes again, and Yuha's just gonna stab his eyes, and while they're bleeding, he's gonna get the Almighty back.
Well, based on what we know from the anime, that's actually not going to happen. He's just going to resurrect himself from the dead, because how the Almighty was supposed to work is that it would be sealed until he dies, and Ichibe just killed him.
I know, but what I'm saying specifically is that Ichibe's going to seal it again with the same power, and Yuha's just gonna, because he can give himself a voice, he'll give himself sight.
Like, oh man, that was annoying.
Aizen, I am my Bankai. You're gonna find out that when Aizen goes Bankai, his sword just transforms to a second Aizen, because that's the only weapon that'd be strong enough for him to use.
If they give him a Bankai, I'll just say that his Bankai is just gonna be creation abilities. It'll just make his illusions become reality. So instead of putting everyone else under illusion, he's just going to make people fight things that are actually real.
His Bankai is making the author glaze him and give him better statements.
I mean, that's kind of what a Bankai is supposed to do.
Imagine Aizen's Bankai is hallucinating himself because he wants to be surpassed by someone. Aizen's Bankai is he just gets trapped in a battle against himself, and he's just ever evolving because he is the goal he is trying to reach. The Almighty took a major piece of Soul King to seal. I don't think Ichibe has any more. Didn't Ichibe use his fucking hand? Like, did he lose?
Ichibe literally used his hand to seal it.
Soul King's nut versus Soul King's body parts, basically. That is the life of Yuha, yes.
Well, so if we're going by like the Hogoku, it's like comparing the Hogoku to even the Shrifts is like comparing someone's fingernail to a part of their soul and saying what is more significant or valuable. It's like you understand the Hogoku is just a nail. That's all it is. Whereas Yuha is actually a piece of the Soul King's body. The Shrifts are part of his soul. Things like Gerard are part of his heart, or basically is his heart. Pernida and Mimihage are literally his arms. So
Yeah, Ichi used
I'm just
Pernale
saying.
as a sacrifice to seal Yuha's Almighty. Does the Soul King still have any arms left? Does he still have any body parts we can use to seal again? He's got eyes. We can use those. Seriously, can we talk about how fucked it is that Zero Squad genuinely thinks they need a Soul King who's fucking crippled in order for the world to work? Because if I remember correctly, Yuha's body is the new Soul King. Like, why not just let him be the Soul King if he can do the job anyways?
Well, Yuha didn't really want to be the Soul King. Yuha just wanted to return the world to its previous state.
Yes, but he would have been the Soul King by de facto. He would have been able to keep the worlds in check by like just existing.
Yes, but that's not what he was. That's not what he was going to do, though.
He was going to basically remove the worlds in their entirety and then make a new that follows the original one, where life and death basically have no meaning and they're the same thing.
Well, let's be clear here. They basically have no meaning now when you realize the dead can come back and geek guys.
I feel like they have some form of meaning until you start using some experimental technology.
The middleman here.
He's the left arm of the Soul King to seal the Almighty.
I'm still waiting.
If I recall correctly, what specifically happens is that Yuha tries to steal Pernida.
Yes.
And then he performs a seal. He performs a seal using Pernida, but that's only because Pernida's in the vicinity. I don't think he needs Pernida to actually do the seal. Like, Pernida was at the table and he was going to seal. He was going to take him anyway. Also, I think we've killed all the guards. Wait, no, we still haven't killed all the guards. Oh my god, how are there still guards?
Yeah, so he activates the hand, and then Yuha starts absorbing, or I guess starts taking over Ichibe's like hand, but then Ichibe just expands it and then uses it to seal the Almighty. I mean, I'm not sure if he sacrifices it specifically, but like, fucking stop chopping up your
Pernida comes back in the 1,000-Year Blood War. He's literally part of the Schutzstaffel. So I don't think he sacrificed him. I don't think that's the exact correct term.
Can you just fucking stop fucking, like, doing this shit, Yuha? Can we, or not Yuha, fucking Ichibe? Can you just stop cutting yourself up? Stop cutting.
And he was gonna sacrifice Ichigo to become the Soul King.
Dude, honestly, Aizen was 100% right in all of his fucking deductions of how terrible society was, and Urahara should be ashamed of himself. You literally have people who could live a normal life while being the Soul King, but we're just gonna fucking mutilate them and put them into a fucking clothes like a fucking clothing like hanger. Freaking Urahara has the plot armor power because he can create as many and more powerful Hogyoku, and he can choose to troll people then power.
Remember at the beginning of 1,000 Year Blood War, his original plan was to eradicate all hulls and mess up the balance, which would automatically destroy the worlds. Yeah, because Squad Zero didn't want to agree with his plan, so he just thought, like, initially, I'll just kill all the hollows or whatever, and it'll fuck up the worlds.
Never forget that Kubo has revealed that you do not need to be crippled to be the Soul King, because there is a version of Aizen that becomes the Soul King in the mobile game, and he does not look like a fucking, and he's not crippled that way. Although
the Soul King, the Soul King was never crippled to begin with. He just didn't resist when the heads of the 4 great families decided, yeah, let's just kill you. And he's like, whatever, I won't stop you for some reason.
Yes, I do have a masochistic fetish. How did you know?
Wait, where is...
You dare question God?
God when he has a huge BDSM humiliation king finish.
I did also take a little bit of issue with his assessment of Urahara's statement. Urahara said that Aizen had become stronger, but Urahara couldn't fathom how strong Aizen had become. And it's like, well, that's kind of a bit of a contradiction.
I mean, to be fair, that's not. Well, okay, wait. Which version of Aizen are we talking about? Because I was gonna say
we're talking about the final version. It's like if you say he couldn't fathom his power, then why is he clearly making an estimate then?
Okay, so we're talking about Butterfly Aizen, right? Not Chair Aizen?
No, Chair Aizen. Because, what happens in the scene is that Aizen basically Kurohitsugi's his chair, and it's intact, and then Keisuke looks at it and was like, whoa, he might have even become stronger inside of Mukin. Like, oh, okay, so then he can fathom how powerful Aizen has become then.
I think the point is that he has no idea how deep the well goes. Like, he can gauge that Aizen's gotten stronger, but he has no idea how deep the well actually goes, so to speak.
That's a bit charitable. Okay.
I mean, Aizen literally just got up after being sealed for, fucking, 5 years? Actually, Soul Reaper Society's time is longer, right? Or how long was he actually trapped in Mugen, technically? Like, in Aizen time?
17 months.
These power amps ain't right, boy. These power amps ain't right. 17 months? Fuck, he's gonna break out of that chair and well, no, 20 years later he's still in it, but I'm assuming that's by choice at this point.
Well, so he's still in it during Can't Figure Your Own World, but No Breaths from Hell makes a statement that Xayalopro, when he comes back from Hell, specifically says that now that they've gotten rid of Ukitake's spiritual pressure, Unohana's spiritual pressure, and Yamamoto's spiritual pressure, after Yuha and Aizen's spiritual pressure have disappeared, now the gates of hell are free to open. And I'm like, wait, so did they kill Aizen? Did he just leave? Where did he go?
I doubt Aizen would have been killed off in just a one-panel statement.
You know what's going to happen? We're going to find out that the Almighty gets activated at the end of the series, right after they attempt to and succeed in killing Yuha. Yuha's going to bring himself back, and he's going to activate the Almighty, and he's just going to be like, Aizen, there's that Hogyoku of yours is interesting. I do like that my father, the Soul King, does bring many new trinkets into this world. But you know what's also in this world? A reality where you never got the Hogyoku. He's just gonna get rid of it.
He gets rid of
like
it,
a
and
bam.
then Aizen just erases from all timelines. But as he's being erased, Aizen just looks at him like, this was all part of my plan. Aizen then comes back. And then you find out Aizen is now ruling hell because he just wanted to go somewhere in peace where he could fight people forever. And that's just what hell is.
If they sent him to hell, that would be funny.
Yeah, Chair Aizen should be way above last forms. He took on Soul King Almighty Yuha with Ichigo, Yagrim, and Gerard Power Boost Stamp, and he stalled him long enough. So
that's a funny way of saying he just got stabbed, because that's exactly what happened.
Mukin is stated to be a separate realm, right? Also, it seems like Royal Palace is also a separate realm via how Zaizel says it.
So Mukin is stated to be a place that is completely cut off from the Soul Society. But the Soul Society does have the ability to get there via.
I think it probably just be safe to assume then that Soul Society would just count, or that Mugen would just count as its own separate realm, and that it wouldn't really be that's why his power's not there, because it's just not. He's not there. Of course,
well, so the specific. I mean, it's entirely possible that Xayalopro could be referring to Aizen being in Mukin, but I don't know. Technically. I mean, granted, they put people in Mukin specifically because they're too dangerous. So maybe it's actually that Aizen's spiritual pressure just doesn't affect the world of living for the three realms because he's in Mukin.
Aizen just chooses not to because he wants everyone to get screwed over anyways.
As far as the Soul King's palace, it's literally separated. It is stated to be in a separate dimension, and it's also confirmed by Yuha to be separated by what was it, 72 something layers of barriers. There's some like dozens and dozens of barriers.
Time to scale 1v Bleach. Let's go.
No, they're just barriers that separate them. They're not like dimensional hierarchies or anything like that. What are you talking about? Wait, where's the last guard? Where is he?
Yes. So very clearly. So yeah, I guess going back to the original discussion that started all of this, I would say that Aizen in butterfly form going forward could probably be most of Squad Zero. Depending on how you want to argue for his Bankai or his release, Ichibei could probably beat him, unless you want to argue the Hogyoku could bypass Black. If the author is saying that Aizen would have succeeded if Ichigo had... When was that statement made?
That statement was made before the 1,000-Year Blood War arc was written, and before the Squad Zero's powers were written, as well as the Almighty and all the stuff about the Soul Kingdom. You have to understand, everything about Aizen was written all before the rest of the information about the series, about everything he was trying to do, was actually written.
I feel like somebody would have actually come back.
I'm sorry?
I feel like...
What do you mean somebody came back? Guys, where is this guard?
In the manga of Ichigo vs. Aizen and Dad Books, I think they said it a bunch of times. Would the magic marble be considered... would the magic marble be considered black? Because if so... This is mentioned in Bleach. If the power gap is so high, you can't detect or measure it.
Yeah, it is established by Aizen that his power is at such a level, specifically, that once your power reaches a certain level, unless someone's at that level, they cannot sense your power unless you deliberately lower it down to their level of awareness. And this is established several times in the 1,000-Year Blood War arc, and in that arc, that characters that are strong enough can only sense them if they're strong enough to be there. Keep in mind, when Aizen comes out of the butterfly, when he comes out of the chrysalis form into the first state right before the butterfly form, Ishin, Kisuke, and what's his face, Yoruichi can't sense him, and they admit that they can't sense his power. And then Ichigo confirms that he can, that he doesn't want to fight him because he's like so powerful. And then Ishin's like, "Oh, so you can actually sense his power? Then we probably still have a chance." There's also a scene in the 1,000-Year Blood War arc where Kenpachi goes up to fight Grimmy, and the rest of Squad 11 basically confirms they cannot sense Kenpachi, or they couldn't sense him up there because they didn't know when he went up on that pillar because they could not detect his spirit energy. Even though he was fighting Grimmy all out, like they could not detect his spirit energy.
Damn.
The same thing happens with Kuraku. When Kuraku goes Bankai for the first time, the entire world goes dark.
Beats Madara. Let me regain.
I mean, wait. Didn't you initially believe that Madara beat Aizen?
No, my position was that Madara could beat Aizen.
Why even take a position if you never even believed it?
Let's ask the real question.
Go on.
Let's ask the real question. Could Aizen beat Sukuna?
Find out who's the real fraud.
Does Sukuna get 10 shadows or not? We're talking the one that fought Gojo? Okay, all joking aside though, Bleach has actual light speed scaling, whereas Jujutsu Kaisen doesn't. So Sukuna would lose just by virtue of, Aizen's speed stomping.
Is this guy unconscious? How am I supposed to bring him to that closet? Let me just this bone. Maybe I can just knock him out. There we go. All right, off we go. You mean Fraudjakuna, Kyle? Aizen and Muken is literally and technically a time bomb. I don't think he's a time bomb necessarily. He's not really like hurting anybody down there. And the Soul Society, pretty much everyone seems to believe his spiritual pressure is not going to really hurt anybody unless they let him out of Mugen, which he doesn't really have a desire to leave Mugen. Yes! I got the Jack-o'-lantern costume! It's always weird how Ichigo can sensitize his power before training, unless Ichigo at that point is unconsciously nerfing himself. Technically, he was never unconsciously nerfing himself. Zangetsu was consciously nerfing him. Zangetsu directly states that he was suppressing Ichigo's power because he did not ever want him to fight. And he tells him this when Ichigo learns the true origins of his powers during the Thousand Year Blood War. He just tells him, I never wanted you to fight. So I went out of my way to make you to suppress your strength as much as I could until I was no longer able to. There's also a new scan that basically confirms Lightspeed Bleach has been around since the Soul Society arc. It always was, because the Negazion was always light. People just were fucking coping. Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Don't worry. It's because I'm looking at something.
Oh, okay. Fraudogram, Fraudishina, and Fraud Shuffle has been the funniest meme this month for me, seeing with the clown paint. Why are people calling them frauds? I mean, yeah, they lost to Zero Squad, but Zero Squad was not written correctly the first time, and that's established in the anime because they literally have a joke made from Hikifune where she says, now this is a real Zero Squad fight. Also, the fact that Gin and Hitsugai's fight was happening at the speed of light. Yeah. Is that... Wait, Sparta, is that from a Spanish translation?
Fraudogram, Fraud Shooter, Fraud Stoffel has been the funniest meme from this month. Seeing them clown paint and stuff. Don't forget Ichigo blocking Seto in the first few chapters. Mangler, fuck you!
Yep.
Fuck you
Hey,
guys.
listen, I didn't write Camp for Your Own World.
Lies. I want... Oh, yeah, there is the scan of Gin and them fire at Lightspeed. Yeah. I forgot about that.
No.
Okay,
if you remember,
Kyle, I want you to
Gin
read this
actually
real
only
quickly.
moves at the speed of sound.
Okay, Kyle, now I want you to read this, Kyle, and I want you to tell me where in this, at the bottom answer, where this says Fist of the North Star Part 2 is stronger than Part 1. Just read the answer to the question, please, and you tell me where you can extrapolate that from, because I can't fucking see it.
Where is the challenges?
Am I reading just the bottom part?
Just read the bottom part. You don't need the question. The question is just about Raoul avoiding fights.
Yes, I understand. But let's say Rao has his own way of thinking. After all, his task, for example, is to subjugate the land of the Ashura? Is it supposed to be in the Ashura?
Yes. That's how
Yeah, if somebody sent that to me, that would just be confirmation that if he was to go overseas, he would have beaten everyone there.
Okay, so just to be clear, do you get this interpretation from that?
Your target is Alexius Lascaridis, known as the Drop. The nickname has shifted.
I just need to know.
over time.
Do you see that there?
Established himself in the techno scene.
Bronson Deadass states that Rao's ultimate goal and his ultimate foe is the land of Ashura, so he's deadass saying that's not what he's saying at all.
Okay, thank you. I for a second thought I was missing something.
No, he's literally saying.
Go on.
No, he's literally saying that Rao is going to go over to the land of Ashura and subjugate it.
Okay, I'm gonna say this right now. You cannot. I don't think it's fair to use a Spanish translation unless we're gonna start having discussions as to what translation is the more valid one to use. And at that point, we just go back to Raws.
I mean, I'm fine with using all translations.
What was that? What was that?
I have a problem with using all translations as long as they don't contradict the official one.
Bruh. Yeah,
I'm just saying, if you're going to use all those translations, don't ever fucking come and talk to me about how the official one's not valid. Don't ever come and talk to me about that.
It's an official Spanish one.
None of these are official translations.
I
None of
find
these are official.
I can literally
That's
read
why they're wrong.
Spanish. Here,
Yes.
let me give you the translation.
Yes. It may be official Spanish, but what you have to understand is Spanish is an inferior language.
Yeah, it's an official Spanish translation that was never translated to
Is
English.
it Spanish? Who told you
You
it's
sure that's not
Spanish?
Spanish?
I'm pretty sure it's Italian.
Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, no, that's Italian. My bad.
Fucking gosh darn it! Learn your fucking languages. Holy shit.
I'm sorry. Is there a difference?
Okay.
Is there a
Let
difference
me
between
explain.
them?
Let me explain the way it makes sense. Because Portuguese has the same problem. They are incredibly similar. And if you were to read Spanish and know Spanish like I do, you can vaguely make out what they're saying. But there is just enough of a difference to where you could not read or write it fluently. Think of it like it's really close. It's close enough to get an idea, but the gap is so massive I could never accurately read it.
Yes. No, I'm aware Portuguese has like their own variation, like their language that is
Can
very,
power
very
not
similar to
being
Spanish.
sensed and also sensed? Very sus. Damn.
I thought it was Spanish because yeah, my bad. Is official fan translations count too? There is no such thing as an official fan translation. Fans don't write the series.
Kenpachi's just like compressing his power, probably. Okay, so I asked him where that was stated, and the guy never got back to me. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
There's
me
also-
and Mengler had this discussion. Me and Mengler had this discussion yesterday, where it's just like,
Go on.
So
do you remember when we? So do you
Sorry,
remember when we had that? I was gonna say, do you remember when we had that conversation yesterday about like how it's very disingenuous how somebody, if they don't like what something is said in the official translation, they'll be like, "But this fan translation that my friend did for me is more accurate."
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, I don't think. I know about a lot of belief scalers. Like I've seen some belief scalers that take that position. Some do, some don't. I was just going to say that the Shunsui has the same statement that Kenpachi does. In fact, his is a little bit more blatant because he goes Bankai, and when his Bankai gets activated, the entire world around him, like miles and miles ahead, starts becoming dark, murky, and creepy, and his spirit energy starts oozing into the atmosphere and reality around him. And everyone starts pointing out, like, what the heck is going on? The atmosphere in the world looks dark. I don't like it. It feels unsettling. All the Soul Reapers, the Captain's Consequences. Yeah, so everybody is reacting. They're just like, what the heck is going on? And Ichigo is like, wait a minute. Is that Shunsui? Only Ichigo recognizes it. Only Ichigo is able to sense him.
Well, to be fair, that's because like Shinsui's probably like one of the nicer captains.
No, it's because only Ichigo is strong enough to sense it. That's the point. That's how spiritual pressure works. I'm just kidding with that. Oh, yeah. I think whatever... Yeah. Hang on. This is an elusive target, so I have to pay attention to this one. So this one is a problem because elusive targets in Hitman don't follow the normal rules. You don't always get ideas for where they're located, and detection mode does not work, which means if I were to walk around and press like the bumper button to find my target, they would not be highlighted in red. So he's literally the same as everyone else, and my handler will not tell me when I've arrived at his position.
That actually reminds me, because I'm working on the New Vegas stuff, to some extent as well. I revisited the statements regarding the Brotherhood of Steel in New Vegas, and unfortunately,
what is going on over there?
Okay, so they are inferring that Rao was afraid of the island of Ozra because his goal is to be the strongest man in the world and then conquer the island of Ozra. But there is nothing in the original manga that supports that. I'll have to watch the Gaiden. They keep saying the Gaiden implies this, But all the guide
So
books,
what was
including ones with the guide in, literally state that Rao's strong, like his strongest opponent. I don't know.
the New Vegas thing?
Yeah.
I was actually interested to hear that.
So I had to look up the Brotherhood of Steel statements for people, and because I don't want to use more information from the other games because I'm just trying to stick with New Vegas. But in order to do that, I have to figure out how power armor scales. And unfortunately, I'm going to look at the Brotherhood statements later specifically. But what the other factions say about them, Caesar specifically says that. And you were confusing statements actually, because the statement you were talking about platoon wise, I'll cover that one. What Caesar says is, I could use the Brotherhood of Steel as a proxy to fight the NCR, but
Yes.
I would have to consider the cost of having to deal with them afterwards being less valuable than just killing them off now. So Caesar basically says that trying to kill the Brotherhood after NCR would suffer too much casualties and it wouldn't be enough. House, in particular...
He specifically mentions the resources needed to take down a paladin.
No, he doesn't. I watched him talk about it. He just says the Brotherhood of Steel, not a paladin.
I know for a fact he mentions the word paladin. I literally saw it happen in my playthrough.
He says the paladins are quite powerful, but he doesn't specifically say it takes a lot to take down one of them. What he specifically is saying is that their soldiers are vastly superior to his. But he doesn't give a definitive number or any sort of equation. Next, we get to House. House has two statements regarding the Brotherhood of Steel. One statement...
Vicodin.
I'll kill you! But all joking aside,
so
statement. One statement House says is that the Brotherhood of Steel are a bunch of fucking idiots who just hoard technology like a bunch of losers, and in the end, their power armor meant very little when they were outnumbered 15-1 at Helios 1. But then we get a second statement, and this one's a lot more important, and this is where you confuse your statements. When you tell House that you already killed the Brotherhood before he sends you to it, House will say, wait, you killed them? Entire platoons of NCR soldiers have tried and died trying to take out one Brotherhood of Steel bunker. That is quite an impressive feat. Anyways. So the platoon...
I'm sorry, is that a concession?
What?
Concession accepted, House. Concession accepted.
House
concession accepted.
Yes, man. House doesn't talk about a future where the Brotherhood live. I think he does say that he could take the Brotherhood down if he needed to. He would no. Yes. House does talk about it. What House specifically says is it's a fight I could win, but it would come at a heavy cost and one that I would rather just sidestep altogether. And he was referring to the Securitron Mark Vs at that point. Oh.
I still accept that as a concession.
What do you mean? Well, no. So the reason
sounds like the power armor is pretty good.
Okay, so apparently the power armor has a statement in Fallout 1 because I'm watching a YouTuber go over all the lore of power armor and he brings his sources. Apparently, it can't even absorb bullets on impact, according to Fallout 1. But all of the fans just disregard it because it has better showings in every other game, including Fallout 3, where in Operation Anchorage, it is able to take out like an entire encampment of Chinese soldiers, basically by itself.
Yeah, pretty much all the standard armor that the America's troops are using at the time is advanced and like winterized combat armor. They are not using power armor. So when they deploy power armor into the field, they dominate the Chinese. The Chinese have like, aside from tanks, they have like literally no way to deal with the power armor in the Anchorage DLC. Cat's Claw. What do I want here?
I'm not gonna say anything. I don't need defense out there. Just observe. Don't get into that text debate. Anyways, so the reason I need to look that up specifically, learn about the power armor scaling, and why I still need to finish the other power armor scalings, is because since I'm doing a courier route where he can do everything, I have to determine how durable power armor is. Because one of the routes I would have to accept for the Brotherhood of Steel bunker is that the courier walks in with his bare hands and kills everybody.
As you should.
Which means I have to now fucking determine that I'm gonna say the courier could probably punch the force with like a greater force than any of the NCR standard weaponry.
I see nothing wrong with this. Continue. We'll go with the Midnight Black. Well, actually, I like this. Midnight Black suit. Alright, I gotta find this guy.
Well, no, because what game is this? This is Hitman, but we're talking about the Fallout series. Regarding Fallout, so yeah, so once I get the power armor done, I don't know where to scale the courier speed currently. I'm still kind of on the fence about it. I'm not giving him light speed or even sub-rel. I don't think
Massively faster than light.
If I argue
Sorry.
for every interpretation, I guess technically there's one interpretation where the courier is just matrix dodging all the laser God, imagine. Did the guides for the other games help at all, Zim? I'm gonna go through those just to make sure. I thought New Vegas had a better statement for power armor, but it doesn't. I guess I should look at Deathclaw information too, but I think I can just argue Deathclaw skill above power armor users. No, wait. Yes. Yes, because Deathclaws can kill users in power armor fairly frequently. Right?
Yes. Yeah. Are you asking me?
Well, I mean, you know what? Let me ask Kyle with all of his knowledge on Fallout. Kyle.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then yes. Hang on, I gotta go back in and to get to the club. So she says the elusive target is on the top floor. Might be meeting Mueller. I'll get back over here. Upper lounge is for VIPs only? That's unfortunate. I'll be going up there. The more I think about Spider-Man 2, the more I realize I didn't enjoy the story at all. Did you? I'm assuming you bought the game, right, Sparta? Sorry to hear that.
So what's looking like the most useful power armor lore-wise? It sounds like the most useful power armor lore-wise is Tesla coil power armor from the Enclave. But that's because the Enclave actually evolved. The Enclave actually improved their power armor. Actually, no, I think Hellfire armor might be stronger than the Tesla coil armor. But the Tesla coil armor doesn't have the weakness of electricity. For context, power armor is very vulnerable to electricity. So if you were to just grab it, just electrocute them, it would shut down their systems. Also, fun fact, power armor specifically has a life support system that can keep you alive for weeks at a time.
Does it support sustenance?
Yeah.
Or just air?
Yeah.
Power armor I didn't ask you.
Go on.
How'd you enjoy the movie yesterday?
It was a terrible movie, but
yes, it's exactly what I told you it was gonna be. It was gonna be dog shit.
Honestly, there's enough there to where they could have had a really solid a really solid 7 out of 10, but they tried to do too much. They didn't set up enough, and in the end, it was. You know what, Kyle? I will tell you this right now, because obviously pirate it if you want or something, whatever. Do what you're gonna do. Watch it on stream if you or
Oh
watch
my,
it on a
oh,
service.
oh, my dad's already got it. I have no intention of watching it. I don't like the game, and I'm sure as shit don't think I'm gonna like the movie.
Okay.
All right, where is
So hang
the
on. So
upper room?
what I was gonna say specifically is hang on.
Today, Junior.
Hang on, I gotta work on this. Okay, so everything about the movie is great except for the fucking story and plot. It is everything else for the most part. Actually, no. Also, it should have got a higher like age rating. The death scenes were kind of meh, but like the props were good, the actors were fine, etc., etc. It was just the story and plot that was dog shit.
Yeah, you know what that sounds like?
Mm.
Every other B-rated horror movie that comes out every fucking year.
Yep. I had fun though, but you will not like if you don't know it. Okay, so regarding the life support, specifically in Fallout 1, one of the paladins directly references that they can live without weeks without water with their power armor.
Pretty good.
No, don't touch it. Don't touch it, Josue. Josue, don't touch it. Don't get into that argument. Just don't get into the argument. Just let them talk shit. Oh, gosh darn.
What are they saying?
They're over there talking about Ral being vastly weaker than Animalja, which I'm used to. But now they're fucking now they're jumping on Sal. They're talking about Sal being trash. Now Sal wouldn't be Han, and I'm just like, nope, don't fall for the bait, man. Just leave it be. Just leave it be.
Get him. Get him.
No,
Get him.
because I'm gonna be like, listen.
Get him.
You guys are talking shit about all these other fans who are saying that, oh, well, they're fucking crazy. But literally every guidebook says Salad would be fucking Han. So, I guess 40 years of guidebooks just must be wrong. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Get them.
Not yet.
Get them.
I'll make the video
Okay,
later.
so this isn't the upper level then.
Let me put it to you this way. You're scared. You won't get them.
Kyle, I have
You're
to
scared.
work on other things. Kyle, no.
You're scared. You won't prove them wrong.
Kyle, I have to get all the raws. Dude, so I only have the text right now. I don't have the pictures for the raws. I'm going to have to sit down and take pictures of every single thing. Actually, I really should just sit down and fucking take a picture of all my guidebooks pictures and just put them up. And then maybe I'll get one of you guys to translate them. I'm kidding. Power armor does increase strength. Yes, power armor does increase all of your stats. Bruh, Kyle, please, no.
No, it's not that. I'm just having a laugh at how I sent you 2 panels of Saint Seiya and you're just like, nah, fuck that.
Falling back when Salad takes Tensho Honretsu? Bruh. This is so weird.
So when are we doing the Colonel versus Kasumi?
I don't know. Saint Seiya beats shit out of the Z fighters. Okay, I want to make this very clear. It's not impressive to beat the shit out of Z fighters. I still need to watch Spider-Man's cutscenes to see what the story is about for Spider-Man 2.
I did not mean to kill that man. Oh well.
My brother has decided against buying a PS5 for now because he basically realized that getting it for just one game was a stupid fucking idea. Pimp Demon, do you have a statement?
Who would have known getting it for one game would have been stupid?
I know, man. I know. Sometimes I scare myself. Sometimes
Who would have figured that buying a console for games that you could get on the previous gen wouldn't have been that great of an idea?
I don't
Maybe
know.
next time you'll buy a console that promotes features and like stuff that allows you to play as many games as possible, rather than one that just allows you to play exclusives that are just updated versions of previous gen exclusives.
Oh shit! Hang on, I got class. Fuck.
You leave The Last of Us Part 1 alone. I'm sure it's a very average, mediocre game.
And God of War and Spider-Man and like probably Uncharted.
Hey, out of all of those, Spider-Man actually had a good fucking story.
But they did have good gameplay.
Didn't need to, it just ripped off fucking Arkham.
I mean, you're
Literally
acting
did.
like
It
Arkham had
literally
good
ripped
gameplay.
off Arkham.
You're acting like Arkham had good gameplay.
No, I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're correct. It did rip off Arkham, but like, I can understand why Arkham Asylum has that kind of combat because you're playing as Batman, who's not superhuman. What's the excuse for Spider-Man? Because I played.
Hey, I don't know about you, but when I played the Spider-Man game, I just webbed people off buildings.
And that's usually what I do, or I hit them with a lot of attacks. Like when I think of a Spider-Man, I think of like Ultimate Spider-Man. That's a real Spider-Man.
Why would I spend 20 seconds beating you up into a combo when I could just whip you off the building and win?
Here, I'll lower them a little bit. Pimp Demon, do you have a statement for how strong the increase is? I literally just have to get through Power Armor and Death Claws, and I'm done. No. Damn it, no. No, don't get involved.
Yes.
I have other shit to do. I got shit to do.
Do it. Submit to the dark side.
Wow. Hang on. Does he talk about? Oh, so they're single spaced. Yeah. Okay. All right. So now I gotta talk about my class and my time there.
My time was wonderful. I learned many things. I have evolved as a being. Good day. There you go. I've written your essay for you.
No,
Don't worry, you can thank me later.
Yeah, it just says many times. Yeah.
Actually,
All right.
I was found in the weirdest position yesterday.
Yeah.
I actually ended up having to defend a Jujutsu Kaisen character in kind of like a weird versus match against a friend on the phone.
Dude, Spider-Man 2. They did rip off Spider-Man 2. All right, go on. Dead Space 2.
You know of the matchup of Mahito versus Shigaraki?
I do not.
So they're basically two characters that have similar things, and he was basically telling me how Shigaraki basically like stomps him into the ground, but I basically read
So 4 times.
and watched a clip that basically said that like I can't die unless like they fuck with my soul. So I'm just like, okay, so between that and Domain expansion, how the fuck does Shigaraki win even if he has like stat stomps?
Oh, nice.
Am I missing something? Does My Hero Academia have soul manipulation?
As far as I know, well, actually, technically, the souls of people do stay in All for One or in One for All. Shigaraki
Yeah, but
does have All for One, doesn't he?
Yeah, but does he interact? Does he interact with them?
I think you could argue I think you could argue it's connected to the quirk. So I don't know. I don't think it would work that way, but I mean, it's technically possible. Angela, what are you doing? Stop thinking. Just
Where do I go from here?
yes. But so yeah, then just Dead
Oh, here we go.
Claws. Because I already know all the feats for New Vegas specifically.
Dude, to get the
Well, that's
absolute
Fallout 1.
blood money suits, I have to do this many targets? Oh boy.
What about Fallout 1? I'm sure that has power armor.
Well, I'm watching a guy's video where he goes over all the power armor lore statements from every single game, and he has like they're like an hour long each, and he does like provide the scans on screen. But the thing is that like those are the only two factors I really need to care about. Everything else is within New Vegas. and I already know most of the shit in New Vegas. Because unfortunately, after my discussion with you, the only thing I have left to discuss is how do I want to scale the divide.
What the fuck does that mean? Unfortunately, after my conversation with me.
Unfortunately, after my conversation with you, I now have to figure out how I'm going to scale the divide.
About what?
What?
What was that? What was it in reference to the bomb?
Yeah,
give me a
reference to
second.
the
I have to look
bombs.
something up.
All right. Because, so, unfortunately, because of you, man, these people really think Sailor doesn't scale the Rao at all. Damn. Sad life.
I'm sorry. I must have missed the part where Rao lost the fight. Yes, it was due to a technique difference, but doesn't matter.
Maybe it's only me, but I still have to reject the face change on Spider-Man. Yeah, it's kind of weird. So, Kyle, where do you put Saint Seiya before I go on my Fallout scam? Not scam. I don't even get
Do I
paid.
get to use expanded like media?
No.
Just off the base manga, I would say at least massively faster than light, plus to the highest extent possible, and like low multi.
Bruh. But yeah, no,
Dude, in the Poseidon arc, their entire goal is to literally destroy like Poseidon's pillar, and it's literally stated to be so strong they can hold up the weight of the cosmos itself.
everything you want, Kyle, you can use, apparently.
Oh, if that's the case, then you might potentially have some like multi-plus arguments for like different timeline shenanigans, and then you have like what is technically the end of the series, which is like episode G.
Also, then there are multiple different types of power armor in Fallout, so I'd have to check and see if there are statements for the other power armor, or just assume that all power armor scale relative to each other. One of the few things I actually learned from Surfbone is that when people bring up retcons, plot holes, or outliers, 99% of the time it's a skill issue. Bro, literally every guidebook disagrees with you. Is this what Surfbone does to people?
No, he's just really choosy about what death of the author means and when he
And
wants
the
to apply it.
And the people just can't read or willfully ignore ways to make things make sense.
Who's saying this?
The guy who denies all the guidebooks, repeatedly saying information. The same information for the past 40 years.
Oh, well, I mean, that person's probably just living in denial.
Feels good.
I mean, if the guidebooks are consistent with the material, then it's fine. You use them.
Well, it's also like how
Literally,
They have to
Joe,
be
what do you
massive
mean?
and consistent.
well, it's also like how it's funny that people want to try and give shit to Viz, but yet the Viz translation literally made sense of Salva's fucking ability that none of the other translations ever could.
Correction, none of the other material, period, ever does. Because none of the even the most recent guidebook, which has new information, just says Salvador dances through the air. Damn, really?
Fuck off. Leave my feet alone. Give me a hug instead. Give me.
I hate surfing those boys using Death of the Author kills me to this day. They've been doing it for a while, but to be fair, they technically weren't the ones who started it. It was mainly Parrot.
Death of the Author is not necessarily a bad interpretation to work with. I just don't like how they treat authors like they're fucking nothing. That's where my issue comes
It wouldn't
in.
be as bad of an interpretation if you understood how Roland Barthes was actually using it, which none of them do.
Actually, I still need to watch Webcam Parrot's fucking video on that, because apparently Webcam Parrot has a video talking about Death of the Author.
Well,
That's literally what Surfbone does every time he talks about it. He's just like, I'm not going to explain it. Here's just a video explaining it instead.
Well,
and I'm like, well,
here's the thing too, is like the way they use Death of the Author, if they actually followed their rule to a T, they would never take anything in the fucking guidebook.
That's what I was gonna say. They use data books, don't they? But of course that's different because
No,
we-
so after listening to how he uses Death of the Author in like in one of his videos, it's like, oh, I know exactly how he would argue against the fucking Twitter statements on fucking God of War.
yeah. So what was the creator's context for it,
No,
Mangler?
he would literally say, but I interpret it to be this way. It's like, I don't give a fuck what you interpret.
I would love to sit there and be like, yeah, so let me sit you down with Akira Toriyama and talk about Dragon Ball. And I want you to sit there with a straight face and tell him that your interpretation, well, when you ask Akira Toriyama to explain how the transformations work, and then you disagree because of your interpretation, I want you to sit there, look him dead in the eye, and say that.
No, I just want him to go up to any
This is
author.
the-
I want him to go to any author and just basically be like, yeah, I disagree with you, and I'm correct, but I wrote it. Yeah, but you don't matter. I fucking wrote it.
It's my creation. So what was the creator's context for it, Mangler? So Roland Barthes specifically had an issue with, well, two things. One was that he had a bone to pick with a lot of his, his political opponents at the time, and them implementing their main like personal ideas into a lot of their work. And the second part is that he was like super personalized about his position of whether or not a person could basically influence a work at all. He assumed that the work is entirely created for just the reader, and therefore the reader has complete control over how it's interpreted, and as such can make as many interpretations as they want. And I'm like, no, they don't really have that right. It's not even possible for them to do that, because the more a reader reads a text, the less interpretations they produce from it. Because once they gain more knowledge, you start realizing that certain positions don't work out. Like if I read a text that gives me descriptions of a character's face having like a beard and glasses, I can no longer conceive an interpretation of that character, at least most times that's described, as not having beards or not having glasses. It is impossible for me to have those interpretations if they're consistently described to be something that contradicts that position.
No.
And this is when you find out that Mangler has never encountered J.K. Rowling.
Okay, so to be fair, J.K. Rowling, God, if she would just shut her fucking mouth about fucking everything, she would be rolling in dough for free.
She probably would have. Like, yeah, J.K. Rowling and a lot of authors are an example of what happens when the author gets very involved in their text and starts inserting a lot of their personal positions into things to change them. But J.K. Rowling doesn't really change any of what I'm talking about. She's just an example of an author that's just genuinely a terrible fucking person. That's the problem.
She actually. So I think somebody actually like put a photo of this on Twitter after she like made the comment of that, like how she intended for Hermione to be black all along, and then she describes Hermione in the book, and she's literally the exact opposite.
So I guess Hermione's just the spot.
What is this?
But no, so yeah, she is really weird, unfortunately, in every regard. But the worst part about it, more specifically, that just really fucking sucks, is just that she won't shut the fuck up about her books. Because there are flaws in Harry Potter. Make no mistake on that one. It is not a. It's solid. I'll never understand how Harry Potter took off the way it did, especially when there are better series out there that didn't take off quite as well. But
Oh, you mean Percy Jackson?
Okay, let me think about this. I'm gonna be honest here. Let me think about this. Percy Jackson versus Harry Potter. Which one was better? Percy's a more likable main character. I liked Percy better.
I think Percy
Jackson was better because it didn't overextend its welcome.
Try to go through the text of Percy Jackson from page to page and tell me if it's as convoluted to understand as Harry Potter is.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say is that Harry Potter.
It's not even like the characters.
Harry Potter.
Let me offer you a counterpoint. Let me offer you a counterpoint.
Alright.
Percy Jackson doesn't have a Hagrid.
No, but the reason I was gonna
Damn.
say about Percy Jackson was it's not bloated the way Harry Potter is. Honestly, they're basically telling the same type of story. It's just that one author decided to get rid of all the fluff, and the other one didn't. Percy Jackson.
Not to mention they
Aragorn,
kinda-
And you mean how they, and you mean how she literally made a second movie franchise full of fluff called Fantastic Beasts?
Yeah, that franchise was fucking terrible. Holy shit.
All right, I'm gonna have to shoot all of them before they can react.
With one of the, it literally has one of the most wanked fucking Dumbledore statements where it's just like, cry and see if he still loses to Gandalf.
Got him. These must have been the guy. These must have been the guys that I missed.
Aragon sucked as a book. Fuck me.
Aragon was very long, extremely long.
If you thought
It
Harry
literally
Potter
tried
was
to-
bloated, Aragon was worse by a mile and a half.
Wasn't Aragon basically the book that hit every fucking like fantasy stereotype it could in rapid concession?
Yeah, it was
It
speed running
did.
Tolkien's work, bro.
And the worst part about it was that the entire length of Aragon was like, I did enjoy the story overall with some of the characters, because they did do a good job of focusing on the characters and trying to make that like the direct point being their development. But
you mean Bronson?
Really, Bronson? Oh, well, Bronson, Aragon, Murtagh, like basically 3 characters, and then that elf chick that he hits on. Basically 4 characters, the entire novel. But that was really all you needed. The main problem with Aragon is that when you start reading it after a couple chapters, you realize, man, I've gotten to like 100 pages. I guess I'm like a quarter of the way through the book now. We're going to pick up momentum later, right? And then
Wait, are you telling me this is the type of book? Wait, are you telling me that this is the type of book where 100 pages in, you're still at the village and it hasn't been burnt down?
Well, sometimes, but it's also like there's
I've
a
never
couple.
read
I'm
Aragon.
asking you. No, I'm asking you. In the first book, after 100 pages, has the village been burnt down? Is he actually on his quest yet?
No.
Oh my god!
It's been a while since I've so the issue is that by the time you've gotten to major events in the story, I think you're 300 or 400 pages in.
It is an
And-
overbloated work, and it
Oh my.
So this is the thing about Tolkien. Tolkien's work is
Okay.
bloated,
Okay. So
but Tolkien's work is original.
okay. So this is where I'm probably going to get crucified here, but Aragon just sounds like the book equivalent of Final Fantasy 16.
You're not wrong.
Probably not even wrong, based on what he's described about Final Fantasy 16. So the main problem is just its length. Like, its length is super fucking large. No one wants to sit there and read 800 pages of a book. Like, let me be
What's your goddamn
clear
hand
here.
down, Kyle?
I have read consistent amounts of things like Percy Jackson, but I've been going through a ton of like Halo and Warhammer 40k. Those things are printed in series as omnibuses. You know what 900 pages is? That's 3 books. You know what Aragon is? Like 900 to 1,000 pages.
Never forget that
That's
Aragon
3
has.
books.
I think Aragon has 4 books.
It has 4 because it has Brazinger, it has Inheritance.
Oh my god!
I
You read
think
the
there's another
series?
one. I read the entire. I read the first 4 books.
I am
yeah.
so sorry. I am so sorry for your
It
loss.
was well, to be fair, some of them when it started really getting developed, it was actually like when the fights happen. The fight scenes are great in Aragon. They're great. The problem is that it takes 600 pages to get to those fight scenes. Brazinger was probably the best one because you had multiple fights at multiple points.
Let me ask you a question. How fast did the movie speedrun the books?
The movie the movie might as well have been 300 pages. If you would not if you were to translate it into a script, but if you were to convert it back into a book format, it would have been 300 pages. It would have easily been like a third of the story.
bro. I could have forgiven that if it actually had a good game.
So like, Zayun, I think I mentioned this to you when I go through the Halo books. I think I've told you that the Halo books have enough of a sequence between the rising and falling action that you could convert them into a movie form. Like, you could convert them into a 2 to 2.5 hour movie, and then have like a consistent climb up and down. Because some of them are actually under 200 pages, a little bit under 200 pages. So they have a good amount of pacing, and they develop your characters at a pretty reasonable rate. You can't do that with Aragon. You cannot. If you wonder why Aragon never got a sequel, that's fucking why. Because the developers sat down and were like, oh my god, the amount of content we had to cut from the book was insane. But it was ultimately the right decision. But we also cut out like so much of the story in the world.
Listen,
Ugh.
they caused a lot of issues, and they made the right decision by cutting it out. Because books are not written to be movies.
Yeah, but it never hurts when they can do it. Correct? You. Oh. There we go. All right, I got him. All right, I just have to kill 35 more guards. And then I take a trip down memory lane.
Discord's not allowing me freedom of speech. I see. Cryptum, Septium, and the other ones should be movies. Don't disagree with me, Mangler.
They should be. Cryptum should be a movie. Cryptum is literally like the best novel in the entire Halo series. Fuck that. I'll go farther. It would literally just be a better story than like most games if they were most like novels and things adapted into games or movies or whatnot. It would blow them out of the water. Now, Primordium probably wouldn't do as well because Primordium's not paced quite at the same rate since it does focus on Chakas in a different area. But like the end of Primordium and the high points of Primordium would still blow most of them out of the water. And then Silentium would just be the peak climax. Even the worst part of that series, it would be like looking at the Dark Knight series. Like, you're like, oh, Batman Begins or Dark Knight Rises, never as good as Dark Knight. But nobody goes out here and said, no one sane looks at the Batman Begins and Dark Knight Rises and is like, man, that was a terrible movie. Terrible adaptation of its No one says that. No fucking lunatic. No one would have the balls to say something like that.
Have you played Uncharted? Alan, yes, Kyle has on his channel, right?
Yes.
Yes, so we do have Uncharted. Well, Kyle has Uncharted streams with guest appearances by me.
And maybe me, but I don't remember if I showed up during the streams.
I don't think you showed up to those ones because those were mainly. Well, actually, were those more with Discord or PlayStation?
Some of those were PlayStation where I would literally hold the phone directly to the mic. So people could hear me.
Right.
Yeah, if they were like that, then I wasn't there. I showed up for only one or a few of those, but I think by that point you were on. I only showed up to the ones with The Witcher and the Shadow of Mordor.
I do need to get off my lazy ass and finish some more projects. I'm a little behind on things because of college, and then I got lazy. I need to get back to it. What? What was that, Kyle? Sound like you were talking shit? Couldn't hear you? Say it to my face? Do you guys read The Witcher books too? Kyle loves the Witcher series. He talks about.
Could you say that with any more scorn?
What?
Could you say that with any more scorn in your voice?
No, I can't. Because he goes on and on about the time of regret or time of lament.
God, you can't even get the name of the book correct.
You want to know why I can't get the name of the book correct? Because after you say the name, it's just a 2-hour-long rant about Cersei being raped and then dating her rapist.
Not even the right name, not even the right series.
Ciri? What's her name in the game?
Ciri?
Close
you're shit with names,
I am shit with names. I'm sorry.
and you want to be a teacher. You'd probably write on some of these report. Michael, my name is Mitchell. Michael.
You will be Michael, and you will like it.
From here on in, I have dubbed you Michael. Your parents made a mistake naming you. I was never.
Thank
I'm never
God I was here
invited.
to correct that
So mean,
mistake.
Kyle. I don't actually care. Damn, Kyle, you don't invite Pimp Demon. Damn. Oh yeah, actually, I need to download. I need to try and download Dead by Daylight so that way, if we do end up doing if we do end up having
Hello.
to, if we do get Halloween, we can do the Dead by Daylight stream. Because unfortunately, we'll have to see how Devil's doing that day, or we might have to do it a little earlier actually, to get Devil incorporated. They'll just release it on Halloween.
You know, we don't have to do it as a stream. We can just record it.
No, so yeah, we could just record it. That's what I'm saying. Like I could just release like us playing Dead by Daylight for like, we'll just do like a little podcast.
Where's the gun?
When me and Del were doing the gens and you're just doing nothing, twiddling your thumbs, and then
Dude,
just pointing at,
I fucking hate
and then
these
being on-
guys so
and then-
fucking much.
and then being on the hook.
I'm
No,
literally
you be
doing
no,
more
you,
gens
no,
than
you,
these.
no,
You
you
shut
be,
the fuck up and you will listen.
No.
I'm doing the
No,
gens.
no,
I
you
am
shut,
actually
no,
doing
you
the
shut up.
objective. You two are jerking each other off in the corner.
No, I will never get over the time you're just like, the gate, it's over there, over fucking where? Over
So
there,
Kyle-
over there, over
so
there's not
I
a direction.
told Kyle what direction it was in, and this dumb
No,
motherfucker didn't.
no, you didn't. You said over there.
It's on. Was it on stream or no?
Over there is not a fucking direction.
My bad. I didn't realize I was speaking to the mentally fucking ill with you not paying attention to where the fucking hatches or doors are at. I do need a fan.
Over there is not an
Actually,
instruction you
I
give
think
to
it'd be-
anyone.
I actually need to get New Vegas footage now. I'm gonna see if I can turn off the HUD and just walk around and get footage for New Vegas. I need walking footage for when we're talking.
Where's Unknown Hero? I think he's going to show up to the stream.
Well, he's in the military, so he's probably not able to.
Oh yeah,
Well,
so
he wanted to VC me, so I'd assume he was able to do something.
You need to finish New Vegas before Christmas? Okay, all of the props are done. Everything is done for a New Vegas video except the scripting for the actual characters talking and organizing the feeds. And the power armor I'll have done by the end of today, and then just everything else should be ready to go. So that the only reason it did not come out this month in particular is because college dropped 3 projects on me, and I had to spend hours after college working to build a set. So college screwed me over there. But November should be a lot easier.
oh yeah. Oh, I saw the photo of you and your brother outside the cinema about to go in. I just got a question for you.
Mhm.
Why does your brother look like the alien at the start of Men in Black 1?
What the fuck? Let me see. What the fuck are you talking about? What
You know the one that pretends to be a... You remember the one that pretends to be a Mexican?
Where did you even put that picture? Is it promotion channel?
No, I think it's in Safe for Work.
That's weird. Yeah. Okay, the movie was overall fine though. I do need a shave. This is why you don't do college. I'm sorry, Pimp Demon. I don't make enough money off YouTube. You guys don't pay me. Well, you do, but like most people don't pay me. And to be fair, I get paid like next to nothing right now, so I need a job and money. Truly.
A real job. One that goes for 5 days.
I can only do 4 days.
That's still a lot.
Not in Kyle's eyes. Anything less than 5 days or 30 hours. Actually, no. If I'm not working at least 38 hours, Kyle will still talk shit about what my job is.
If you can...
Sounds
if
like
you can
Kyle just
cram-
needs to get paid more during hour than more
If you
days
get-
during the week.
If you can cram 42 hours into like 3 days, I'll accept it.
Kyle, if I agreed to give you a job that could steadily pay you $20 an hour for 4 days a week, would you even ever work 5 or 6 days a week ever again?
I literally get paid more than that per hour already.
What
I
the
only
fuck?
do though. Ozra makes almost as much money as you do.
He makes more than I do.
That's right. No, you're
He
right.
makes-
And he only gets paid $16 an
Bro.
hour.
Do you remember? Do you remember when I deflated that balloon for him and he lost that fucking like avenue for whinging?
That's
Yes.
a lot.
Yeah, no, that was. Honestly, even though I kind of suspected you made less money, the actual difference was kind of staggering, and that's not including the fact that you suffer from a fate worse than that. You pay rent every single week.
Yes, and I pay for shopping and petrol and credit and polls.
Polls. I get paid $40 as a manager. Hey, that's pretty good, Miso. Although, what is it?
An
40
hour? Or do you
$40
pay? Are you quarterly? Because if
$40
40
an
an hour, that's insane.
$40 an hour at 40 hours a week. That's
It's like 40, 50,000 a year at least.
because that came out to $1,600. My math wrong?
Probably not.
Hang on. Yeah, that actually might be correct, huh?
Okay, so I only need to kill 3 more guys.
Yeah.
17 more guys.
So 1,600 times 52, or there are 54 weeks in a year. Ooh!
Oh my fucking god!
What?
You don't know how many weeks there are in a year.
I was hoping you wouldn't pick up on that. Management sucks though. It does, but you're actually making upper end middle class. You actually might be considered out of the middle class, actually. You make more money
Not
than
poor.
I would. You're gonna make more money than I will as a teacher. Unless I become a college professor.
Yep.
Fuck, maybe I should just become McDonald's manager.
You go up to the dean. What are we doing on the 54th week of the year?
I don't know. Hang on. I'm gonna look this up. How many weeks are there in a year?
52.
So I was right the first time then. Fuck you.
No, you said 54.
I said 52 first and I changed it to 54. Check the stream.
Good, then you settled on 54.
Yeah, you're right. But I was right the first time. I just doubted myself, which is usually how things work in life. Whenever I doubt myself, I'm usually.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You confidently went
Shut
for
the
54.
fuck up,
with
you
such-
Aussie fucking whore! Your life is worth
No.
nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself.
Yes, but I know how many weeks there are in a year.
I am not a teacher.
Alright,
Yeah,
I might have
am
killed
planning-
enough guards this time around.
I am not a teacher yet. I am planning to be a teacher. When I become a teacher, I won't be able to do the nighttime streams we've been doing because I would have to wake up earlier to go to work. When I become a teacher, I'll have to see if Kyle's willing to switch over to Saturday, and I can just do Mangler on, like in the middle of the day.
Oh
Saturday.
my.
What?
Oh my.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5,
So-
6.
What will happen is, in the future, when I become a teacher, the stream schedules will be changing, but there'll probably be more of a midday stream going on than there would be otherwise, depending on Kyle's schedule on his weekends. Because I don't... Well, actually, Kyle, you're looking for a new job, right? Or are you not doing that?
Nah, can't be bothered.
Yeah, so I was going to say, so Kyle's probably going to be a gardener for probably the next couple years, for sure, so I'll have to work around his schedule when I become a teacher. And then I'll just grade
I
my
can't be
students.
bothered. I can't be bothered getting a new trade. I don't want to do fucking 4 more years of schooling to learn another trade that I may not like. Fuck that.
That's why I don't want to get my master's, but if I do, I can become a professor and work my hours, whichever I want. But my master's gonna take, I think, another year or another 2 years of education. Oh, hello, Daryl. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I gotta go back and replay that actual fucking incest game I played the other day on
Well,
stream. Turns out there were a lot of things I missed from it. Although
I bet there were.
not like that, you fucking bastard. Mango, what the fuck are you doing?
I have to kill all the guards in the train. Also, these guys have like the highest body armor of any soldiers in the level.
Oh yeah, so last Cloudy, you know the new arc?
Yeah,
I got it.
fuck you.
I'm now aiming for the character.
I think I make like $12 hourly. I make more than you, Pimp Demon, but I work less hours. God, I need more fucking hours, man. I can't afford to pay Newhan for shit. I can't fucking afford my gas. Why won't my boss give me hours? I'm literally a better
I feel like a member of the ECW roster. You haven't paid me in weeks.
You just want whiskey, damn it.
What's wrong with that? Damn it!
Did it! We did it!
I'm just gonna give you the Arkham speech to Lady, but it's just with whiskey.
What am I so wrong? Asking for whiskey?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't been able to commission Newhan for anything besides fucking thumbnails and YouTube content, and I guess the card game. Which is a shame. For other reasons.
Oh,
Don't say it.
I was going back through my scans yesterday because I got lazy and I forgot to tell people. That's the reason I didn't stream yesterday, because I'm falling woefully behind in scan hunting.
Same.
So I was editing the scans for Brutal Legend, and I found a really funny scan where Eddie basically just changes the face of mountains.
For, not scalable.
I'll send it to you later.
I'm quite busy, so we'll be busy again soon. Alright, Daryl, it's okay, man. We'll always be around. I'm waiting for a day that this game gets popular enough to get rap song videos. Hell's in. I wonder how songs will get around the whole, well, you know, incest. So that game is actually pretty popular now. Unfortunately, it's now just sprouted to like a genuine debate as to why is incest so morally horrific that you guys have to try and cancel this game and hate everybody who plays it, but the cannibalism, the murder, the abuse, and everything else is okay.
That would be a sick fucking line in a metal song.
But it's genuinely gotten to the point now to where the fan base is like, okay, yeah, we can, like, I mean, like, yeah, a lot of us are down bad, and we can agree the incest is bad, but like, why are we like, why is this the focus of your criticisms? Yeah, that incest game has cannibalism, abuse, murder, demon summoning. Yeah, like
It sounds like it just sounds like all of fucking Zim's hentai tags.
No, shut up. That is not me. Only one of those is correct, not the rest. Fuck you.
How do I
Check
inject
his history.
myself?
Bum Rush's computer.
What? What'd you say?
Bum Rush's computer. Check his history.
Yes. But I am purely innocent. I may be technically down bad now, but I am still wholesome.
Yeah, pure like the 1700s Elizabethan era.
Demons have feelings too. They aren't Rin. Stop it, Pimp Demon. I just don't care about the incest thing as much because technically I am a product of it.
I need to leave the call just to check this video because I won't be able to hear you.
That's fine. But that's really why I don't care about so much. I've said before, technically I am a product of incest. You capping? No, my parents were cousins. I've said it before. Oh, he's talking about something else. Yeah, no. Yeah, I do not have a very well-rounded family situation now that I think about it. But it is what it is. You can't change the hand you were dealt. You can only play with it. For shame. Why can't life have a mulligan? Oh, I just think that's more of a trait with. Well, actually, I shouldn't get further into this, all things considered. Still, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. The game is fun though. Characters are nice though.
Well,
Then
let
we-
me put it to you this way. Let me put it to you this way. If you're a hardcore Christian, you shouldn't have any problem with incest because it's all in the Bible. And also, if Eve was the only woman and she had 2 sons, there must have been a multiple dicking downs.
Is it when
No
you
one
fall-
likes to think about that, do they?
They, I actually, you know what? I've always wondered how they explain the other humans in the Bible because yeah, Adam and Eve were the first humans, but then there's like a kingdom of humans later on. Now, I'm no fucking biologist, but unless more Eve started popping up, either Adam had a lot of kids or they all had a
Well,
lot of kids.
well, one of them certainly had a lot of kids.
I think I figured out how to do this. I gotta wait until Edwards finally turns around,
Don't
and then
forget
I
Lilith.
inject myself.
Lilith is technically not canon to the Bible. I think Lilith is canon to the Torah.
Paradise Down. I believe it was Paradise Down.
Here we
No.
go.
No, you're thinking of Paradise Lost, but no. Okay, so to clarify, and we won't get too deep into this because I don't like talking about real life stuff too much on the channel. Especially when it's not SMT. This is more of an SMT discussion. Mainly what happened?
I injected myself with the thing that removes all my memory.
Okay. Don't forget Lilith. So Lilith is in the original story apparently the first wife of Adam who was created from the dirt, but she wouldn't subjugate herself to Adam's will and she wanted to be on equal footing. And that wasn't what God intended, I guess, is the lore. So he kicks her out and then makes
Are you,
Eve
are
from
you, are you,
Lilith's
are you telling me the original feminist is just like, I am equal to you? No, woman.
No, the initial premise was literally like, all right, so I just want to have like a healthy relationship where we can respect each other's boundaries. Adam, fuck that. God,
Adam,
yes, what he
that-
said.
No,
that
it's
is
like
not
the
what I
ori-
signed up for.
it's literally like the original depiction of like Pandora in Greek mythology. You know why Pandora was said to be bad?
Because she wouldn't fuck one of the gods?
No, it's because she wouldn't follow the will of men and she would do whatever she wanted.
Damn, that crazy hussy. You see Adam can shadow clone? I don't know about Adam. I know Alexander
go.
can. Maybe Lilith and Cain met up.
Maybe
No.
Adam is the original Rin.
Shut up, Mingler.
Hello,
Okay.
little boy, are you lost?
Let's
What was that, Kyle?
Hello, little boy, are you lost?
What the fuck is wrong with you, Kyle? Adam has no Riz and got rejected by Lilith. Yeah, so that's the original story, how that goes. Lilith is not canon to the Catholic Bible. I think Lilith's not even mentioned in Catholicism, but she was mentioned, I believe, in the Jewish Torah.
Oh,
Which-
you mean the real book?
Yes and no? The Torah doesn't have
Look,
New
it's the
Testament.
look. It's the real book because your book literally just stole everything from all other religions.
No,
The
'cause-
first,
All right,
like,
no.
Moses.
I'm gonna switch games.
Alright, you can switch games, man. If that's what's gonna make you happy, you can switch games.
It will make me happy, and I will do that. Yes.
You are your own person. You can switch games. See, the joke is that Mangler has autonomy.
You're funny.
I am. I'm
I'm
hilarious.
laughing so hard right now.
Don't worry, I'll laugh for
My
the both of
body is
us.
shuddering at the comedy.
Don't worry, I'll laugh for the both of us, man. Well, don't worry, I got this. And because Mangler switched games, I now have to refresh the stream because Twitch doesn't believe in switching games.
For reals. I was once playing a game for like 3 hours, and it's like you're playing like fucking Gears of War 2 or
Yeah.
Halo Infinite. I'm like, that's funny because I thought I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, no, you're playing this other game.
Are you guys gonna
Wait, you're
steal
using
Netflix Dante? Probably.
You're using the Covenant deck.
I thought Bible wasn't supposed to have a canon since it's based on real events. So this is where it gets kind of shut, Kyle.
Quotations.
Shut.
I'm
So
using this coveted.
This is where it gets complicated because the term canon originally just meant all the works that are associated with a specific topic. So the Bible can have a canon. The only problem with the Bible's canon specifically is that the Bible's canon was decided by people in Vatican I and II. So there are parts that were cut out and added to the
My
Bible.
favorite movies.
What?
My favorite movies.
What the fuck?
Vatican 1 and 2.
So that's where the Bible gets really complicated when you talk about it. But technically, Kyle is right that probably the Jewish people have the most original Old Testament and probably the most complete Old Testament, but they don't have the New Testament stuff because they didn't believe in it.
Yes, and neither should you if you're a good.
Funny because the Christians don't believe in the Old Testament. So really, if we're talking accuracy, really the Catholics are the most accurate.
Christians
they're
are
the only
weird.
one that accepts both.
So Christians are weird, and I am Catholic, although I mean I'm barely a Catholic nowadays.
What between your 50 different subsects that believe in different shit?
No. Catholicism is the one church. Christianity is the one with all the subsects. Mangler just killed an innocent man. Remember that.
It's okay, he comes back.
Oh, so as long as he comes back, it's okay to murder people.
It's not really murder if, like...
Go on, keep digging this hole for yourself.
Hey, it's all right. If your enemy believes...
It's kind of hard to quantify life and death if I could just come back from it so easily.
Where's this version of pay scale to? We'll talk.
Hey, look, it's fine. As long as somebody else believes in a different religion, you can kill them and take them under your wing as a slave.
Giant and evil spirit origin is example outside the Bible. So there are a lot of things that are in the Bible or that people believe around the Bible that are not in the actual Bible itself. You have to find it elsewhere. So, for example, a really popular example of this is for Christianity in general. This is not just Catholicism. Saint Peter died being crucified upside down by the Romans. That is
like
not
the
in the
rabbit.
Bible. What?
Like the rabbit?
Yes, Kyle. Like the rabbit from South Park that they were referring to. So, that is not in the Bible. That is not part of the technically canon of the Bible. That is from a separate story of what happened to St. Peter afterwards, where he goes to fight on a flying wizard. And yes, that is true, apparently. He fights a wizard that flies and shoots fireballs at him. Man, the New Testament stuff be crazy. And yeah, so that information is in that story. It's not in the Bible, but everyone accepts that as the canon route. How did St. Valentine die? I don't know. I don't even know what St. Valentine's known for. If he didn't die due to plowing bitches, I'd be a little disappointed. Oh, okay. So what he did is he would go around marrying people because there was apparently a ban on soldiers marrying. He was beheaded. He did heal a blind daughter, apparently.
Alright, I'll do damage control too.
I have not heard the Quantum Archangel, no. Jewish people don't have the oldest Bible. Okay, I'm not going to get into where technically the God of Judaism comes from. Because that's a massive can of worms.
Let's see what happens.
Just read the Torah if you want to know.
No, because the Torah is not accurate to where the original God comes from.
Shades of Tartarus are bound to me in death, however hatefully. They answer to me.
So many wars started over people's imaginary friends.
Mangler, what are you doing going Tartarus?
You got that right.
You're going to interact with a real Greek cosmology.
Did you miss me, little goblin? I thought I'd steal away a bit, and that together we might.
Hmm.
The fact that Aphrodite probably would fuck him even though they're related is kind of funny. Because the Greek gods did not give a single fuck about any bloodline relations.
I mean, how do you think they produced all those gods? There certainly weren't a plethora of human women walking around at the time.
Okay. Makes sense. I think it's a book or audio villain. That sounds pretty cool, the Quantum Archangel. Oh, Zim, did you know that the Ronnie from Doctor Who was the child friend of the Doctor and the Master, and they were apparently a trio? That's wrong. That's wrong. So the Doctor, the Master, and the Ronnie were a part of a group known as the Decathlon or something. But they had other members with them. The War Chief, the Monk, and somebody else. So Percy Jackson versus Agrius Death Battle. Who do you think Death Battle will say would win? We actually had like a 4-hour discussion about this off stream. On the day I did the Masters of Evil video, actually. That's why I was so late to make that stream. Because I was talking to Mangler. Okay, Mangler's using the restroom. And Kyle, and we just started talking about Percy Jackson versus Agrius, and then Percy Jackson and the Kratos.
Which is surprisingly closer than you'd think.
But yeah, no, the Ronnie's pretty cool. I like Doctor Who. I don't know if you guys want to watch Magic Doctor Who matches, but I do like Doctor Who. It's just got so much lore, I'll never be able to scale it. But it's a good series. Just watch Windigon for the video and the other stuff that's not in the canon.
Doesn't it have novels and audio dramas and everything?
Yeah, it's a very expansive series. I've read the Book of Enoch, and that book explains many entities that show up in the Bible come out of nowhere. Yeah, because the Book of Enoch is not considered canon, even though it should be, because because they explain the lore of the Bible. Technically, Aphrodite isn't actually more than a few generations removed from Zagreus. Also expand upon Percy versus Zag and Kratos. I'll wait for Mangler to come back before we start a discussion like that. Yeah, no, but yeah. So, if you're curious about Bible books and information that's not in the Bible, I recommend watching a good YouTuber called Windigoon. Or Windigoon. He makes videos like that.
Oh, okay.
What?
Thank God you clarified that name.
Why do you say this shit?
Then pronounce words properly.
Zagreus versus Pit. None of us have played the Nintendo Pit games, if I'm mistaken. I believe he's from, what are his games? Icarus?
Kid Icarus.
Kid Icarus, thank you. So is that when he becomes an adult, he falls into the sun, or he fucking flies to the
Icarus, do not fly so close to the sun. Icarus. Sorry, I'm just... There's a very funny joke that I'm remembering that involves Icarus. So whenever someone says Kid Icarus, I just make fun of that joke. Anyway, back to Hades.
Yes. So people were asking if we could elaborate on our discussion regarding Percy, Hades, and God of War.
You mean that several hour discussion where we're just like, hey, we have an excuse to talk about Greek mythology. Fuck it, let's talk about everything related to Greek mythology.
I will say I will say I always find it amusing
Uh,
that there are just random subjects we'll start talking about, and then we'll just be there for hours on end.
I hope this was a good cast that I just chose. Otherwise, I'm gonna regret this decision.
I still
Yeah.
remember I still remember one of the funniest
Yeah,
things I
so
had with
we
Main
were
Court.
just establishing.
Go on. I'll let you go since that's more relevant to the conversation.
Go ahead.
No.
No.
Yours more relevant. Go ahead.
No. We're gonna get to that eventually.
No.
We're gonna get to that.
Mangler, continue. I
If
insist.
it's more relevant, we will get to it.
Mangler,
Do your thing now. Otherwise, it will derail us. It will derail us later.
Mangler,
It will derail us
Mangler.
later.
Don't make me go stab you.
If it's gonna derail us later, I don't want you to
I
not
was
mention
just
it.
going to
So just
casually
say it now.
mention
and we'll
our
decide
like several hours long discussion like years ago of me explaining to you why Thanos was right.
I feel like we had multiple of those though.
We had one, well, most of them were usually on stream, but we had one that was off stream for like 6 hours. Did you guys miss me at Cypher? Same way.
Yes.
How well do you know
We're
Bobby
gonna do
Scan?
coins. We need to get up money.
I know Bobby Scan's decent. I don't know him all that well though. I would be lying if I said I did.
I'm glad this is only 2 heat. I really don't want to deal with that much pressure.
Should we just summarize what we came to the conclusion of both of those matchups?
If possible, yeah, we probably should.
What?
So
Zagreus
yes, good.
probably would kill Kratos. Probably.
Damn, okay.
Percy could fight Kratos. Depending on what you argue, he might be able to beat him.
We also came to the
He has
consensus
better statements for like skill. Yeah.
Well, didn't we also come to the consensus on depending on what somebody finds for like Uranus, you potentially might be able to get like maybe Uni Percy?
Yeah, but we're not gonna.
Well, like some of the people he scales to could have higher AP, but like that would just make people upset because it's like, oh, how dare you?
Which girls were we talking about? What girls were we talking about?
I don't think it matters, honestly. They all scaled with the same tier of AP and speed. I think Kratos in general.
I'm not gonna fucking get YouTube
I'll just
Premium.
do
Fuck off.
Snowburst. Uranus is a solid union so most of the iterations since the whole idea of him as being Universe Sevens. That kind of depends on like how he's depicted in the fiction though. Like with Percy Jackson, it'd be an easier example because Percy Jackson goes out of its way to establish that like science objectively does not have the correct interpretation of the gods, and the gods more or less assert this in like the first novel. Because Percy's like over here trying to explain how the world works using science, and Dionysus just fucking laughs at him. He's like, "Yeah, you think science has a correct understanding of this?" Whereas, like in God of War, it's kind of the opposite problem, where there isn't enough science or actual like empirical evidence to explain the world, and people just go off mythological interpretations they can't.
It's literally why when Ragnarok came out, the devs literally got bombarded with how does the cosmology work.
We could use this.
I got.
We'll do.
Mangler, you're lagging. Mangler, stop lagging.
Agrius for like is like the cosmology of God.
Okay. I don't know if he's talking or not. On the bus. I promised my friend. There will not be a stream later today, most likely. I promised my friends I would go with them to a card game tournament later today. So there probably won't be a stream Saturday either. I'll see if I can't make it up Sunday. We'll see what happens.
Am I lagging still?
No, you're good.
Damn it. Is this the same? Is this the same friends who care so much about you that they didn't even tell you about the card sale?
Yeah.
Power of Olympus.
Yeah, that's them. Dude, they tried to give me shit because they're like, dude, why won't you buy this product for us and we'll pay you back? And I was like, bro, be grateful I told you anything at all, you fucking cunt. And I told that to him in front of the store owner and everything. I don't give a fuck. He shut up after that because he knew I was right.
Why, little Hades, there's a certain chill about you, meaning you received an ice-cold blessing courtesy of Elder Goddess Demeter, correct? Now, personally, I think water's best in liquid form, but who am I to judge?
How do I got makeup shit for this class. It's because I can't remember a single thing about it right now. So this class has been a better eye-opening experience for me, as I did not truly ever spend time looking at the context around stories. Where do you skill Zagreus? Mangler, go.
Currently under statements for his power, just kind of scaling into some of the abilities and things of the gods. I just generally give him the win in most cases if he has, like, for most Greek heroes, because he usually has enough speed to catch them and he has superior hacks. Actually, hang on. I think they do have some statements confirming, like, what all powers of the gods do, but I would have to go back to the entire game. That and it doesn't really have guidebooks, so it'd be a little tricky to find. It's restore this now. I don't want to restore that. So no good AP scaling. It's more like they just don't give a lot of statements because it's the first game. It's the first game in the series, and they're planning on exploring it with more games. We know the second one's on the way. It'll probably be here within a year. So that and you spend pretty much all your time in Hades the entire game. So you're not really interacting with the world abroad. Like, if I got the same creation myth statements that I usually get in most Greek mythology, then, like, yeah, I could probably end up scaling him angry. Depends on how it's interpreted, but it could be anywhere from, like, country to star to uni. Depends on what the statements are.
Kratos has the power of hope. Daryl's right, Engler. How do you respond?
I mean, don't know what the fuck the power of hope means compared to, like, 6 to 10 different, like, status conditions hitting you all at the same time. Because that's literally what Zagreus does.
We really should do a video about how, like, the power of hope's kind of a shit ability, and people don't know what it actually fucking is.
Well, maybe we could just do a video explaining what it does, and then explaining misconceptions. Kind of like what we do all the time.
And explain
hey,
how
guys.
it's kind of shit power.
Well, I can explain compared to other conceptual manipulation, I think it's not necessarily that good. It's good in God of War, but that's because that ability doesn't really exist for anybody else.
That's a very low bar to meet.
Hades should get statements for its size at least. Was Uranus established to exist there? Don't do it.
I think Hades is given something, but I don't remember because like this game is presented by like a roguelike, so like when you go through here, you don't really have like your statements repeated, if that makes sense. Like you get new statements each time, so if it's stated in this game to be endless, then like yeah, I mean I probably have some solid uni stuff from most of the characters.
Well, Zagreus is being empowered by
I need
Nyx
some
as
more
the game
help.
goes on. That is technically true and technically not, because you can choose not to use the mirror.
Oh, I'm dying. For context, and those are the laser things I was talking about. You can see how they're kind of just.
Yes.
He is being empowered by Nyx as the game goes on. So yeah, he does scale to because he basically takes the power of Nyx's darkness to make himself stronger, and he literally fights Hades over and over and over
Yes,
again. I think you
but
have to beat him like 10 times
But
canonically.
that's what the mirror though. You need to use the mirror in your room to do that, but you cannot use the mirror. There's
Yeah.
dialogue for not using it.
I'm sorry, what?
You don't need to use the mirror. You know the mirror that buffs you? You don't need to use
Yeah,
it.
yeah, no, I'm aware. That
Yeah.
actually makes it better because that means he can beat Hades without the mirror.
Yes. A new Cyberpunk comic came out. What's it about? It's about my boy David, the guy who should have beat fucking Smasher.
Don't do it.
So you
Don't
told
do
me. So you told me he's not just a fucking Sundowner victim.
Smasher beat Sundowner unless you believe Sundowner skills to FTL speeds and can blitz him, but I'm pretty sure without that, if we were to just equalize it, I'd put my money on fucking Smasher.
He would literally be faster than Snake. Snake's FTL.
Actually, Kyle, that's where you're wrong because Snakes actually could kill Raiden.
No, fucking couldn't.
Your weapon's looking rather dull there, Zagreus. Our data list is at 10 fewer this time around.
Though I'm prepared to say I need to have lots of patience past you.
Test right now. Just remember being able to help us and get.
Mangler, you didn't get. You
How
didn't
she
get,
says that if I haven't beaten her as if I haven't beaten her literally hundreds of times.
Bruh. Dave Martinez should be Smasher for shame. It's about Maelstrom? Oh, it's about Maelstrom? Sundower's durability negation with the scissors, or whatever that group was called. What is Hades 2 about, by the way? Hades 2 currently, as far as we know, is about Kronos coming back and I guess defeating Hades in battle and taking over Hades.
His daughter basically trying to find the strength to beat Kronos and free her father. Because the main protagonist is not Zagreus. It's what I'm either assuming is his stepsister or just his actual sister.
It's just his sister. They literally have the same eyes.
Ah, you mean his lover?
Well, so the thing is that I don't know if it's Persephone's daughter or if it's Nyx's daughter.
She comes after, she would have been born after the events of the game. Because they specifically state they only have one child.
Stated?
In this game, if you talk to them, they specifically state they only have one child, or Hades only has one child.
Yeah, yes. I'm talking about the trailers for Hades 2.
The problem is that it wouldn't make sense for her not to be after the fact, because Zagreus doesn't know about any siblings.
Zagreus didn't know about most of the situation with his family in general, so
Yes,
I don't think that really matters.
But if there's another sibling of Hades, she probably is locked to Hades the way Zagreus is.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he would have known about her. You understand that like Hades' entire like layout in the actual game of Hades is not the
Smash-
same the more you go through it, right?
Smasher's armor should resist the mono wire, which cuts the molecular level, so that's good. I still haven't scaled Cyberpunk yet, so I don't know what some of the stuff does yet. MGS4 Snake
Monoxide?
is what?
Oh, someone said monoxide. I was like,
Yeah, but it
what
was
does that have to
supposed
do
to
with
be
anything?
mono wire.
Oh,
Apparently,
that is
Bobby
different from
Scans-
monoxide.
Apparently, Bobby Scan is planning to downgrade Castlevania's hacks. Interesting.
Why?
Because I guess he disagrees with the hacks.
I wonder if he has any what's it called? Knowledge on Castlevania.
Mangler, he has knowledge on Kingdom Hearts. Fuck off.
Seems to be about the only series he has knowledge on.
Damn. You could feel the venom coming off that one.
Yep.
But I wasn't wrong, was I?
Wow. Honestly, actually, Kyle. Wait, no, I can't say anything. Damn it, we gotta go over the video first. Fuck.
Yes.
You can't spread the goodies just yet.
Yeah, because I was
Gotta
just about
wait
to, I was
like
just about to get into
everybody
discussion
else.
about Sundower. But yeah, no, I'll have to wait. Fuck. I should really finish that fucking part of the script up. Sundower skills to weaker Raiden that casually tosses Metal Gear Ray in the air. Castlevania is the same person you think is overrated, Tim? It is. From what I've seen of the evidence, it is. You guys are giving it way too much assumptions based on what's actually shown. So I'll probably
I
lose
need
what
to
I'm
get
saying.
to Karen.
What?
I need to get to Charon.
Why? So you can kill
But I
you?
need... Shut up! I won't let him kill me.
Honestly, so I'm just gonna say this right now. I don't know about scaling directly yet, but if we're talking equalized fight, 100%. Smasher would beat Sundower just because of the Sandvestin. The Sandy would make him, or actually, no, Kyle probably wouldn't even accept the Sandy in a versus matchup.
What's it do?
It basically speeds up your perception of time, allowing you to move, or of like moments, allowing you to move faster than your opponent, essentially speed blitzing them.
No,
Yeah.
because you're enhancing a stat.
Yeah, no, yeah.
If you had the fight started out equalized, that'd be fine. But if you're doing an equalized matchup, no.
I want to strangle you sometimes. I want you to know that just from the bottom.
Why? I use equalized matches correctly. Everyone else is
No,
fucking
you
wrong.
don't.
Everyone else.
Like
No,
any
no, I
ability,
do.
I'll
No, I do.
fucking fight you.
No, I fucking do. Everyone else does. Everybody starts out equal, and then they get to go into their fucking multipliers. No one does true equalized
It's not
matchups.
a multiplier. It's literally perception enhancement. Because of that, you can move
Yes,
faster.
and that's enhancing it. Yes, and that's enhancing a stat.
Bruh. Go fuck yourself, Kyle. It'll be
No,
weird.
fuck you. I'm right.
No, fuck you. I'm right.
No, you're not,
Wanna fight?
dude. Most of my wins. Do you see those numbers next to my name? Most of those are from you.
Lies. Source?
My numbers.
Ryan has the Sandvestin-like ability, and Sundower can fight him. No, he cannot. Sundower cannot react to Raiden's Blade Time mode, and the Sandy's better than Blade Time. Because the Sandy doesn't need to be. The Sandy does not need a charge up time. Technically, the same way. It does need to charge up. Well, actually, I don't know. Do we just assume that
Well,
David
here's
can
the
just use
question.
it differently? What?
Well,
Does Zagreus have stuff
here's the
from-
question. Do you think that stat increases are better than time slows? Because I have to rethink the Raiden scaling if that thing from the guidebook is true, that he slows down like time itself when he uses blade mode.
I would just say since Raiden never
'Cause
demonstrates
that would-
the
Well, because I would say if that's going to be the case, then
I would
the
just say-
laser stuff. No, then like the stuff that Crisis uses, like the laser stuff, is inaccurate.
Oh, I would say it's more perception manipulation, because it's not actual time slow. I don't know, because I get what
I
you're
want
saying.
I want to see the wording for it.
It's in the guidebook, right? I'll open it up and try and
It
grab it later today.
should be. All
Um,
right. Well, I'm gonna go for now because I need to charge up my phone.
hopefully if I get enough time later, we'll be able to talk later about this in a little more detail.
Yep. Although Zagreus has some stuff from Typhoon. So I don't think he has anything from the Titans, because the Titans are just kind of mildly talked about. He has stuff from Chaos, but he never really interacts with the Titans.
Chaos scales
Not really.
higher than the Titans would, and technically Hades would scale higher than the Titans would in this setup.
Where is this? Do we want Palm Porridge? Do we want... No, actually... Yeah, no, we Palm Porridge.
Yeah, so I guess it depends on whether or not you want to give the Sandy a cooldown or not that it needs to charge up, because David does not have a charge up time, but V does. And I think in the fight against Smasher, he only uses the Sandy when David does. So I don't know if Smasher has a cooldown on the Sandy or not. You don't
It'd
do
be
the
weird if
cyber.
no one ever heard of Zagreus' sister, so it seems like she came after his parents got together and they did Nasty. We don't know how much time has been since the first and the second one, but I could just say it's not that no one ever heard of it. You could just argue that either Hades A did the Nasty afterwards, or B, he ordered everyone in his court not to talk about it, which is totally something he would
I'm
do
gonna
and is
disagree
in
on that,
character.
because Hades, I think, mentions at one point that he only has one child. And
Is he talking to Zagreus or is he talking to Persephone?
it wouldn't matter because he
It
is
would.
on it. No, it wouldn't, because he is stated to be honest, and that the only thing he ultimately lied about was just Persephone and Zagreus' heritage. He even says that it tore him apart to keep that lie. So there's no reason to assume. Actually, why don't I just fucking why don't I just check what the actual fucking game fucking page says? Maybe it confirms it there.
Yeah, why don't we do away with all this assumption? You just go get some evidence. Because who knows what I know? I only just played the game, you know. That... I guess that doesn't really mean anything.
You don't know half the lore this game actually has.
I would disagree.
You haven't completed all the side quests, have you? Did you get Achilles with his lover? Did you complete any of the side quests?
I'm literally in the process of doing most of the side quests.
Okay, so you haven't done them
and
yet.
I've exhausted pretty much
So
all
you
their
haven't
dialogue.
done it yet.
I know what their side quests are, though.
So you haven't done it yet.
Hang on a second. You have no, let's take this and deal more. Okay, I gotta go fight the Hydra. Out the passives are getting hits. Blade modes show slow your person. Oh, in the in Castlevania. Wait, why? Why are the side effects getting hit?
Technically, Sundower Shield is too fast. Ryan needs the blade mode to exploit the weakness. Yes, but that could be because it moves faster in perception. Because if you can slow down, because Raiden and Sundower scale to the same speed. So if you can slow down how objects are moving in your perception to attack, you would be faster by default because you were able to react more effectively and move more effectively. Technically, Sundower Shield is too... Yeah, but, so if Blade Mode is just slowing your perception, then that might cause some issues with scaling regarding his actual speed.
Yes, that... Wait. Are we actually arguing whether or not Blade moves down time? Because it's... Unless it's stated to slow down time, you would never assume that.
I believe that's what
it's literally just...
I believe that's what the guidebook says, that it slows down time.
Oh. Okay, then that's fine. I was gonna say, it literally looks like he's just taking a stance. Oh.
Either way, the Sandy
Here
does
are
the same
mine.
thing. So the problem is that the Sandy can be used more combat effectively than Blade Mode can. Because unlike with Blade Mode, where Raiden has to stand still to use it, you can move around with the Sandy active.
I am barely above it. Got him.
Good job. I'm gonna go brush my teeth real quickly.
Enjoy your magma bath.
I will continue dying. Oh, I don't need Snowburst. We're getting rid of that. Use to pay for this. Oh yeah, Connor left. Oh, that's you. Did you just now realize you were a regular? Yeah, I changed that a little bit because I realized it's October. You've been here officially for a year, so you are now a regular.
Champions release. I've returned.
You'll become one with the regs, with the standard. Whoa, that's dangerous. You know, thank God I don't have to move the camera or anything during this game, and it's top down. Let's push you over there, and now you die.
I'll take it.
The Sandy basically gives you discount flash time. Yeah, basically. Except, some Sandys are better than others, and some users are better than others. Like, most Sandys have like a 5-second cooldown, or like a time of cooldown before you can use it again. It can fuck you up. David Martinez was able to activate his Sandy over and over and over again in the span of less than less than a second almost. So it really depends on who you are.
Deflect.
The power of the gods.
Yeah, because David over there could use it in like, if he had a cooldown, it was like a second cooldown.
Power.
Such a shame. He should have beat Smasher. R.I.P. David.
The sad part is that I started Cyberpunk multiple times, so I should know who these characters are, but I don't know who these characters are, so I'm sad.
No. So David Martinez is from the anime that came out after the fact, which is a prequel to the events of the story. Actually, I say prequel, but it's not. It's just another a story. It just happens a year before the events of the main game. So if you didn't watch the anime, you would have no idea who David Martinez is.
So it's a prequel.
It's a prequel in the loosest sense of the terms. Nothing about the story affects anything in the actual game. So that's where it's like, yes, it's technically a prequel, but it's a prequel in like just the most basic definition of the term prequel. Well, that's the other thing too. Raiden's speed when he has the giant sword is still really slow.
You know, stranger, there was a time Achilles would have killed someone. I don't think anybody owns this spear, sir. I'm hanging on to it for the time being, though I don't think I'll be the last to do so. Oh, there's no need to get all philosophical about it. It's a killing weapon. Nothing more.
This is fucking Achilles' a gay lover.
Yes. Patroclus.
A means to drown my sorrows temporarily. It's nothing. Thank you for not trying to slay me where I stand and boast about it, like seemingly everyone else around here.
Oh wait, now we're having the analog stick problem.
So yeah, I mean, I guess technically, if you go with Kyle scaling, Raiden will always be Lightspeed regardless.
Hear me on my authority.
And Smasher characteristic,
good.
he will use Sandy consecutively if he can, because he doesn't like wasting time. He never uses it though. So this is the thing about Smasher, is that Smasher never uses the Sandy in the game or the anime unless someone else... Actually, even in the game, he doesn't even have it. But in the anime, he never uses it until David uses it. And even then, I can still argue David's faster than him with the Sandy when he goes Cyber Psycho. Because if you take the animation at face value, David was fast enough to be in 3 different places at the same time.
I'm empty.
What? Well, so basically, the way the Sandy works in the anime is that it turns everything into like a rainbow color, except for the person moving in it, so you know where they're at. In the final fight against Smasher, when David's trying to escape, he basically loses his mind, and when he activates the Sandy, you see 3 of his bodies moving in 3 completely different directions. But they're all, like, primary color, they're not rainbows. So that means that he's in 3 different spots at once.
Cheers for the fight,
Silly.
Lady Demeter.
It is, and Smasher does not scale to that. I will be clear on that one, because people are gonna be like, well, didn't Smasher move in his Sandy while David was doing it? Yeah, but Smasher was moving to the point, he used it to first block in Faraday.
That woke me up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm,
Instead.
yeah, he does show up. No. I don't think he used the Sandy there. No, I think that was just him actually showing up fast enough to block the bullets. Because the series has always shown when the Sandy is being used. And when he activates the Sandy, it is a like, oh shit, Smasher has a Sandy too. No, so I think that was just him moving fast enough. I think that's just him being a bullet timer at least. I believe David didn't have any safety features on it. That makes sense then. The point is that David's the only one who's consecutively used the Sandy over and over again repeatedly with like... I'm actually going to give a hot take here and say with no real side effects. Because it's not until he... The reason David goes Cyber Psycho is not because of overuse of the Sandy, it's because he keeps turning more of his body into cybernetics. If David had chilled the fuck out and stayed in his base form, he probably would have lived a much longer life and a much more comfortable life. But technically, Arasaka was always after him, so he was probably never going to successfully have a good life.
Extra blessing.
David is built different. He actually is. People just kind of like talk shit about it because he ends up fucking losing his mind before fucking V does. But V's just stupid. Also, then they get into conversations about how cyberpsychosis works, and technically it's not based on how many... It's basically losing your humanity. So I guess when David started considering the machinery more than himself, that's when he started going cyber psycho, I guess. Did your game freeze, Mangler?
Still kicking ass.
I guess your Twitch stream... Oh, your Twitch stream's catching up, I see. There we go. David was built different. There's no argument David wasn't built different. Literally everyone who talks to David acknowledges that there's something special about the kid. Even Smasher openly acknowledged that there was something like actually special about him, because he flat out says You have so much chrome on you, I'm surprised you can even string a sentence together, let alone actually be able to control yourself. That's not a direct quote, but that's basically what he said. And technically, David did
Well,
succeed. He did die, but he did succeed in his mission, ultimately. I just don't know if Cyberpunk has lightspeed scaling. Apparently there's a video scaling Smasher that claims he does have some lightspeed scaling. If Cyberpunk has lightspeed scaling, we're gonna have to get into a discussion about where the hell you would scale Raiden's lightspeed. So I think calculations put him at 7 times the speed of light in Blade mode, I believe.
it's dangerous to be here. Delicious.
Pleasure doing business. Oh, that's brisk.
All right. Time to fight Theseus and the Minotaur.
Rematch.
Any comments? Well, we don't know anything about David Sandy. Theseus, the guy who killed the Minotaur? Yes, he was. Oh, shit, I need to check that from you in, actually.
Dionysus, he is.
Yeah, so we don't know anything about David Sandy, to be fair. Any statements about David Sandy, as far as I know, are just fan conjecture. The only thing we should know about his Sandy is that it is a military-grade cybernetic. Because he got it from an insane military, I think ex-military agent. You beat both of them already?
I guess I win this round.
Yep. He used 2 Death's Defiance. I really should have only used 1.
I think the only thing we know is that it's military and that it doesn't have the safeties on it. Is there a statement that doesn't have safeties on it?
Purge boons for coin.
If I remember correctly, he's the only person of his crew who has the Sandy. It is kind of interesting because he does use it to try and drive at one point because he's trying to get a getaway, but he doesn't know how to drive. So he just uses the Sandy to try and like figure it out while driving.
Satyr tunnels.
I need to get money as soon as possible. So we'll go for money here.
Same, but I need money in real life.
Should check this way.
Oh. Yes, that's important. Ooh, Bloodshot upgraded. Nice. Oh, these rats think they have a chance.
Source, Daryl. Source.
Not yet.
That's actually great. I might have to rewatch Edge Runners again.
Where are they coming from? I'll pay for that. Of the flight.
They say it's a special military grade. Then he probably has the strongest sandy in the Cyberpunk 2077 series. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I can see that.
Keep me alive.
I'm sorry, Pim Demon, you can't get the original Doctor Who seasons for some reason. So I thought they were using Sandy Season 2 and they went to data and used data for experimentation. That sucks, man. I find funny how magic, eldritch abominations, and such also exist in Cyberpunk.
Puzzle decided.
Fair.
Cheers up. Go down the chute.
It does. Cyberpunk canonically does exist in the same multiverse as The Witcher. It's a real shame they pushed it out. They pushed it out, and they didn't put Siri into the Cyberpunk game as a side quest.
Good enough to eat. Disgusting. I can use this.
Super AI outside the wall. Can be considered Eldritch Horror. Possibly. Alright, I'm gonna go. Bye. There's some demon.
Wow, that damage boost was insane.
Oh yeah. I haven't bought Phantom Liberty yet. Is Phantom Liberty any good?
I can't.
Yeah, same. But I should re-download Cyberpunk to play the version 2.0 because it did revamp it, right?
Yeah.
Is Phantom Liberty post game content or pre end game content? There are people comparable to the Doctor, but I don't think there's anyone who's flat out smarter. Omega used to be smarter, but so did Razalon. I don't know if they're smarter anymore, though.
I'm empty.
How much stats, conditions, and passives does Agrius have? Yeah, I don't want to spoil myself on Phantom Liberty's ending, but I hope it's good. But I need to play 2.0 just to see if 2.0 is any good. I mean, I guess if I'm being honest, it can't be worse than the base game. I did watch the FNAF movie yesterday, yes. I talked about it a little earlier. It was fine. Could have been better. Everything but the story was good. Production was good. Effects were good. Actors were fine. They did get a Game Theory map pack cameo in there. Oh, that was great. Best part of the whole movie was when fucking Matt Pat showed up. Best part. Hands down.
That's funny. Wait, was he actually a character in the movie?
Yeah,
or?
so what happens is these characters are at a diner and their waiter is Matt Pat.
Oh, he must have been so happy about that.
He's got a shitty grin on his face the entire time, and of course, he does get the "it's just a theory" line in there. Oh, that's great. It was great.
He was like waiting the entire script for that one. Like, just give me the opportunity. Let me say it. I don't care what I have to do.
That clip is
Give
already
me one
online.
line.
I would recommend you check it out if you know who MatPat is. Just it's like 2 minutes long. It's not a
I
long
know.
scene,
I've
but
seen
it's
his
great.
videos. That just sounds like so funny because he worked so hard to do all those Five Nights at Freddy's videos. So for the developers to be like, we're not just gonna like reference you in the movie, you're gonna be in the movie.
What? He couldn't make it due to some conditions.
What do we have? 5% boost or more damage. Oh, he has amps from Athena too. Nice. He has amps from like everybody. Zagreus' entire kit is just taking the power of all the gods and chaos and making them his own powers.
I already asked that question. He didn't respond. I wish we still were in the canon of it being a virus they engineered with some great vampire DNA to get regenerations of Razalon, put a limiter on it so the rest only get 13 regens. Yeah, same. Throwing people to people is one of the new favorite abilities in Cyberpunk. So is 2.0 good, Daryl, or not?
You ready for another go?
Wow, you get to Hades fast. Kyle did leave.
No quarter, boy. Although I doubt that you expected otherwise.
I thought it took a while to get to I thought it took a while to get to Hades. You got there like in 20 minutes.
Yeah, it takes a while if it's your first like 40 times or so. But then after that, it just starts becoming like he just starts becoming the only guy that can beat you, even with Leets.
SMT technically scales higher on average.
Yes, my dear. Such help.
I still need a beat to destroy all human remakes. Haven't played those in a minute.
Twice because I dodged into it. Lovely. I am so happy that I did that. Oh no.
Did he just full heal? That's cheating.
Yeah, that's what everyone else said when they played this game.
I am still more than capable of besting.
Oh,
Did you die?
I died.
I'll get you for this, Father.
Hey, I didn't see you come in.
Then, Daryl, would you say then that I don't really get too much from it?
Your mother used to call you by a different name, didn't she?
Don't remind me. Imagine if I called you Zaggy Poo from when you were born to this very moment. That's how that name felt to me. I much preferred the name my father gave to me.
Your mortal father, right? So he called you Persephone. What was he like?
He was kind to me and funny. Little bringer of
I kind of like that they have a more like older, archaic version of like Demeter in this game, or Demeter.
Yeah.
Because she's always, I feel like she's really presented a lot in most Greek-inspired things as like just this god that just basically manages the harvest and can basically manipulate all types of plants in the world around her, and that's just how they present it. Whereas like in Hades, they're like, no, she's the cold dead winter. She's everything that affects your livelihood. She's like good weather and obviously all the horrible weather at the same time. That's why she mainly has ice powers in this game.
Yeah.
Demeter mentioned him a bit to me. She seems, I don't know, but I don't sense.
I suppose I can see that. I thought I might end up like father, growing old, wasting away. And the
Well, is this supposed to be better than the Witcher DLC? I thought this was the biggest DLC they've ever made.
Mortals certainly don't have
Is it at least like a whole new campaign where it's actually long, or is it like kind of short, like fucking the Heart of Stone?
Anyway, do you have the word of God regarding Lords of Shadow Chaos not being the same as the main Castlevania? Yeah, it's actually on the wiki. Like, he directly states that it's not only like not a part of like they didn't want it to be a part of like the Castlevania multiverse. It wasn't even part of like the timelines or something to that effect.
I'll keep an eye on things.
The fates have been unkind. This house is strong.
Don't like having to come back.
Dimitri is usually presented as a MILF, but also she was revered and feared back in the day. Fuck.
Why is it there? Because someone on VSB obviously wanted to include it, but they actually used it to argue the Lords of Shadow, Castlevania Lords of Shadow game were a part of the main Castlevania multiverse, even though the scan directly asserts otherwise. I don't know how they came to that conclusion. You know, if Bob likes to fix that, props to him, but I don't think that's what he's trying to do. If he could fix that, that would be nice, because that was a mistake, and they ended up giving pretty much everything in Lords of Shadow to the main Chaos.
Spangler, Cypher's asking you to send it. I don't know, because I'm limit testing and fucking wrong with new abilities. Damn it, Daryl. Stop having fun.
Hang on.
Just send it to him later.
Let me check their. Okay, fine, but I still need to go to the restroom.
Wow.
Some of us have to relieve ourselves. I know, it's crazy.
Weakness.
Insane.
So which version of Dracula is better? Both character-wise and power. I'm pretty sure the OG one's better power. Character-wise, you have to talk to Mangler about that, but I don't think we know too much about the original Castlevania story.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
They're asking you who's better in terms of power and character between OG and new Dracula, or Lord of Shadow Dracula.
How? I'm pretty sure OG. I mean, like a few universes, but that technically is like a lot more. In terms of character, OG Dracula is a lot weaker as a character. Like, he's significantly weaker in terms of his presence as like a person. The only thing he has going for him is that he just shifts the story by being the antagonist. Whereas, like, the entire series of Lords of Shadow is literally focused around Dracula as a character in his personal journey. Came to be Dracula. which is something that we're never really given in main Castlevania games outside of Lament of Innocence. But Lament of Innocence doesn't actually focus on Matthias as a character. He's off screen for 99.9% of the game. And he
Yes.
literally has someone else do his shit for him. And then he is revealed to be the main villain at the end of the game. For a reason that I would completely disagree with.
So, Daryl, two things. Is the DLC post-game or not? And does the DLC change the ending if it's not post-game? Like, do I get different options at the end if I beat the DLC first?
By at least two status.
Angler. Angler, you're lagging.
Control.
See you, Mira.
Yeah, I don't really care too much for Castlevania, I'm being honest.
I'm here.
Welcome back to us.
Hey, been waiting over here. Far greater gods than I once wielded you.
You have an option to choose with ending the new or old ending.
Hades.
As fucked as it is, I really hope they don't give you a good ending.
Which one? Go with that one.
I know it sounds rather fucked, but I think part of what made Cyberpunk's story so good is that
Break out of here.
you don't get a happy ending in Cyberpunk. You get a bad ending, a less bad ending, etc., etc.
Someday we will be resting easy on these heights. Why?
Man, Poseidon and Zeus combination in this game is silly.
Well, they are, gods, the big three.
Well, so, Poseidon's main abilities are to just use water, so I guess the developers were like, nah, we need to be more creative than that. So they basically gave him the ability to rupture people. So his knockback on his attacks all cause knockback, and if his knockback hits you into a wall, or if you actually have anything that has rupture abilities in them, you take continuous damage. Which means all his water has additional status conditions that water is not really supposed to have.
Want to leave me?
I can understand getting knocked.
I see.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, go on.
I was just saying, I can understand getting knocked back by a wave, but I've never been in a situation where I've been hit by a wave and the insides of my stomach start hurting. That doesn't. They don't continuously hurt after the wave. Kratos survive rupture. If he gets hit with it enough times, probably not. It's just continuous damage.
It's kind of funny.
There's a bunch of other stuff.
It's kind of funny that was
sorry.
killing V is also what bought her time to say her goodbyes. Is that based on the new DLC? Because as far as I know specifically, in the original game, there's not really anything like that going on.
I think Zeus's abilities are mainly just chain lightning and a bunch of other electrical properties. Like his lightning bolts sometimes just have the chance to strike multiple times for no particular reason. I think Ares has a bunch of continuous damage hits that also statistic damp. Dionysus and Aphrodite have statistics reduction and increases in healing capabilities. And then Poison. The fuck
shit.
is
He's
the
online.
meter is ice. Was on
We're in his server. Excalibur's online again.
Oh, he comes online occasionally.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll look up how the endings work then, because I'm a little confused if the DLC adds a brand new ending or if it just alters the current endings.
You know, I think I might actually go to that family gathering this Sunday. Now that I don't really have anything planned. Well, because I don't really have anything planned. It's a free meal, and I might get a controller out of it. So, I actually have some benefit from it. They'll have to put up with my relatives. So that's the downside.
Better stock up.
Oh, yeah, it also is Jolted. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Okay, Rockin' House. I got what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, I got what you're saying. Yeah. Is that how
Yeah,
it
so
describes?
Jolted basically, well, all the status conditions of the gods are registered as curses. So if you're hit with a Jolted status, it just means the next time someone tries to attack, they get electrocuted. And it also electrocutes like other people around them.
You would have to invite me, yes.
I don't think so.
That's the thing about edge runners. They could live pretty comfortable lives if they just kept their head to the ground, but they never like that. It's in their nature that they just keep going forward and forward. They just keep pushing more and more. Because you make good money edge running. Edge runners make really good fucking money.
Do you bear your father's ancient spear, nephew?
The only problem is that edge runners usually always want bigger and bigger jobs. Because I don't know if they think it's going to give them their out, or if they just want to do more shit because they want to just seem cooler and more badass. I don't know, but yeah, because like most edge runner groups would have been fine, and most edge runners in general, even your characters would have been fine if you guys just didn't go after such a big fucking job. Although you guys got screwed over more so because of the betrayal at Arasaka rather than like, you know, the job itself. That's good, Daryl. That's good.
Get that money. Uh-oh. There we go.
Jeremy, if you didn't hear my answer, yes, you have to invite me to your server for me to see your scans. That makes sense. Crisis protagonist Adam Smasher. I have not skilled Crisis, but he's like, I don't know. I have to skill Crisis first. I don't know what his tech gives him. Yeah, there's no canonical gender for what V is. That's why I was a little confused when you said she. Or I guess not gender, but sex. I guess is the right term.
Here we go. Typhoon's Fury.
Please be Meg. I knew it.
Well, Zag, may I have this dance for old time's sake?
Man, can Zeus like fuck off?
Sorry, what?
Can Zeus just fuck off?
Oh, he can. He just usually does it inside of a woman.
Wow. If all Arsenal OG Crisis has advances, nukes? I see.
Finding me everywhere.
I love how in Hades calls Zeus out on his shit to Zagreus, and that he should not look to Zeus as a role model. Yeah, because Zeus is fucking,
This is not a great role model,
he is not.
to say the least.
If you actually look at the original mythology, Hades actually was the more chill of the gods.
Probably a better person.
Well, he was, because he wasn't going around raping everybody.
Make her availed again.
I mean, that's kind of something that they point out in this game. Is just like, you know what? I was many things, but like, I was never as in control of other people's fates as everyone makes me out to be. Exactly. This is like, that's bullshit. I'm like, really? How do you think your mother came to be down here? It's because she was chosen for me, like a freaking gift, by my brothers. It infuriated me.
Yeah, because Hades is like a decent person.
The only reason he even came around to it is because he got to know Persephone as a person, and she was okay with it.
Yeah.
Well, like, just the proposal pissed him off royally.
Yeah, it's why they don't talk to each other. Those are two good passives, Cypher says. Is using shield weapon Hades is for bitches or fine? Bitches.
I mean, I don't typically use the shield weapon because it's better to go offensively. Like, not because shielding is bad, it's just because, like, you don't really have that much damage with the shield, but there are some really silly strategies with the shield between that and some other passives that you get. I mean, you have a gun in the game. You have fists, you have like a sword, you got like bows and arrows, you got everything. It's just a matter of like what's the most effective tool. You know, I don't need help. I don't need help. I don't need it.
Zimir mid lies. Hades most tank
Hades
for
was
Poseidon.
always. He was very chill as long as he didn't hit on his wife. He was also very generous to the heroes that came to his realm. Yeah, I mean, generally his main shtick was that he just wanted things to have order, and he wants people to just do their job, and that's it. As long as you obeyed those general things, you weren't trying to like mess around with him, then he didn't have a problem.
Hades is the most fair of the gods, but he is also potentially the one that's also the angriest, depending. Because he will
Yeah.
give you a set deal, but if you do not do that deal, you are done. So
Well, actually, hang on. I would probably say Poseidon's worse in terms of his anger, because Poseidon is historically known for having like huge outbursts,
what I was
which you
gonna
might
say
not.
But what I mean by worse anger is that he's very slow to anger as long as you're respectful. But like, if you do not do what he says, you would just die. Congratulations, you are just dead. The other gods will probably let you live, but they'll fuck you up depending on what you did. But Hades is like, no, soul to Tartarus.
I'd rather just die to Hades, because Hades is most consistent punishment. Whereas if your punishment is at the hands of Zeus or Hera, it could be anything from I'm going to turn you into a cow, or your family's going to become trees, or like you're going to be doomed to do this thing for the rest of your life. It could be any 100 things. With Hades, you know what you're getting.
You piss off Hades? Hades, just kill me now, bro. Just get it over with.
Like, that's fine. I am the god of death, yes. I can do that. Killing people, that is one of my jobs, yes.
Not the angriest and most cruel is Hera. Yeah, but can you really blame Hera when her fucking husband's just going around cheating on her nonstop?
Dude, Hera's not even in this game yet, so I'm surprised to see what she's going to be like in Hades 2, because we get to see Apollo. I'm finally going to get to see Apollo, the Chad himself.
There was a little short comic
The
I
best
saw.
god.
There was a little short comic I saw, which I don't know if it's based on a real Greek story or not. It probably isn't. But Apollo wanted to bang this prophet, or I think what are they called in Greek mythology? Seers?
Oracles.
Oracles, thank you. But she said no. So Apollo cursed her with the ability that no one would believe her prophecies. So she walks outside and she says Apollo will satisfy a woman, and no one believes that.
And now Apollo's like, I immediately regret this decision.
Yeah,
I'll be
Apollo's
the
just
most
like,
skilled dude for the rest of my existence.
well, damn.
Bro, I kind of love those stories. They're just so funny. They're just so, like, spiteful. Like, oh, you're gonna curse me? That's fine. I've got ways around this. I've got 5 minutes of free thinking time.
Hera's the most evil Olympian in my opinion, considering how abusive she is. Yeah, but she's only abusive because Zeus can't keep it in his fucking pants.
Dude, I would have loved to see a hypothetical. I'm surprised no developers have done this, where they've written a version of Greek mythology where Hera is not like horrible to people. Because Zeus is also not horrible to people.
There are stories with her and moments where she's not terrible. She's not bad. It's just that Zeus can't keep it in his fucking pants, and he fucks like 90% of the Greek world. Apollo's a Chad but gay. Apollo is not gay, he's just Greek.
This is true. Apollo will bang anything, much like most of the gods.
And oracles, and his prophecy is accurate, but no one believes her. Yeah. So then, what I probably saw was someone flipping the story a little bit further in order to like make it more of a joke. Because realistically speaking, if you got cursed with the ability, where no one will believe your prophecies under any circumstances, There's a lot of power in that.
No. Dude, your entire stick would just be like, all right, time to make some reverse psychology experiments.
Yeah, like
Let's
you
go.
literally, you basically get control over people for free.
Because you're now the raw negative. Because you just go around and say like, all right, my prophecies are a negative. Here's a negative. Oh well, the opposite must be true.
You walk up to a bank,
Apollo
you
sitting on
will
his throne.
not
Oh my
give
god,
me
I regret this decision.
$100 million. No, yeah, but like you would if you could literally just get everyone to believe or do the opposite of what you're going to say. Because again, if they don't believe it, they won't do it. So you can literally just control people.
I love how he says no one will ever believe your prophecies. Not that no one will ever trust you, or no one will like you, or want to be around you. Just that they won't believe your prophecies. And I'm like, bro, you should have been way broader with that course. You
It
should have
doesn't help
been
that
way
Zeus
broader with that
also.
course.
It doesn't help that Zeus also rubs it in her face that he is fucking everything, and his bastards are also in her face.
This is actually something I ran into in the Percy Jackson novel. When you see Hera for the first time, it's in the Battle of Everett, and she's just chilling with like Annabeth and Percy and Grover. They're just having like a good time. And she's just kind of there to help them on a quest, and she's actually pretty normal. And then and then at some point in the conversation, I think he gets brought up like Thalia Grace or whatever.
Yeah.
Thalia Grace gets brought up, and Percy's just like, "Oh, so she must be on like her mother's side." And then he says like, "Oh, I shouldn't have said that." And Hera's like, "Do not make an enemy of me, son of Poseidon," or something like. She gets pissed.
Yeah, because like basically the rule of thumb is that if you ever interact with Hera, two things, and you can't control one of them. Don't be related to Zeus. Don't mention anything Zeus
Don't be
does.
related to Zeus. I don't mention anything even related to Zeus or that is directly biological.
You might be able to control one. The other one is completely out of your hands.
Oh yeah.
Because she hated Hercules. Hercules dies in the original myth because she convinces a lover of Hercules to go insane and kill Hercules. Because she's all like, fuck you. And Hercules is like, bitch, what did I do to you?
In the books, she's literally the reason Jason has amnesia. So in the second series of books, which includes the Heroes of Olympus or whatever, you actually find out Jason, who is Thalia Grace's like biological brother, has amnesia during the games, and you're like, "What's going on?" Right now during the games, during the novels, and you're just like, "What is going on here? I don't really understand this." And it's like, oh well, actually, it's either him or Percy, one of the two.
They both get amnesia, but I think Hera's the one who causes it for Jason. But I think Percy just comes from losing his powers in the river.
No, I think Hera does it to him too, because Hera ends up having a spite against Annabeth in the first series. She actually remarks that Hera will she's talking to Percy about it. She's like, "Oh, so you know how her signature her animal is cows, right?" Like, yeah. So she sends cows after me. It's like, oh, that's kind of funny. It's like, you think so, but then you have to watch where you step, and it's not so funny anymore. So, like, Hera had a beef to pick with her, mainly because she had to pick it with Percy, and Annabeth got involved, and then she took that personally against both of them. So she sends cows after Annabeth, and she wiped Percy's memory.
Clyde is streaming on Twitch right now. People asking questions about his new video. I see. It's Juno. It does it to both. Oh, it's Juno. So it's the Roman version of her, not the Greek version.
Of course, because he crossed the river Styx, and makes so much sense.
Yeah, no, but I was gonna say, yeah, at the end of the day, Hera's just very vindictive, but it's not necessarily her fault. It's mainly because fucking her husband.
Oh yeah, on a side note, fuck Zeus.
Most of the Greek world did. Yeah, so Zeus in actuality was a serial rapist.
kind of glad they did give some pretty good perceptions, pretty reasonable perceptions of a lot of the characters in Percy Jackson. They did something that was not done before, which was that they kind of presented Poseidon in a very chill manner. When traditionally he's known for being very like authoritative, very angry.
But this would be a version of the gods after signing a pact of centuries later of not being able to have kids and shit.
And yet, Poseidon was leagues more chill than the rest of them about it.
That's because it was his kid that everyone was knowing about technically. Because
if anything, that's probably better because he's more emotionally involved, and he still had the capacity to not be an asshole about it.
Who is Juno? Juno is the Roman version of Hera. Full Hercules lover to put Hydra's blood to a co and put him to so much pain and kill himself. Yep. I mean, 9% of the Olympians' problems are from Zeus. To be fair, women back then would have liked being banged by a god like Zeus, and they will view it as a blessing. Poseidon's a rapist too. Is he? I mean, I wouldn't put it past him.
Not as bad as Zeus, but yeah, he's up there. Well, so whether or not they like it doesn't change the fact that it's not okay to do that when you have a wife, and you're not like, and you both haven't agreed to like an open relationship or anything like that.
The only brother that didn't break it was Hades, which makes it funnier. Hades is weirdly presented in Percy Jackson, because yes, you are correct. He did not break the actual contract. He just had kids before the actual contract was signed.
Yeah, and then he had to throw them into the Lotus Hotel and Casino, and they aged like 70 years into the future or whatever.
I'll never understand fucking, like, how the gods can try to be okay with Hades when they literally killed, like, his lover.
Didn't they blow her up?
Yeah, because they, like, it just seems so silly to me. Also, Hades, too, to some extent as well. Like, you can protect your kids, but you can't protect your wife at the same time. Are you serious, bro?
I never understood why he couldn't cast a ward or something on her to just, like, keep her safe.
Oh,
and instead he's just like, I'm just going to be vindictive.
So, like, he can't do it. It's just like, what were you too slow?
Probably just plot. Because Rorden's like, listen, I realize I actually made Hades a better person than his brothers. Fuck, we gotta fix that real quick.
Hades was pissed that his
kill his wife.
Well, yeah, so this is why Hades was always kind of weird in that too, because the relationship he has with Persephone is weird, because she does take lovers, or was that a movie only thing?
I don't know if that was a movie only thing. Poseidon rapes Medusa, Athena's a local son of Athena's temple.
In the book, was because she was having lovers or not? Because I think that might have been a movie change.
And Percy Jackson?
Yeah, because so in the movie, the pearls they use to escape the underworld are special.
From Persephone?
No. So in the movie, they're from Persephone because Persephone leaves she leaves them out in the human world so people can go fuck her and then leave before Hades finds out.
Yeah, that's a brand new detail. So in the book, they're actually given from some like undersea creatures to Percy to get his mother out.
And I was about to.
It was not
very
bad.
nice, Jeremy. Yeah, because I was gonna say, because I remember in the book specifically, she is very loyal to Hades, because she even goes out of her way to trick the three sons of the big three, or the children, to create a new sword for Hades that would have potentially gotten her killed. But she does it anyway, so her husband can be on the same level as Zeus and Poseidon.
Oh, is that for the Stygian iron?
Yes, the sword he carries in the battle of the last Olympian. There's a side story explaining how the sword was made.
I never actually read that side story, but that sounds pretty chill.
Basically, she gets Talia, Nico. I think his name's Nico, right?
Yes.
Nico and Percy. She traps them in the underworld, and it's basically like, get this item for me from this area in the underworld, and I'll let you go. Very simple. Just think of it like a quest.
I love way you say that, like she's just like an antagonistic Fallout character. She's like, listen, I know you're currently dealing with the main story, but no.
Yeah, because they all
You're
thought
playing my
Chronos,
quest line now.
they all thought Kronos is who brought them in, but then she's like, "Nah, it's me. Don't worry. Just go fight this ancient like dragon, undead dragon or whatever, and just bring me the key."
They're like, oh, thank God, it's one of the gods. I've got a quest for you.
Oh,
Oh
no,
shit,
one of
it's
the
one of the
gods.
gods.
Well, no, because so what happened was Hades' sword. Apparently, Hades has these objects called the Keys of Hades, and they're death manipulation. Whatever they touch will die. So what she does is she gets one of the keys and she smelts it into the sword for him. So his sword has permanent like instant death properties.
Nico's does too, because Nico's is also made of Stygian iron.
No. Stygian iron just absorbs your soul from your body when it touches you. Hades' sword specifically will just kill you if you touch it.
Never mind, I was thinking of it differently then.
Yeah, no. You're on the right track. It's made of the same material. It's just that in particular, his has an extra boost. Now, let's see
I
here.
was gonna say Nico's sword was unironically the best one. They're like,
Okay,
hey, I
so-
got my celestial gold, which just
Yeah,
kills
so we have
monsters.
Celestial Gold,
Imperial bronze and Stygian iron.
is it Imperial Bronze?
It's Imperial bronze. Or no, Celestial bronze, Imperial gold.
There we go.
Imperial
I was gonna
gold,
say,
Celestial bronze.
that doesn't sound right.
Stygian
Why
iron.
would the Imperial one not be the Romans? Hang on. Poseidon
Is there one
raped-
for silver?
As far as I know, no, but I think that might be Norse mythology. Poseidon rapes Medusa, Athena's oracle, on Athena's temple, and he's pissing contest rival.
Oh, that is definitely the
Onyx.
PG-13 version of that then, because that's
Onyx.
not how they described it to Percy Jackson.
In Percy Jackson, what they said was that they were meeting up to date, and that you're not supposed to do that with other gods. Therefore, you know.
Oh, no, so they were meeting. I think they were either meeting up to date or they were kissing on her temple. They were not having sex or anything. Like it was very, very PG.
The funny thing is, Persephone is an underworld goddess that was feared even before Hades. Whack. Yeah, so in the original lore, Poseidon rapes her, and then because the gods, I guess, can't attack other gods or some shit, instead of punishing Poseidon for, defiling her temple, she turns the oracle who got raped into Medusa.
As you do.
I don't want to talk about sexism and shit, but it was one of those ideas. Imperial gold, bone steel, celestial bronze, and Stygian iron. Bone steel. Where the hell did bone steel come from? Is that from the sequel series? Because that wasn't in the original.
Well, so there is a second sequel series in the Greek era, because there is like 3 different Greek ones.
Yes, because there's the Percy Jackson series, the Heroes of Olympus, and then there's the Trials of
Like the
Apollo.
Chronicles, the Trials of Apollo. Because they were like, hey, we know you love the story so much, we're doing another 5 books. Let's go.
Adamantium.
And then they also just released another book at the end of September of this year, less than a month ago.
Really?
Yep. And I think it happens canonically after the events of Heroes of Olympus, but before the Trials of Apollo.
Oh,
And I think it's in
yes.
relation to Percy getting into like college or something.
Yes, I remember that. There was supposed to be a new book in between those two.
The Egyptian used meteoric armor. I cannot.
Yes, it is the Chalice of the Gods. Oh, Nico has his own story.
This is outrageous, Zagreus.
And Nico's now going to Tartarus.
Positive. If I recall correctly, I think by the end of the story, by the end of the second series, Nico is the most experienced with the use of his specific powers. Because in the beginning, he's barely able to summon the dead without it like just destroying his stamina. And then by the end of the second series, he's just summoning legions of soldiers, and it doesn't even phase him. Now that I think about it, I really would have wanted to see a series when they were like older, after like a time skip.
Adamantium, and the Egyptians uses meteorite, and the Egyptians use meteoric iron. There's also magical silver. Yeah, they all have their own little factions and shit. Do they have I know Percy crosses over with the Egyptian guys at some point. I'm still waiting for the day Rick Roy decides to just do a big old fucking Avengers Infinity War book series where it's just all of the characters from all the fucking books coming together.
You can live through that, and I suspect you shall think twice next time before so brazenly defying me.
No. Zeus, next challenge. I'm not satisfied. I didn't realize there was a Nico story that was separate. When did it come out?
I mean, I guess it's impressive that you lived through me having a Tetra Tantrum.
It
Here
came
you
out
go.
this year. That's why I never heard about it. Yeah, it's basically Nico and his boyfriend going to Tartarus to save Bob, who was... I forgot what Titan he was. Do you remember or no?
Bob?
Yes.
Is that a Titan that they just named Bob?
Yes, because what happened was he lost his memory. He was originally, fuck, what Titan was he before he became Bob?
What did he look like?
I don't remember. What the fuck is that?
That is the Hydra. Well, a Hydra. I think the Hydra is canonically dead in Zagreus, in Hades, so it's just chilling in the underworld guarding things.
Oh, it's Hyperion. Yeah, that's right. He ends up staying behind and sacrificing himself to get them, I think, out of Tartarus?
Whoa, fucking Hyperion?
Yeah.
No, there's no way. Did Hyperion get amnesia after he died a second time? That's funny.
I think I remember now. I think they fought in the House of Hades, and Percy basically throws him into a like a water or something that removes his memory.
Wait, I could have sworn Hyperion was regenerating in like oh, maybe that was a different Titan. Because so they get to this section of Tartarus where he finds out that all of the monsters, the Titans, and pretty much everything that he kills, whenever they're killed, they respawn in Tartarus, and they're basically inside these like bubble sacks, like a bunch of aliens.
No, actually, it's Lapithus, the Titan of Mortal Pain, the Brutal Death Titan Lord of the West, the Piercer. I don't remember who it is. I don't remember when he loses his memory either. Either way, yeah, no. So apparently Nico's gonna go and try and save Bob, who apparently sacrificed his life to save them. I guess that he hears that, but apparently, of course, there's a prophecy, and the prophecy says that Nico will have to leave behind something of equal value, and his boyfriend won't let him go alone. So I guess these.
We all know how these stories are gonna turn out.
Yeah, I guess the tension is that everyone kind of tell at a glance that more than. Well, actually, it's equal value, so if you just really care about the Titan, he can just leave behind like a fucking coin.
Like, equal value, huh? Let me see if I can cheat this.
Me talking to the Oracle. Okay, define equal value here very carefully. Well, it's like how much do you care about?
Hades over there, like
anybody.
Of course, my son was always the brightest one.
Hades is like, good job, son. I knew you were a total fucking failure.
A lot better than that Percy. Or something. Well, there's so much fire.
Honestly, I would just go kill the Fates at some point, since they just love fucking everyone over. Well, because technically the Fates don't control fate; they just tell you what's going to happen. That's the thing about the original Greek mythology that God of War like kind of cheated on. The Fates technically don't control your fate. Did you die?
Oh. Yeah. But it doesn't really mean anything because, you know, death has no consequence in this game.
Yeah.
I love how Asphodel, instead of being like a normal area where people can sort of live, is just like a fiery magma pit of death.
I just love the fact that Apollo finally gets screwed over after all this time, because the reason he gets turned to immortal by Zeus is because everyone's getting tired of his fucking prophecies and him being a little shit about it.
Doesn't he show up like one time in the Titan's Curse? And like that's pretty much it?
Yeah, but they're getting tired of his fucking bullshit prophecies, because he can explain them, he just chooses not to.
Yes.
Well, it's because Apollo doesn't care about what happens. Because I don't even think he cares if he dies, honestly, if a prophecy says so. Because when she gives the prophecy at the end of the Last Olympian for like the next like world-ending prophecy, Apollo's happy about it. No one else is, but Apollo's like cheery about it. He's like, "Oh, sweet, a new prophecy. That sounds terrible. Lovely." Is he still shooting?
I'm just like, all right, after two series of this putting up with the shit, you're now mortal.
Coming to still chat. Well,
My favorite line from that series will almost always be when Poseidon is talking about making his palace in the middle of a war, and Percy is like trying to. Percy is trying to get his attention. Like, what?
The game room took 300 years, Mingle. You gotta understand.
You know, he's standing on the throne, and if you stand on the throne that the gods have, that basically alerts them because it's part of their area, their domain. And he just hears the sound. He's like, "Who dares?" And he's like, "Percy, what are you doing there?" It's like, "Sorry, Father, I had to get your attention." So like, if I had not looked before I fired, you would have been like a pile of seaweed or something. It's like, well, I need you to abandon your palace in the middle of a war and go help the Olympians. It's like, but I can't do that. It's like, you have to. Typhoon is too strong. It's like, Percy, you do not understand the amount of time I put into my palace. The game room alone took like 300 years.
Percy, I know your heart's in the right place, bro, but have you seen my man cave? You know, Percy, if I had let you into the temple, you would have seen it.
I love how he says that, and we went to the temple earlier in the novel and didn't get to see the game room. That's the part that really pissed me off. It's like the justification for why I should abandon my temple, the game room. It's like, where was that when we were visiting there? You know, it's...
Still, Percy surviving the volcano to the face, being blasted from the mountains all the way to the ocean, dropping from over a mile into the air into said ocean is ridiculous. I think lore-wise, Percy and Jason are like the top in like the upper echelon of demigods. But that's gonna depend heavily on like certain factors, because I don't think Percy fought him with water around him.
He did not, and they were both under mind control and flying on a bunch of horses towards each other.
Well, the thing is that like Percy gets an advantage from being buffed because of like water. I don't know if Jason has any buffs from being in the air or something.
He doesn't, but he has access to his abilities at all times. Whereas if Percy's not near water, he's basically just a normal superhuman person. So, like, it's essentially like, I get all of my powers, but you get none of yours. And he still is able to fight Jason.
My one issue with with Jason in particular is that he felt really kind of cheap in concept. Because we go through the entire events of Percy Jackson, and then we're just expected to believe that this one random guy who fought a Titan is on the same level as Percy. And I'm just like, no.
Now to fix up this spear.
No. Absurd.
It's just one of those
what
things
Titan
where
did
like,
he fight?
He fought the Titan of the East, I think.
Wow, that really sums it up.
The point is, he fought one of the Titans who was talking shit to Atlas.
Oh, is that the Titan? Is that the Titan from that flashback in the Battle of the Labyrinth when like Percy's having a dream and he sees Atlas underneath the sky and a bunch of other Titans are talking about like what their next move is going to be in fighting like the forces of the gods, and Atlas is like, "Come down here and hold this burden, share with me. Let me get a second chance." And they're like, "No, you had your chance. You fucked up. It's our turn now."
They were honestly kind of fucking. It's ironic because if they had let Atlas go, they probably would have. I don't think they would have won, but they would have done a lot better.
Well, considering how Hyperion turned out, I feel like Atlas probably would have done a little bit better.
That's why, because Atlas really says, "I'm our greatest warrior. Take the fucking sky from me," and they're like, "Yeah, no, we're just gonna leave you there." Oh yeah, because he actually 1v1 the god and still only lost because the god had like fucking 30 other demigods beside her.
Well, to be fair, Artemis had also carried up the fucking like weight for that point.
Oh,
She had
Atlas
also
was
been...
carrying it for fucking centuries, and that's
Yeah,
not
but
an
Atlas
excuse.
is literally built. Atlas is built different.
Atlas literally being like, "You dumb fucks, I'm stronger than all of you." Shut up, Atlas, you lost.
Well, also he's had like what, weeks and months to recover from that. So like, even if we want to say like, yeah, he's been carrying it for years, he's had a break though.
I'm gonna give a hot take here. She would not be any weaker because literally regular demigods can pick up the way of the sky and just get off of it and be perfectly fine afterwards.
I would disagree with that, but then I realized like how fucking stupid them holding up the sky is. So I don't even even know if I can.
I actually forgot about that. They're holding up the entire weight of all of creation. Percy and Annabeth can both lift it.
I love how he's just like, "Hey, give the sky to me," and I'm just like, "No, you can't do it." It's like, "Of course I can." Annabeth, it is like, "But Annabeth was a true maiden." And I'm like, "Have you seen her hair? That crushed the life out of her."
I love how Percy's reaction is all like, "Listen, I hear you, but if you don't get the fuck out of there, this is gonna kill us all." And she's all like, "All right, that's fair." you right,
Get
Percy,
over there,
right.
buddy. You know, he should have been like, "Yeah, I guess Annabeth can't hold it. I guess he can't do it, so, you know.
I guess I'll die."
I guess I'll die. Wait. Oh, that's right. My girlfriend did it. The guy that she's hitting on did it. Which is apparently not me, but whatever. I'm not salty about that either.
I actually don't even know how I want to scale that. Because she can hold it up, but it did fuck him. Well, actually, it didn't even fuck him up. It just like... Cause
he had no... It just put a streak of gray in his hair. They specifically point out that it just put a streak of gray in their hair. So at best, it maybe aged them a little bit. Their muscles were fine. Their bodies were fine.
That is disgusting. That is such a disgusting...
It is so fucking stupid. It's like, why? Why did this happen? Because even if you interpret it at the low end, like, if you're just like, the sky is only the planet, it's like, okay, so they're holding up the weight of the fucking planet. Like, but we know it's more than that, so it's like, why?
I don't know. I think VSP just calls it an outlier, and that's it.
That's one of the few things where I could say, like, I understand why they'd say that, but there are multiple statements given to where the sky is in the Titan's Curse, and they point out, Percy literally points out, like, why doesn't he just stick like a giant underneath there? And it's like, because they'd just be crushed. And like, are you telling me Percy has more physical strength than a giant? Than a Lasbergoldian giant? That's a little suspicious. I mean, if that's true, then fuck, like... Hyperion is the Lord of the East. Oh, okay. So then, yes, it is. It is the guy to think about. So in the dream, there are two Titans that are standing in the room next to Atlas. One of them is a gold one, which is supposed to be Hyperion. The other is a guy that you never see during the events of the battle, the Last Olympian. You never see him. He's just a guy that has like a weird helmet.
Yes, he has the bull helmet.
Yes. So that would be the Titan of the West. I guess Jason kills that guy.
Yes.
Does that happen off screen?
So what is specifically stated is that So first off, this is kind of meant to set up. It's just meant to set up the Romans, but yes, basically you find out that I guess the Roman gods also got involved in the war and told the Legion to assault the mountains of the where the Titans were at, and with his bare hands, he basically slams him in the walls and kills him.
That's silly.
Well, okay. When I say with his bare hands, I mean like he gets on his shoulders and like kind of like navigates his head and his balance into the walls and shit.
Still stupid.
It is. It genuinely fucking is, because we were basically under the impression that only really a god could square up to a Titan, and that the others had to be like in massive groups to be fair.
Well, I think the Last Olympian is the first time where they kind of are like, nah. I know you give the River Styx some credit, but like the River Styx, I don't think it's ever established to give like a substantial power boost or anything, because Percy still gets like tired when is that, like it doesn't increase his stamina, it just kind of makes him bloodlusted.
It makes him it makes him a far more dangerous like fighter, and he is stronger because remember he fights in front of all of his old friends for the first time after the River Styx. And they all look terrified of him. And when he looks back, because he thought he was just fighting normal people, he slaughtered their entire army.
Oh, yeah, no. He did slaughter their entire army, but I think that's just because he's bloodlusted. He's just so focused on the fight that nothing else matters.
If you genuinely believe that, you're basically arguing that bloodlusted Percy on his own would be vastly superior to his basic self in like every conceivable metric.
I don't necessarily, because he doesn't really get any opportunity to fight other Titans. The only times he fights Titans in the actual series is just during the Titan's Curse, and then during the Last Olympian. And the worst part about this is that he just fights Atlas.
The Titan's Curse? What? Which one?
Titan's Curse is the third one. That's where they hold up the sky. That's where Annabeth gets kidnapped and he goes to save her. Is that what it's called? Yes. It's called Titan's Curse. Because it's Atlas's curse. He's holding up the sky. It's his curse. He's cursed with the sky. Guy's cursed.
Yeah, you feel really proud of yourself there, don't you?
Did you get it? I can repeat it again if you need it.
No, thank you.
Are you sure about it? I am more than willing to help someone else.
Yeah, because it's Percy Jackson the Lightning Thief, Percy Jackson the Sea of Monsters, Percy Jackson the Titan's Curse, Percy Jackson
Battle of the Labyrinth,
and then
the Last Olympian. I like calling it the Battle of Olympus, but it's certainly the Last Olympian. I call it the Last Olympian when Hestia contributes like nothing to the plot. It's the Battle of Olympus.
I was going to say I forgot who was the Last Olympian specifically.
It's Hestia. She's just kind of sitting around the hearth. I mean, they do it because Rorden just wants to give like screen time to everybody. He wants everybody to be included, which I can get that. He's fleshing out his own story, and like the lesson it does give about Hestia is that they should remember those that are. It's like those who are at home, those who are at the hearth are best remembered, or something like that. It was like a pretty sweet message, but at the same time, what is happening during the entire book? It's a battle.
Okay, so
I guess he could.
Hestia serves 3 purposes in the book. Number 1 is she serves as a sort of like ominous backdrop to remember that no one can save you, and when no one's left, all you have is your home. Number 2, she serves as a way to get rid of the plot device of hope
One more chamber.
because of Percy gives her the jar of hope, and I think in return she tells him about Luke or what I think she says something like,
Oh yeah, that's right. They literally get the jar from Pandora's box, and
well,
that is
yeah,
such a
because
weird thing. And they're just like, we don't know what to do with it. Here you go.
well, no, no,
It's
no,
like,
no,
why do you
no,
want
no,
me to
no, no,
have
no.
this?
So, okay, ¿qué tal su tiempo, mamá? Pues que casi nada, don't
Because
tell me.
if I remember correctly, how Pandora's jar works in Percy Jackson is that basically once it's given to him, it will tempt the person that has it, and it will constantly appear whenever they're at their most vulnerable, begging them to grab it.
Yes.
And they're just like, we don't know what to do with it, and they just give it to Hestia.
No,
Well,
no. So,
more accurately, they had it with a Percy decided to give it to them, if I remember correctly.
so
I gotta go back
So-
and read those books. Or,
well, what happened is I think it was I forgot who it was. I think it was Prometheus. Prometheus does it, I think. Prometheus goes up to the the Half-Bloods who are defending Olympus, and he's all like, "Hey, you guys are doing a valiant job, but Kronos is giving me permission to get involved, so you guys don't have to die."
oh yeah, and then he's like, "Hey, I want to do this on behalf of humans. Always had
¿Quieres,
never had a
mujer?
problem with you."
No, ¿qué quieres? Nomás sí que quieres, mujer. ¿Por qué tienes que fucking bailar así? Si lo puedo hacer, lo hago. ¿Quieres que sea la garage? My mom asked me if I'm busy, and I'm just like, what do you want? And she's like, I'm just asking if you're busy or not. I'm like, just tell me what you want, and if I'll do it, I'll do it. Yeah. It could be so much simpler. She's like, hey, if you have time, can you take care of this? No problem. No, instead she's like, no, I don't like your answer the first time, so I'm not going to ask you anymore. Why?
Well, my mom says, she's like, "If you have the time, can you do this? Probably. Tell me what it is."
Yeah, it's like, listen, if you have something you want me to do, and I can do it, I'll probably do it. Like, they're like, just fucking tell me.
Oh,
Plus,
that's silly. Luther can activate multiple times.
But yeah, so going back to the discussion, yes. So I think it's Prometheus. He's like, hey, I don't want you guys to die, so here is Pandora's jar, and the only thing left in this jar is hope. If you let go of hope in this jar, we will accept that as your surrender, and we will not kill you. And so as the fight goes on, more and more people are dying, more and more people are losing, and even though Percy's fine, all of his friends around him are slowly dying more and more, and he's just like, every time he sees them die, the jar pops up in front of him, until finally he just resigns to the idea that giving up now is ultimately pointless, and that it would kind of be disrespectful to give up now with everyone's sacrifice. So he gives the jar to her, and she in exchange gives him like a 2-line interaction where she talks about how Luke must have felt about home if this is how you feel. And then
Yeah, and then that gives clues later.
yeah, and then that gets paid off later where he basically remembers that I might not be able to beat Kronos on my own because of Kronos' power and being in the Styx, but Luke would be able to. And basically, he convinces Annabeth, or Annabeth shows up to help him fight Kronos, and then Luke does end up... I don't really like how Luke fell the way he did, and how he gets his quote-unquote redemption. Because he still put her under the fucking sky, and he still tried to kill her repeatedly.
Oh
like,
no, he literally he had her kidnapped for the whole game, for the whole like thing, and then when she gets up there after the Manticore brings her there, she saves Luke, and then Luke just leaves her there, and just like, oh, thank you for saving her from the sky, and she's just like, oh, please, oh, don't worry, your time will come eventually. And then Percy's dream just ends with her getting crushed underneath the sky, and I'm like, yeah, no. That was totally a normal thing. Oh.
Yeah.
I'll still never get over the fact that he fell off of a cliff, fell onto some spikes or something. Like, he fell a good distance after he was kicked off a cliff, and he was still alive. They didn't heal him or anything. Silly.
Yeah, so yeah, Prometheus likes humans, that's why he did it. That makes sense. But yeah, so ultimately that situation is I don't know. At the end of the day, like I guess it's kind of cool that Luke got like, you know, some redemption, but I was at the point where I was like, I don't really think he deserves it at this point.
I kind of hated the whole idea of Percy not being the hero. Percy hated the idea of not being the hero. That was stupid when Rachel just shows up and she's like, by the way, you're not the hero. I'm like, listen, I know you're the Oracle, but that has got to be the dumbest thing you've ever said.
It's also just the stupid. So it is important for later on. Well, actually, no, I don't even think it is because I don't even think that got through to him. I think it was just her discussion of family. But what?
Well, I was gonna say, honestly, like, if you see the actual fight between Kronos, it's like, what argument is there for Percy not being the hero? He's the only reason they're alive. He's the one fighting Kronos.
Because, well, actually, what was the prophecy? How's the prophecy actually written? Hang on, let me look this up.
It's like someone will on their 16th. The 16th, a child of the big three on their 16th birthday will bring about the fate of, will determine the fate of the gods. But, like, it doesn't necessarily mean that person will, like...
A half-blood of the eldest god shall reach 16 against all odds, and see the world in endless sleep. The hero's soul, cursed blade shall reap. A single choice shall end his days, Olympus to preserve or raise.
Yeah, so basically he'll either save it or destroy it, but part of it has to do with the cursed blade, which I think they find out that that's Annabeth's knife, specifically.
Yeah,
because Luke ends up taking it from her.
I did not like the mental gymnastics we had to get to that as the cursed blade.
You know, so most of the series was a great payoff for the lines, and they pretty much knew it was going to be Percy for the longest time because Thalia gives up her claim to being 16 during the third novel, and Nico's too young. And they're like, okay, so it's got to be Percy. It's got to be Percy. It's got to be Percy. Half the prophecy is about Percy, and then it's like Rachel shows up at like the last 50 pages and is like, listen, I'm out of breath. I rushed all the way here, and I just have to tell you, you're not the hero. Percy's like, what the fuck do you mean? How does that make any sense?
How strong is Percy in water? He's pretty powerful, but it's mainly just that he gains extra status boost. He can basically fight Ares. Percy cannot scale a Zeus, no. Although technically, if you want to take the Kronos fight, you could argue that Percy could fight Zeus with the Curse of Achilles. Technically,
like in the water, I would like to point out that in the water, the difference between Percy without the water and without the water is that he can't fight gods at all, and then in the water he can fight the god of war directly when he's like 12 years old.
He literally beats Ares in a fight. He routinely fought divine beings solo and held in multiple armies. How the fuck isn't he the hero? Okay, yeah, no. So when you read it again, see, the way hero is treated in Percy Jackson is in the loosest possible fucking term. It's kind of like how in Fable they call anybody a hero who has powers. Because you can be evil and still be a hero in Fable. You will still be called a hero in Fable even if you're a fucking monster.
Yeah, that's still. I really like Last Olympian for all of its fights and most of the development of his characters, but that one plot point always pissed me off.
Well, because it was also kind of like the other parts can still work even without that premise. Percy does not surpass his father, no. Because the gods are always going to be stronger unless the mortals get some sort of amp. But in the case of Percy, in his base form and even within water, he might be able to fight his dad, but I doubt it. Yeah. The hero soul
I was also gonna say as far as Percy scaling the Titans in Last Olympia, he goes out onto the bridge and 1v1 Hyperion and beats the fuck out of him. Now, granted, Hyperion does get encased into like a wall of like wood from the satyrs, but like the entire fight is literally Percy carrying it to the point where everyone around him just kind of backs off. And like, what are you doing, Percy? He's like, what are you talking about? And he looks around and he basically says he has his own personal hurricane around his body, like at all times. And he's just 1v1ing the entire army and Hyperion at the same time. It's one of the silliest things. Like, honestly, the only reason the Titans couldn't take some of the bridges was because Percy was there. If he had not been there, they probably would have won. Like, 9 times out of 10. Because you guys have to keep in mind... Well, go ahead.
Percy just showed up and was literally like, "Hi, I'm the only reason we're alive, but I'm not the hero."
Well, so let's put it this way. So all of the Camp Half-Blood has like a bunch of different cabins for each of the gods, which have all their children. And most of the cabins have anywhere from a few dozen to, in some cases, like 100. If they're like Apollo, they have 100 because Apollo's that fucking drifter. But or Hermes or whatever. They usually have a few dozen to that, and they're all pretty skilled fighters, much more skilled than your average monsters and whatnot. So they are generally able to fight like most of the people, and they have enough cabins, even though some of the cabins aren't entirely there, because like Poseidon and Zeus and like obviously Hades don't really use their cabins, and they don't really have anyone there. Keep in mind, they don't have the Ares cabin for like the entire novel, because the Ares cabin is having a fight with, I think, Apollo's cabin. Like their leaders are basically having like a hissing fit, so they don't wanna be there, and they show up later in the novel. And they're able to cover pretty much all of the tunnels, because what they're trying to do is that in Percy Jackson, the main base of operations is the Empire State Building. You have to go all the way up to the top floor, and then you can get to Olympus. So in order to get there, you have to go through the tunnels in New York City. So what Percy devised as a strategy when he started leading their forces is that he basically sent everybody to the various tunnels to guard off those exits. And if they were able to hold them there, they could not get into the main building.
The Ares camp was such a petty group of fucking assholes.
They were so petty. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of how they're always presented, as just like a bunch of aggressive people that just want to fight all the time. They did a great job of presenting them, but during that novel, they were just being a bunch of babies.
Like,
I'm surprised.
You guys only want us when it's time for war to fight, because that's all you're good for!
It's just like, man, it's like, oh, really? If we don't want you when it's time to fight, then why is the cabin of Aphrodite here? Their job is to love, and we're literally... Well, actually, I don't remember if the cabin of Aphrodite was there, but I'm pretty sure the cabin of Aphrodite was there.
Everyone was there, but the cabin of Aphrodite had a few fighters in it, but they were mainly healers. They were mainly like medics, like taking care of the wounded.
That doesn't even matter at this point. They're there, and they're the cabin of fucking love. And they're on the battlefield. What is your excuse?
Just like, Percy, we don't get respect. I respect you, but I'm not fighting with them. You dumb bitch! This is the whole point of your existence!
Seriously, I mean, that was one of my favorite moments for Clarice. It's just like, after 5 books, she finally respects Percy, but is like, nah, I won't fight with them. But I respect you.
Percy should have been like, alright, let me kill the Apollo cabin real quickly, I'll be right back.
Well, to be fair, he couldn't afford to do anything drastic, because the Apollo cabin was like 90% of their best archers. They're literally the reason they held some of the tunnels.
It really just came down to this really fucked position of like, I like how you're trying to make it seem like we just see you as warmongering like fucking morons, but the only reason you're not helping fight and protect your own dad's throne is because you didn't get a spoil of war because they took it. So you're really not helping your case here.
You know what they should have been like? They should have been like, if you show up and join us, you can take all the spoils of war from the areas you defend, and we will let you have it. We will sing praises to you for the next, 3 fucking months. But if you don't show up, you get nothing. Well, no, they really just needed better negotiators. That's really what they needed.
I forgot what the debate was about, because it was a chariot. They were specifically fighting over a fucking war chariot. And I think
Yes.
the Apollo's claim to it was they found it, but the Ares cabin is the one who secured it.
Yeah, because they went on a mission together. Because sometimes when demigods go on a mission, several of them, even several members from the same cabin, can work together for a mission. It just depends on whatever mission it is. And I guess Ares' cabin was doing like the heavy lifting and the fighting, and the Apollo were the ones who determined the location. So they had a strife over like who gets the chariot. And they're still fighting about it during the entire novel. Even by the time that they're on the battlefield, Percy's like, are you guys still fucking fighting about this? We have some actual fighting to do over there.
I
Can you put your pissing contests aside?
If we're going to be 100% honest here, I think Apollo cabin had a better claim to the fucking thing than the Ares cabin did.
I mean, I honestly don't know. I would have to go back and read it. But that was still one of the funniest things. She's just like, man, I'm trying to lead a war here. I've never led anything in my life. Can you guys stop? Please?
Because at the end of the day, the person you're going to want on the chariot is going to be a fucking archer. Don't downplay Aphrodite. She's a war goddess as well. Yeah, but I don't remember her children doing all that much of anything. And then you have Dionysus, whose kids were there, but one of them was dead. And he's like, Percy, can you make sure my other son doesn't die, please? Oh, and then you have this really stupid fucking rule where I guess minor gods don't claim children.
Sorry, what did he say?
Well, because some of the villains in The Last Olympian, you find out are demigods. And Percy's like, why the fuck are you helping them? Where's my cabin on the beach, bro? Where's the respect to my mother or father?
So Nemesis, the goddess of revenge, had this particular problem because certain minor gods did not get respect. That was the main issue. Like a lot of minor gods did not get recognition, and this was one of the reasons. This was one of the proposals that Percy had when Percy was admitted to being a god. They were like, "No, I don't want to be a god, but I have some demands."
Yes.
First of all, we're fixing those fucking cabins because the entire reason we have this war is the minor gods.
Yeah, because basically the way it works is that if you're a minor god member, you basically just end up in the Hermes cabin.
Oh yeah, they just shoveled everybody in the Hermes cabin. That's like 80 people.
Yes.
Most of their manpower came from the Hermes cabin or the Apollo cabin.
Most of the people are from Hermes cabin, but I think Apollo's cabin was doing the heavy lifting of the battle because their arrows could keep most monsters at bay. The Athena cabin was just being worthless, as usual.
Well, then you have to there was one area, like one tunnel that they were not able to cut off, and they were like, man, we don't have enough forces for these. And then Thalia's just like, well, I just brought the Hunters of Artemis, so we could take that. And then I think halfway through the book, all of Chiron's cousins show up with his several hundred centaurs.
Yes.
And then Grover shows up with like an army of satyrs.
Yes. Yeah, because like as the war progresses, they start losing forces.
So they've got like satyrs, they got centaurs, they got like hundreds of Artemis, they've got like literally everybody.
Mangler, you're lagging.
I'm always lagging.
You are. This is true. It was always kind of stupid to me that a lot of the gods' forces weren't directed towards saving Olympus. Most of them, because they weren't fighting with their armies. Their armies just weren't around. And the minor gods didn't show up for the battles half the time, which is like, where the fuck are the minor gods at?
Well, that and I've had a lot of people ask me like, why are the gods not there during the events of the Battle of Last Olympian? And mainly it's just because most of the gods are all fighting Typhoon right now,
No,
somewhere
only
across the
the
country,
main
and they're doing.
Olympian gods were fighting Typhoon. None of the other gods could actually fight.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm. When I say
No,
gods,
'cause
I'm referring to
you,
the main
because like
Olympian
you
ones,
haven't
not the
read
minor
the
ones.
expanded lore. Because you do meet several minor gods. Like Ares has two
Yes.
sons who fuck around with the cabin of Ares, and they didn't show up for the final battle.
Yeah, I'm aware. Dude, so they talk about the minor gods all the time in the original series. Nemesis is literally the goddess of revenge, and she's just like, and Ethan, one of her sons, is like, "Hey, I don't want to fight with you guys. Like, why not? I have no cabin. I have no place. You're just going to stick me in the Hermes cabin like everybody else does. But my mother is a god. She deserves recognition, as do her children."
My mother deserves recognition.
Like-
I would like to clarify. Your mother ripped out your eye in exchange for you to be a big deal. Are you sure your mother deserves recognition?
In exchange for you to commit your life to revenge, probably
Your mother
not the
took your
best.
eye. So I do not know if you really want to talk about this goddess like she's all that cracked up.
Well, so it was always something that, like, I just mentioned her as an example of like a minor god. There's several other examples that are mentioned, but yeah, overall, it's very ooh.
Well, remember, his mother is also a daughter of Nyx, but Nemesis works by balance. She has to take to give. Yeah, but
Stupid.
It's still fucking silly, though. Like, I don't even think he really did anything either. I mean, I guess he like influenced Percy, I guess. I'm actually gonna be honest here. This is gonna sound a little cruel, but I don't think it was a good idea to give every god their own cabin. Because the fact of the matter is that some gods just don't go around getting laid all that often. So you're really gonna have one kid by himself and not like interact with like half the people outside of activities. That's not gonna end.
I think it was a good idea only because the gods are so fucking petty that they would probably freak out if they didn't get a cabin and turn somebody into some random animal. That's generally how they react to most things.
I also did find it a little amusing how almost early on they just completely shut down the incest argument.
Oh yeah, no, they shut that down in like the first book because Percy's like, "Isn't that a little weird?" It's like, no, because gods don't actually have DNA. Their biology works completely different. It's like, oh, thank God, because that chick who saved me, she's really cute. Like that's literally the first thing that happens. When it's like, I'm immediately on that shit.
I guess this begs the question now about
That's
how
funny.
certain biology things work against the demigods, because half their existence isn't even human.
My attacks bounce to one. My attacks can bounce to additional foes?
So I don't remember if demigods having children still produces a demigod or not.
I don't know, because I was hoping Riordan would make a sequel series with Annabeth and Percy, but we never really got that.
I think that makes sense though, considering the fact that like these are teenage novels. They're very young adult, and
Let's go, Exegriff.
you would definitely be in a weird position if you go to like immediately like, all right, they got older.
Yeah, but I would have liked to see like stories. It would have expanded the universe a little bit to just see stories with characters as they've grown older, and they're just like moving on with their lives.
Bro, don't worry, he expanded the universe.
Yeah, in a different way. One of my favorite moments of that book was when he when he's going through the what's it called, the battle on the bridge, and he just sees the Minotaur, and he's like, "Oh, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna fucking destroy him." And that is exactly what he does. I think he actually ends up fighting the Minotaur with his bare hands, and he grabs his horns and throws him over the side of the bridge after stabbing him with Riptide.
What he specifically says when he sees the Minotaur again is he's all like, "Wow, I am really not lucky."
You know, he says that. You say he says that, but then he enjoys himself when he's beating the fuck out of it.
Well,
He's so happy to fight the Minotaur.
the reason he says that is because in the first book, they do a callback. They say that when you kill a monster, they'll always come back, but it takes a while, and some of them probably will never come back in your lifetime. So they tell him, you'll probably never see the Minotaur again. So when he sees him again, he's all like, I am really not lucky.
Okay, that makes a little more sense. So for a son to be born, you had to give something good that, you know.
And to be fair, he's not wrong. Almost all of his fucking monsters keep coming back in his own lifetime.
He's like, man, this is not right. What is this main character energy I have?
Bro, please, I can only kill you so many times.
Doesn't he kill him again in House of Hades? Like, I'm pretty sure he kills him a third time in House of Hades, and he's like, God damn it, why did you stay dead?
Do you know how long it took Callisto to become a master of
You wanna what? Well, before Percy Jackson ends, I really hope, and I really freaking hope, that it ends, and the Minotaur and him have, like, mutual respect for each other by the end of it.
So the Minotaur just talks to him and is like, listen, the only person who was supposed to kill me was Theseus. But you, we have something special.
Alright, Percy.
So I just want one of the gods to give him the ability to speak. And just give us like 2 full pages of him having dialogue with Percy. That's all I ask. I have many thoughts to work out, and you were a part of all of them. Along with the violence I will bring you.
Honestly, big bro, on a scale of 1 to 10, how hard was life of an opponent?
The only reason I don't kick your ass right now is because I know you've killed me twice already. But that's still not going to stop me for long.
The Minotaur
Just
died
know that.
500 times to Percy. What a nice guy.
Dies 500 times to Percy, now it's an even fight. Like, man.
I already registered. I'll probably be taking out a little earlier to go to the store and work on my BB deck.
I need to read that series again.
What?
That was a good series.
Percy Jackson? Oh yeah, great work, absolutely.
I've read through the series twice before, but I'll have to go through it again. And the sequel series, because the sequel series had a lot of funny moments when they reunite most of the old crew. I think there's like a throwaway line in like the 4th novel or the 5th novel or whatever, right before they're reuniting to fight the giants.
My leader is fucking bad. Can you not be such a cunt about it?
I'm sorry, what?
Not you. It's like, so I'm playing off-meta leader, she sucks, and so I'm going to a tournament, so they're expecting to lose. And I'm just trying to have a chill conversation, he's talking shit to me, and I'm like, dude, my leader's ass, can you just not be a dick about it?
The comic? I don't think I actually saw any of the comic or the expanded material beyond the novels. I think I saw a little bit of one of the guides.
The same thing! You said the same shit yesterday, and you say it all the time about No.
I believe there's like it's a funny scene in that novel, in like whatever the final novel in the second series. It's either that or it's in Mark of Athena, when I think Percy and Annabeth and one of the other demigods is like standing on this pier and they're waiting around to rendezvous with somebody. And even though the humans can't see it because of the mist, Percy sees this like swimming red dragon out in the waters. It's just kind of spinning around. He's like, that's interesting. And Annabeth is like, I think you should go out there and mess with it. And I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Zim's costume this year, Rin. The comic is very good. Let's not forget Artemis casually Fia cream, bunch of stars, out of Zoe's body. I told you. Sorry, Zim, but that's not my system. No, you are not. You're wholesome.
Well, that's not what she does with Zoe. That's what she does with all the hunters of Artemis. All of them have stars. That's like a universal thing they do.
No, it's just like every fucking time I go to the tournament because I'm playing this leader, he's all like, easy win, bro, easy win. I'm like, yeah, I get it already. You could like try saying something else.
Can you shut your mouth?
It's like
Possible.
We were talking about Percy Jackson for like the last hour. I think after your next attempt at Hades, I think we'll call it there.
Yeah, that's probably good.
Yeah, because we've already been here 5 hours, which still doesn't beat your record, of course. Which you'll have to top that someday.
Yes. Sadness.
For reals.
I remember the movies.
What?
Yeah, they were alright. The first movie was alright.
I do not remember the events of the No, I vaguely remember the Sea of Monsters. Sea of Monsters had better production. It just was a worse movie.
Yeah, it wasn't as interesting. So everyone was like, oh, the first movie didn't really do a great job of adapting everything. And then the second movie came around and everyone's like, yeah, the lady seems a lot better now. It's aged a lot better because Sea of Monsters exists. Though, to be fair, I think Sea of Monsters as a novel was probably always one of the weakest ones. Because the main antagonist of the novel... Well, it's not even like it's that bad. It's just the entire novel is literally just like Percy's trying to go on a quest, but then it's like, actually, it's Clarice's quest to do all of this. And he's like, well, a way to shaft me for my second adventure. And then the guy that they're going to fight, instead of it being a titan or some god, it's just a Cyclops that was like trying to eat some of his friends when he was younger.
Yeah, so Sea of Monsters was the worst one in the series. Mainly because it's basically Perseus being a dick throughout it.
Oh yeah. Well, to be fair, two of the adventures aren't even his. He actually only has two official quests, which is the Lightning Thief and the Battle of Olympus. Because the second one, or Titan's Curse, is also not his. It's Zoe's quest, or it's either Zoe's or Bianca's. One of the Hunters of Artemis.
I think it is Bianca's, but Bianca does choose her to join him. The thing is that Clarissa doesn't even pick Percy to join her.
Yeah, he sneaks away if I'm not... Oh, wait, no, he doesn't, actually. I think there's, like, a second condition that he gets there. He sneaks away in Titan's Curse, if I recall correctly. Because he has his horse, Blackjack, and he's almost on his way there, and then Dionysus catches him, and he's, like, going somewhere.
Dionysus,
did you think I would actually notice? No, he was literally like, did you really think that I, the glorious camp director of Camp Half-Blood, would not notice a camper leaving, you must think I'm incredibly incompetent.
Dionysus, don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, bro.
Percy's like, you know what? I don't want to say you're incredibly incompetent, but you kind of just set yourself up for that one.
If I remember correctly, he lets... Yeah, because I think Annabeth goes missing, and that's why... And the quest is given to Zoe to get her, and Percy, because he can't let go of it, goes with... basically goes after the quest line.
Percy's like, yeah, listen, that's my girlfriend. I'm going. Fuck all of you.
That is my girlfriend, who is technically not my girlfriend until the end of the 5th book, because she's just really on this on and off again shit. I don't
No, they were technically together during the events of Battle of the Labyrinth, because at the beginning of Battle of the Labyrinth, they're literally in the process of going on a date. It's just that he runs into Rachel during orientation at a school where the cheerleaders are trying to kill him.
They are not officially dating until the end of the 5th book.
So you did not read the first sentence.
They're just hanging out in the Battle of the Labyrinth, but we as the reader,
yeah,
there's more.
That's what Percy. That's what Percy says. But then Annabeth's really happy to see him, and they're in the process of going to the movies.
No. Okay. So let me explain this in the way that makes more logical sense. There's emotions there that Percy's clearly not picking up on, but they are not officially dating yet at that point. He just thinks he's hanging out with a friend.
That's not what Annabeth thinks.
That's because usually there's one side of the party that kind of thinks there's a little more going on than there actually is. Granted, I don't think Percy's not against the idea, it's just that he doesn't think that's going on. But yeah, no, I mean, if we're really gonna get technical, it'd be more accurate to say when do they get feelings for each other.
Well, I feel like that's not entirely accurate. Because he's kind of aware. No, he's kind of aware of her feelings because she actually pecks him in the second novel. At the very end of the second novel, it's like a throwaway thing. Like it just kind of happens.
Yeah, but
then
Yeah, but then you have the entirety of like the next couple of books of her being like, oh, you know, Luke this.
Yeah, he's just jealous of. Also, I think that him being jealous of Luke kind of more or less proves my point. It's not just a thing where it's like, how could he have feelings for that fucking creep? It's always like, why is she thinking about Luke?
No, I think it's because no. She does have feelings for Luke until after the Titan's curse. Because if I remember correctly, in the canon, the flashback of Luke showing up to take Annabeth away happens right before the Battle of the Labyrinth.
Wait, what do you mean?
Okay, so you remember how Hermes wants to kill Annabeth, but then Percy's like, "Yo, Hermes, fuck off."
Hermes?
You do not remember a lot of what happens in these books, do you?
I remember most of what happens, but certain gods that are not there all.
At some point in the actual story, the gods send Hermes to give them like advice on how to defend Olympus while they're gone. And what Hermes is...
he's fucking pissed.
Yeah, he's pissed because you find out from Annabeth that Luke showed up before the events of the Battle of the Labyrinth and was willing to run away with Annabeth. But she said no, because I think by this point, she had decided to stop trusting him.
Before the events of Battle of the Labyrinth?
It's before the events of Battle of the Labyrinth. They actually reference it in the Battle of the Labyrinth. There's a line of dialogue between Annabeth and Luke, where Annabeth's like, why don't you just leave? Why don't you do this? And Luke's like, I tried to, but you wouldn't let me. Like, he directly talks to her about the event in the Labyrinth. Percy's like, what the fuck are they talking about? But you find out in The Last Olympian that they had a conversation before the events of the Labyrinth. Because by the end of the Labyrinth...
Yeah, fuck out of here. She wants... Fuck out of here. She wants a relationship with him. Fuck out of here.
No. So, she did? Up until, he put the sky on her. Movie Percy doesn't really have.
No. When I say her, I mean like Percy. Like she wanted a relationship with Percy by the time the fourth book happens.
So, I'm surprised you remember the books as much. It's been so long since I read Percy Jackson. So, the way my brain works with books is I can read a book once, and I can give you an overall in-depth synopsis of any book I've ever read. You just have to show me the cover, and I might need you to talk about it a little bit before I pick it up again. But I remember almost everything. I remember very well. Not the exact wording, but I remember the general, like, ideas and events going on.
I haven't lost a live.
That's why I need to get back to reading again. It's just I've been slacking too much. You need to do better.
When I'm done going through Halo, I'll probably reread the entire Percy Jackson series. Shouldn't take you that long. I have like the first 10 books.
Pretty good. It's a really well done series. Once everything's said and done, I think Percy Jackson, if I had to rate Percy Jackson as a series of books that I would like recommend, 100%, but I don't know what I would actually like.
I would rate it as an 8.5 out of 10, honestly. Because I feel like there are some things...
The ending just ruined it.
No, I think The Last Olympian had a great ending. It's just that one plot point was like... It made me pissed, and it probably made a bunch of people pissed.
I wasn't upset by it, but I just always thought to myself like, oh, okay. I mean, not what the build up was for, but okay. How much books of the Harry Potter do you have? I read all the Harry Potter books. It's just that those are really long, and I would have to be talking about for a while before I start getting like my memory back from those. They weren't quite as fun as the Percy Jackson books, but that's because Harry Potter has too much fluff in it, whereas Percy Jackson kind of got rid of a lot of that.
Yeah, like, so you'd be surprised if you watch The Lightning Thief, which I'd say Lightning Thief now is a decent adaptation of a movie to a book, because
fuck you and fuck everyone who gave The Lightning Thief so much shit. The Lightning Thief was a fine adaptation. If you literally just changed a few lines in the movie and changed the ending, would have been a perfect adaptation.
Well, so I say that because when you look at the broader parts of The Lightning Thief as a novel, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't necessarily need to happen in that novel that you could technically cut out, which is kind of why when I saw some of the stuff, like, I loved how they did the Lotus Hotel and Casino in the movie. They did it almost perfectly. I do think they could have had better scenes, but that's because I just think they should have shown off the casino a little bit more. I don't even think having the casino was a bad idea. Like, the casino was a phenomenal idea. The way they did Medusa was pretty great as well. Though the Hydra was kind of boring.
Yeah. That reminds me. The new Percy Jackson TV show's coming out. I don't know. Maybe I'll give it a shot. I'm not looking forward to it.
I'm pretty sure it's starting from, like, the younger actors starting from where they were at, like, 12 years old, so expect some...
I'm just not the biggest fan of it because they did change the way the characters look for the purposes of the live action. Which, I mean, I guess it's fine. They did change Grover for the movie, so I can kind of look past it. And then this is where it gets kind of fucked. They changed characters' races in the past, but you didn't really think anything of it. But now, because everyone makes a big deal about it, I do get this kind of feeling like I don't know how good the quality of the product's going to be if this is a focus that they're trying to put into it.
So, I don't know if it matters that much because it's already been done before. That might just be a product of the times at the moment. It really just matters how good their acting is going to be. Because Grover's actor did pretty well.
Yeah.
Like, I had a perception of Grover, but, like, when I saw his acting, I was like, yeah, no, this guy's pretty entertaining.
Well, yeah,
I mean, granted, they probably should have given him better dialogue.
Grover in the canon looks like a white Rastafarian.
Yeah, in fact, I thought he was probably more entertaining and engaging than Grover most of the time, because Grover is usually very skittish, like, all the time in the novel. he doesn't really get a spine until after like the 5th novel,
Yes.
which is like the end of the series.
That's one of my favorite Percy Jackson movies, The Sea of Monsters, and So Was Okay. Can Percy beat Record of Ragnarok Gods? No.
Probably not.
Yeah, so, and then they did Artemis Fowl, and somehow they fucked up Artemis Fowl. I was so looking forward to that movie, but they just made it like the worst.
I never read Artemis Fowl.
Artemis Fowl was good. It was a good, solid idea. The character was good. They had a bunch of other books I didn't read, but it was good when I read through it. Basically, the premise of Artemis Fowl is that you're reading from the perspective of the bad guy. Technically, he kidnaps a person from a fantasy species and is basically ransoming her off because he's trying to get his family's fortune.
That's definitely how you. Yeah, that's an interesting way to start a novel.
So his family are nothing but criminals, but they ended up losing all their fortune due to some unforeseen accident. I think his dad and his mom are both in comas and shit. So to go with the family name, he needs a plan to get the money back, and he thinks to himself, okay, I guess at some point he realizes I probably shouldn't deal with humans for this, but I do have evidence that fairies and other species exist, so I'll just fuck with them and make them give me the money.
Solid plan, I guess.
In the end, I think if I remember correctly, in the end it does work. He does get his money. It's just that, well, now the fairies are watching him.
You're telling me he's just Crocker?
His name is just
Fairies.
Artemis. Because the book goes out of its way consistently to remind you that Artemis is a gender-neutral name. I don't believe them, but apparently it is. I'm annoyed with the show because Royden gave companies shit for not being faithful in adaptation, but tells his fans to deal with it when it comes to the show and at a bet. Did he actually say that shows should be more faithful to the source material? Did he actually throw that out there? I hope you're kidding.
I'm going to joke because Royden gave company shit for not being faithful in adaptation, but tells his fans to do when it comes to the show and at a bet. I mean, if we came to the actual movie, the only thing that the movie wasn't really faithful about was Percy's age being in high school versus middle school, and Annabeth's hair color, and I guess Grover.
But they fixed
but Grover's was an improvement. Percy, their ages was not a problem and a factor. In fact, it probably made them more relatable. Annabeth was the only noticeable one, and they fixed that in the sequel.
I will say that Percy Jackson probably works better if you start them in high school, but then the age of 16 thing kind of 18. I don't understand why it was only 16. It should have been when they became adults. That just seemed kind of weird to me.
It should have been It should have been 18 or 20. Yeah, because then you realize when you realize that Percy is 12 years old during the first novel, you're like, wow, he's young. He's basically a kid. He's barely a middle schooler. He's just out of elementary.
Never forget that people were still thirsting over a 12-year-old Percy. Never forget. Never let them forget.
Never forget that people were thirsting over a 12-year-old Annabeth.
Oh, God. You're right.
And a 13-year-old Annabeth.
You're right.
And a 14-year-old Annabeth.
But no, so going back to the topic at hand for a minute. Yeah, no, so if one didn't really talk shit about faithful adaptations to other fucking companies, I would just flat out say that he needs to, he has no room to fucking talk.
Yeah, we're talking about if he's changing things for his show, that doesn't really make sense. I mean, the thing is that an adaptation doesn't necessarily need to be faithful. It just needs to work and be consistent with the series themes, unless you're trying or experimenting with a different idea. All that matters is that it works and does the job. And sometimes you need to make changes for a medium.
If you don't talk shit about other companies' adaptations, that's fine. But if you're going to talk shit about other companies' adaptations and then you're not even going to make a faithful adaptation, yeah, you can go fuck yourself. Also, hello, Kyle. Welcome back. Didn't expect to see you again.
Neither did I.
Well. How was your trip? interesting. That answers nothing about my question.
And yet, it's the answer I gave.
Yeah, no, Artemis Fowl is not a demigod. Don't say that's Rin worthy. Bruh, Rin's not that bad. He has statements about it? I'm waiting for the...
He stuck his brother in the oven.
Silence, Mangler. To be fair, his brother attacked him first. He put him in the oven in self-defense.
How do you put someone in an oven in self-defense?
It was
Allegedly.
self-defense.
Like, man, he put me in the oven first. So I just put him in the oven and finished the cooking.
Self-defense.
Allegedly.
It wasn't allegedly. His brother was attacking him.
Allegedly.
Bruh.
I really know both sides of this story.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Apparently I can get custom card sleeves with icons I put on them. So yay!
The cube that Artemis makes in the book is really good.
It is. It is. Artemis Fowl is really. Artemis is incredibly smart. The only problem is that he's still a kid for most of it. He makes mistakes that are kind of silly half the time.
Let's think about this.
His
Don't call
biggest issue
children.
is that he's so smart he overextends himself too often. Look, it's okay if he stuck his brother in the oven because his brother was fine because he can just heal back from that injury. See, it's all better. It's all better.
With
What?
Well, I guess when
With-
I killed
with
someone,
green.
I didn't really kill them because they can come back to life.
Isn't that how you took it earlier, Mangler? Don't go
Weren't you contesting me, though?
Don't. Well, to be fair, the brother didn't die. He just healed back afterwards. He didn't die. He was just cooked in
So
the
I guess
oven
it's
alive.
not damaged then.
Yeah, with Green Age.
Yes.
There's the Deus Ex that you can use to make it so whatever character you want doesn't die.
Working on it, okay? I see there were mistakes in the original plan, okay?
Modern day Dragon Balls.
They can't bring you back from the dead, Kyle, technically.
No, but you do plan on making one that can.
No. No, the Age of Wonder can do that. The others can't. Look, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Look, you talk about the Age of Wonder, but there's a whole lot of not talking about the Age of Consent.
Fuck you. But no, yeah, no. Beyond that, not really too much else to say about Percy Jackson. Just good series across the board. I didn't really like its sequel series as much. I never finished it, which I probably should. I read everything up to the House of Hades.
I mean, that was. Did you ever read that series?
I remember
Or just not there?
my friend dropped the series when he found out Nico was confirmed gay in the House of Hades.
What a fucking wuss.
What the fuck?
Oh, he was just like, man, like, one of my characters that I liked was gay. That's it. I'm done. Can't handle it. It's like, but does that take away anything from his character? Like,
No, but he's gay now.
shut up. Shut up. Like, that says more about you than it does about the character change. Well, not even the character change, just the reveal.
But Red has no Green Age, but then how does Rin's powers work? Green Age doesn't give you powers technically. New Age doesn't give you powers technically. It's just like little items you can carry that nullify or deal with certain things.
The way Rin's powers work
What?
is after when he dies, his power fully awakens. It allows him
Shut up.
Switching gears between futures.
I
Hang on one sec.
I fucking hate I hated that so much when you guys told me that was the Almighty. I'm like, fuck you guys. That I think that might have been the worst blow I was dealt before Kyle told me my humor was reverse to blue level.
You took that as an insult.
Because that's how you meant it. So no. So I was there when they talking to Kyle Mango. I'm like, all right, guys, I have a really cool power for my protagonist. Because he can see into the future and lock himself into any future he sees, and his rival has an eye that lets him break free of any like sort of restraints or precognition or destiny. If you get both eyes, you can look into the future and start swapping between futures to lock them into only for your opponent, and you can move freely, which would have been great. And then after I was done telling them that, they're like, Zim, that's just the Almighty. Huh?
Actually, it's probably a lot more restricted than the Almighty, depending on all the conditions. So it's probably a little bit more original. What's this power called again?
I didn't have a name for it at the time, and I kind of put it on the back burner for now after you guys told me it was basically the Almighty. Once I come up with the name, I'm sure it'll be something. So, what the Almighty does, Ultimu do? What? So basically, the way Rin works right now with one of his, with like his main sort of, damn, my LC has better abilities. He has so many weapons on random encounters. I mean, those aren't all of Rin's powers. It's just the main one that they gave me shit for because it was just the Almighty, apparently. You're gonna fight this guy, bro? He's gonna kick your ass.
Not if I kick his ass first. Yeah, Kieran, I see an awful lot of not kicking my ass right now.
No. Odahime's power is to reject anything. If I'm not mistaken, her power is to reject.
Yes. It's really silly causality manipulation. Because it just rejects the very phenomenon. Like, when they have a discussion about it, and Aizen has her demonstrate it, it's like, oh, it's not temporal, or it's not a healing ability, and it's not temporal or spatial regression. He just merely has the ability to reject phenomenon from ever occurring in the first place.
My LC is still better. He can counter Rin. You know Rin loses like every fight he's in the book, right? I think like most of the first book he's basically like out of it because the main antagonist punched a hole through his chest. It's okay. He had good health insurance.
So you're telling me you fisted an underage child?
To be fair, the guy who fisted him was around the same age, so no, that is not me. I do not like the way you say that. Yeah. Since when the Almighty is used on Ichigo Bankai, she can't fix it since it's broken in every timeline, and once they create a new timeline, she can fix it.
Well, so, yeah, she's not able to fix it, but I think that's also because of, like... Because he also leaves her near, at least, I think Yuha confirms he leaves her near death. Because she tries to fix it, and it doesn't work. Oh my god. No! I shall never die! Why is my damage so ass? Yeah, take a picture. where his name is.
Good fight, mate. Appreciate your generosity.
Yeah, it just doesn't work apparently since timeline isn't there broken. Gets all miles delicious. He can counter acausal nonlinear weapons. What? Oh yeah, apparently nice.
Odahime's ability isn't a causal; it's just causal. Odahime's ability doesn't exist outside of causality; it just manipulates causality.
What ability are you guys talking about?
Odahime's ability.
Ah, I see.
What killed me?
You died?
Did that fucking archer hit me?
That's heartbreaking. Yeah, no. Rin still doesn't have most of his powers. He'll get some of them in the next book I'm working on. And after that, I think he gets a few more, and that's about it. But he does have his main core power, sort of like your generic energy system by the end of the first book.
All three.
All security efforts in.
I'll keep an eye on things.
My OC can basically kill beings not contained to time. The fuck does that mean?
I've come for questionable deals.
Well, regardless, I don't make it a habit of doing any versus matchups or scaling discussions or arguments with my OC. I kind of find that a little cringy, not gonna lie. Nice. Like my good friend Daniel, really nice friend, really like him, but he has this habit of trying to do versus matchups with his OCs, and I just kind of want to be like, don't do that. Don't do that. At any rate, that'll be it for today's stream. Thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. I'll see you guys on the next streamer video, which I don't know when that will be, but we'll see what happens. So,